August non-farm payrolls number just out. Futures little change heading into this. We're higher than expected, 315,000 versus 300,000 expected there again for August non-farm payrolls. The unemployment rate did tick higher as expected. We saw a couple days ago the job listings number higher than expected as well, 3.7 there versus 3.5. So beats 315,000 versus 300,000 expected again if you missed it there for August non-farm payrolls. Welcome to Friday, heading into a long weekend here. That was the big economic event of the week. So we'll see how this market reacts right now. We are seeing a big spike to the upside here for the futures coming off of that beat. And we'll see how the overall day plays out here. A number of individual names on watch this morning anyway, even with this move. Bed Bath & Beyond back in action. A double from Jefferies on the price target for BBBY. We'll have a look at the chip names coming up here again, coming off that negative news yesterday. Fresh round of downgrades. Not really going to matter here much with the overall market move this morning, but a ton to get to. Welcome to Friday, September 2nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. We were sitting here before we came on wondering if good news was going to be good news or if good news was going to be bad news, and it would appear, yeah, nice look here for the markets. Positive start, 0.8 almost now for the NASDAQ, back to the upside, 0.77 for the S&P off that number. The Dow has gone back to positive as well. Nice move for crude oil, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all following suit. This spike, however, running out of steam ever so slightly. The initial move, interesting, to the downside on the S&P. The NASDAQ as well looks like initial move was to the downside there. Good morning, guys. Luca back with us in for Neil as Neil enjoys an extra long weekend. But nice beat there on that August number.
Yeah, what's up, guys? That's Luca's line. What's up, guys? Clear the throat here. Yeah, look, big move up there. I mean, we got what was it? That's the unemployment. Well, the U.S. August unemployment rate, 3.7 versus 3.5. Brendan just came with some of that, so payrolls higher there as well. So yeah, sends the market upside a little bit. That's good. I mean, maybe more people working seems to be a little bit better. Meta does take out that 166.50 that we had on the sticky note there. So we're just looking at that. Almost punched long here today. I put on this sticky note again that, you know, what was going to matter today was going to be non-farm payrolls. Obviously, it's a big number coming through. Is this what the market needs? Maybe. I mean, if you look at the NASDAQ futures here, just coming through, let me put this chart up for you here over the last couple of days. You can see here, you know, we made that bottom. Let me just go forward. You know, there's the big bottom there at 12,000, bounced clean off 12 yesterday. Like almost got, like it got within 25 points of 12,000. Now you're back up to 12.4. And look, you're taking, this is the level, it's happening right now. You're taking out this 12.4. So that was a key level that I wanted to look at here. A couple dump offs the last couple of days, trying to take back that 12,400. Then you have 500 after that. Then we have 600. So there's a couple levels that we got to clear. And it looks like we're trying to do it right now, taking out that 12.4. So yeah, the market likes it here. And when that happens, you're going to see a lot of these stocks go boom, right? So there goes Meta again, bouncing off this 166. I think we can take it out and continue to go higher on that. We have AMD as well today on watch. Ooh, that's getting close. I wanted that 84 break. I don't know why my charts are extended like that. I don't have anything this morning on these charts. So for right now, we'll figure out what's going on with all this. But yeah, so far so good. There's the move up to 83.50, looking to take out 84. So where's that level of 84? Here it is on the 20-minute chart. I wanted to go long the minute we can get above here. Yesterday we touched 78. Big move to the upside. That 84 is a spot that, you know, held on that low. We never got back there on those buys. Will we get it today? I think so, and we're going to go 84 long. I just, let's hope that the market can calm down a little bit, and then we'll be able to hit some of these levels as we open up. But hey, it's Friday, man, and it's been a good week here. Let's see if we can get some more movement today.
Yeah, you know, Friday, always a good day going into the long weekend, extra excited. Looking at the overall market here, nice move to the upside and the break of that 39.80 level on the ES, going towards 4,000. And we did not break 4,000 from what I'm seeing here. Pretty solid level there. I think, you know, if we are going up today, kind of feels like a no-brainer to take that long through 4,000, you know, depending when we get that. It'll definitely be interesting to see. And I have over here the overall market, SPY 10-minute, and kind of just gauging overall trend, and this kind of number, maybe giving the gas to go through 400, 4,000 lining up, kind of same level. And let's see if we can get that break to the upside, going to 402. Some levels I'm looking at as well. Not to say that, I think everything, kind of moving in tandem, large cap tech, these big names. Apple 160, kind of interesting. If you pull up the daily, you'll see there's a gap, a previous gap going into the 160 level. So I'm kind of curious if we're going to get any resistance at that 160 level, and if it's going to kind of, stall there, turn around. Then you got, I think, I want to say the 13 period on the daily sitting at like 163-ish area. So kind of far away right now, but, for an upside target, maybe we get there if we're extra strong today. But we'll have to see. And, Snapchat, that 1160 from yesterday, the day before, definitely could be recycled. Definitely less in play today for sure. But I think it topped out at like 1175. So yeah, we'll see if this thing can push towards 12, or if that 1160 is just going to fail right off the bat and then kind of trend downward.
Interesting look here, guys, and an interesting reaction from the overall market, considering the comments coming from the Fed going back to Jackson Hole, if you remember. They were talking very harshly on they wanted to actually see maybe a slowdown in employment and an increase maybe in unemployment, and that would indicate that they're heading in the right direction. Clearly not the case here. Again, 315,000. Here, I can show you the numbers here once again. 315,000 versus 300 expected versus July, remember, was 526. So maybe that's the dip they're looking for, 315,000 versus 526 going back to a month prior, back in July. So yeah, an interesting move here for the overall market. Back to the upside. Let's jump right into a few things that we'll monitor here. Again, one of those days when you get an overall market move like this, individual catalysts, individual news stories, not really going to matter as much this morning. But if we go back to yesterday, we were talking a lot about China and what was going to happen with some of the chip makers. We'll get into the big tech names here a little bit this morning, as well as the guys were talking about Apple and such. But here's PDD. Remember that Pinduoduo website we were discussing? Yeah, it's live. PDD higher this morning. This North American based but US focused e-commerce website now live for Pinduoduo.
I mean, Pinduoduo, again, like, I don't know, all my charts, I'm going over to them and they're doing this. So I don't know, but okay. So 72 is still right here on Pinduoduo. Now the site's live. It's great. We already know about this. Remember, we buy the rumor, sell the news, right? And so today you're live here on Pinduoduo, and you're also bumping up to $72 again. So 72 hits right back here, all the way. It goes all the way back to December, and then again right here in January, and we bumped up to 68, and then now over the last couple days, 72 has been that high, right? So it even looks better on a 20-minute chart, if I can show you that. So here we go. So, I mean, this is 72. I mean, it's 72, it's 72.20, 72 whatever. But, I'm just thinking today that you've had this big, huge move up in Pinduoduo. Obviously, I think it's been the best of the Chinese ADRs besides some of those recent IPOs. But, Pinduoduo bouncing its head again off 72. And if we're going to sort of use that theory here where we buy the rumor, sell the news. Well, today's a news day. Site live. Let's wait to see how that goes. It's nice that it's there, but you're still up to this 72 level. I think it's a short in front of that. Why not? I mean, it's been a short before. Let's see if it can go down. I mean, the thing about it too is it's held to 69 really nice. So I don't know if we break back down below here. Obviously, as the NASDAQ continues its march higher, this is going to come into play again on the low side for maybe a long, not a break short. But I still think you try the short up here until you break maybe 72.50 or something on Pinduoduo. Pretty strong, made a base down here. It's going to try it again. If it takes it out, then you want to definitely hit that long. So I think you go short around that 72. Maybe you change your mind at 72 flat. That high has been 72. I mean, let's just give it 20, 25. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's in there somewhere on these wick tops. But we've always made these tops and then faded back out. So this is what I'm saying about this. Like, I got to look at this chart. But look at this. It hits up here early yesterday, 72. fades out all day. But we saw what happened yesterday. The market opened up, boomed, and then tanked, and then ripped at the end. So even when it ripped, it only got to 71.40, right? Might have just got exhausted because the play was just too long from down here, from 70 up to 71.50. That makes sense. Then early the next day, right? Again, on these rumors, on some strength, up to 72. That's where it stopped, then faded back in $3 again. Makes the move in the afternoon. Where does it stop? 72. So I just feel like we've been here before. Let's see, the news is out now. We already knew about it. Every time it was up here, we knew about the news. But the thing is, the market didn't help it get that push. So today, if the NASDAQ's going to help us push through 72 bucks, which it looks like the NASDAQ wants to help all markets today, then or all stocks today, then I like Pinduoduo, but I still think it's a shot there at 72 for the short side. It's a NASDAQ name. It could run huge. You could watch other Chinese ADRs, but hey, there is always that sell the news event. It's out today. Will it test 72 again? Yes, it will. I think it's worth a short. And look at the risk, Luca. You can go short 72, get out 72.50, something like that, and Bob's your uncle. It's 50 cents worth of risk. I think you can put some shares in there and give it a go.
Yeah, I like that idea. Just kind of looking at the chart here, and it's like, if we are going to get that break, this is the thing, right? Setting up, looking like maybe we're going to get the breakout here, but it's a very obvious, and I love the idea of, buy the rumor, sell the news. It's kind of one of those repeatable events that you see over and over again. Doesn't matter the time, doesn't matter the place, it will happen over and over again. And when you get risk like this, where it's like, kind of wick off top 1, 2, 3, 4 times, you take your shot, right? You take your shot, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? Just make sure you're managing risk. One of the things I'm looking at as well, somebody's saying, chips up, and I'm quickly glancing over at NVIDIA, at AMD. I'm asking myself, that 84 level on AMD yesterday, obviously, much better play yesterday as opposed to today. But even looking at it from today, it's like, are we going to run to 84 and then reject that level? A lot of people in the chat here, I see people saying, oh, it's a fake out to the upside. It's going to reject 4,000, go down. And somebody was like, oh, imagine we actually get a big green day. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well. And it's like you have that kind of 4,000 level. You have the positive news. It looks good right now. But the real question is, are we going to hold, right? Are we going to hold? It's Friday. We're going into a long weekend, new quarter beginning. Is this going to set the tone? Are we going to go up? Are we going to go down? Everybody asking themselves these questions. And, I'm very curious to see what happens, right? I'm very curious. I like the long just because, things are moving up right now. It kind of feels good. Maybe off the open we push higher. But for the most part, and, I was talking to Sean about this too, it's like we're in a market where, you're in the money, like take the money, pay yourself, right? Like you get that move in your favor, pay yourself. Yesterday NVIDIA, you had the outsized move. It was obviously very bearish to the downside. But now imagine you're looking at your position today and it's back above 140. You were at 133, 135, you had opportunities to cover that, from swing trading perspective. But even intraday, inching up towards that 140 level going into the close yesterday. So yeah, definitely still the market where, if you are in the money, pay yourself something because, you never know if things are going to whiplash back.
Just having a look at the Fed funds tool after that number, guys, still 70-30 towards a 75 basis point interest rate hike to come then in September. So it actually ticked up a little bit there on that jobs report. Let's bring in Michael Noss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, for a discussion this morning on an interesting idea that I'm sure everyone, great to see you, Michael, as always. Happy Friday. An interesting idea that I'm sure everyone has heard before, the terminology and the idea behind this trade, but you've come up with a bit of a spin on how to approach it and also a scan to go along with it.
Yeah, so this was something that was requested by our clients. It's one of those things that I'm sure a lot of people have heard before, but I just want to talk about how you could kind of move it differently. So I'm going to talk about the golden cross. The short version is usually called the death cross, and generally speaking, this is one of those indicators that's kind of as old as time, one of these setups that if you go back to the original technical analysis textbooks hundreds and hundreds of years ago, you'll see a lot of this stuff going on there. So the first chart that I have here, just to talk about it, it's basically you're just taking a 50-period moving average, and I know that Sean uses the 50-period moving average a lot in his trading, and you're using the 200-period moving average, which is one that's utilized a whole bunch by large hedge funds and institutions for marking performance and things like this. and you are just comparing these two moving averages and you're looking for crosses. So like anything, I first want to see if just because something is old and has been traded for a while, I want to make sure that there's always merit there. So as a stats nerd, I love to do that. So I took a look at the SPY. Here's kind of how the traditionals would trade it, where you're just looking for the 50 period moving average to cross over the 200 period moving average, and that's your buy signal. And then when it crosses down below that, that's your sell signal. So would have worked out amazingly here. You know, you would have missed a little bit of the bottom during the pandemic, but it would have triggered a buy just as the market started to make a new high. You would have had a good year or so of gains before selling out. But you know, two instances doesn't make a pattern, it makes a line. So I went back to 1994, I believe, here in this next chart, and we've done a little bit of a back test. And we said, okay, well, what happens if you did this on the SPY using it just the way that the textbooks say and the way that it normally works? And the shaded area is the return of the strategy of buying buying the golden cross and then selling the death cross. So you buy as the 50 breaks the 200 and you hold it until the 50 breaks down under the 200. And you can see over the long run, you outperform the market. One of the most interesting parts is that every time the market takes an incredible downturn, you're spending most of that time in cash, which, you know, would help mentally and things like that. But that's not really good enough for us. And we want to talk about how all things can be used for both day trading and swing trading. So in Trade Ideas, we've built a real-time scanner that will show you on 1 minute charts and on daily charts, golden cross and death cross as they happen. So I just wanted to show you an example from an intraday kind of point of view and how I used this scanner yesterday on Teledoc when it was happening here. So I noted the cross, and you can see that that cross happened in the middle of a bit of congestion. So the idea being that when the 50 period moving average flattens out and starts to hook a little bit higher, it might say, okay, now that's the change of trend signal. I don't like just buying based off of a signal like that, but what I do is just normal technical analysis. So I kind of noted the area of resistance that took place a little bit before then, and just put a stop limit up there and said, if we break that, I'm gonna buy some of this Teledoc. I know that the potential change in trend has occurred, so let me just put that order out there and see if it gets hit. You can see it gets hit on the area that I've denoted breakout, chopped around for a little bit until started to trend higher. So really interesting way to use a very short-term chart, a 1 minute chart, to potentially get a longer-term change in trend. But as always, I like to do a little bit of teaching. I like to brag about some new scans we have in Trade Ideas, but I always want to leave you guys with some symbols. So I went through and I looked at all of the golden cross that happened yesterday, and then I've got some kind of trade ideas around there. So here's AES. It's a pretty boring symbol because it's a utility, but it's holding up really, really well in this market downturn. If this can get over 26 after this cross happened yesterday, I kind of like the look of this one right here. The next one here is INVZ. It's an Israeli company that does something with vehicle manufacturing. This one is an interesting pullback. You can see that this kind of $6-ish area, or sorry, $5-ish area was resistance before, and now it's kind of acting as support. We've had that crossover signal yesterday, so I'm just going to take a look to see if that area holds, and it might be a nice little support play to play off of. Next here is Nova, same type of thing. Quite often when these crosses occur, the stocks can be overextended, so I found a couple ones that are pulling back, holding this gap. We talked about how gap fills are important before, so as long as it kind of stays above the area that we're in now in Nova, that's interesting. And then last but not least is ASTS, which is some sort of space company. Has a 24 to 25% short float, so a pretty big short float on this one. Had the cross occurring yesterday, hanging right out at a prior high. On any strength at all, I think I'm going to pick this one up because I really like the short float in this name.
Because I know that we'll get this question coming up here, Michael, when it comes to the intraday or smaller time frames, you're charting these moving averages based off of the time frame, not imposing like a higher, like a daily chart or a weekly chart or things like that, correct?
Yeah, it's taking the same concept and it's using these two moving averages and it's just adjusting it on different time frames. So again, on a daily chart, it's going to be the last 50 periods. So on a 1 minute chart, it will be the last 15 minutes, basically.
So I just want to make that clear because I'm sure people are wondering. Also, on an intraday time frame, you're obviously going to get more signals. So when it comes to the amount of signals in comparison to the higher time frame, was there a wide variant there? And if so, how did that kind of skew the results, or did we do that back test?
We did a little bit of that back test. The way that I like to always filter results, and this is just for not just for this setup, but almost everything. And I hear you guys talk about it a fair amount. It's relative volume. So what we looked at is the crossovers, and we found that the higher the relative volume, which just means how much extra volume is being done today, the better off that the trade worked out to be, right? And the reason for that is if it has high relative volume and people are trading it way more today than normal, that usually means it's in play. So there's some sort of news going on. There's some sort of catalyst out there. So what I do is, as I was scanning through these, one of the reasons I picked Teladoc is I think it was doing about 2 times normal volume. So that's a good way to make sure, because you're right, you're going to get a lot of results. It's to make sure that you're kind of filtering down into the stuff that's interesting in this particular day, and then just kind of ignoring all the stuff that's just moving as normal.
I love the concept of, as you said, adding maybe technical analysis in addition to this signal to actually filter out an individual trade. But great concept, great idea. I love the idea of taking those macro or higher time frame ideas and bringing them down into an intraday chart. Michael Nosh, charter market technician for Trade Ideas. Have a wonderful long weekend. We'll speak again next week.
All right, talk to you then.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Noss, Trade Ideas. Hit up Michael Noss on Twitter as well. Just Google his name, you'll see it there. Great guy, can hook you up with some trade ideas, and what a great platform, and he is 100% correct, man. They build stuff for you. He's had some race conditions built for us, for RSI. Look at this, Meta. I just want to go with what Michael was saying there. Yesterday, here's Meta's cross. So it happened at about 2:15 anyways. This is the 50 is the purple, the 200 is the green. And you could see right here off that cross just yesterday, straight up to the upside, right? And again, when you're data mining and looking at old things, it's a lot easier to say, oh, well, I just would have gone long there, right? But also sort of coinciding with some of the bottoms and breaking out this top as well, back up there to the upside. I think Brendan and Michael talked very, very importantly there is that it's not always going to be one simple indicator that you're going to look at. People are always looking for that holy grail. I think you got to combine a few different things before you just say, you know what? Okay, this cross happened, that's it, I'm long. Or, you want to make sure that the momentum's there in the market and a few other things, but that's why Trade Ideas is so awesome, to be honest with you, is they give you those flashing indicators. They'll let you know, hey, look, this is happening. And you might want to do it on a name like a TDOC, like a Rivian or Starbucks or Meta, like something that's moving so that there is more interest looking at that as well, because, hey, he already mentioned that golden cross is over hundreds of years old. The stock market's not that old, but hundreds of years old as we look at it. And sometimes when you're looking at the same thing as everybody else, it's a crowded trade. But hey, for momentum and for an indication on possibly which way you'd rather be favoring, the long or the short, you could definitely use that cross. So I like that, the 50 and the 200. You ever use anything like that?
I personally do not, but I like the idea of kind of lining everything up together. So having multiple reasons to get in, multiple reasons to kind of add to your position. There's no obviously, kind of one perfect way to do it. You want to combine everything together and kind of make everything work for you. But, you find a nice level, you see the crosses, you kind of look at the book, you see people bidding, and this is all reasons to kind of either get into your position or add to your position, just giving you that conviction. We talk about it all the time in the trainee meetings with everybody. Greg says it all the time. That C word, you need to have conviction to hold on to your trades, and I think this is just another good example of helping you do that and kind of adding to your repertoire.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning, guys. As you can see on screen, first segment of the show, as always, brought to you by True Trading Group. Check them out. Use the QR code. Bottom of the screen right now. A bit of a quiet board today. We'll talk about Lululemon, obviously, big report for them. Holding and we're actually higher now. The high from aftermarket and that report yesterday. CRM on here. Guggenheim with an upgrade on CRM, Salesforce. Smartsheet, Azure Power was a mover going back to earlier in the week. And Allbirds, again, to the downside.
Allbirds. Some of these companies, man, like they make those shoes that Neil was trash talking in, and then all of a sudden he found out that his wife bought him a pair of those. So shout out to Allbirds there. But I'm interested because I'm an investor here in CRM, and it's been a absolute. I don't even know how to explain it. I was going to say a word, something show there, but it's been one of those things here since earnings. CRM. Funny that they're getting upgraded. Like I want to read more about that maybe over the weekend here, but like you're down to 155 now, and this is basically the lowest. Not basically, this is the lowest it's been down here, right near at these bottoms. So you want to pick something up that you think can go if the market. You know, if you're bullish on this market, software company, again, you know, I like the management. We've talked about that. Mark Benioff. I don't have a problem buying this name. I don't really, you know, software as a service and all that. We were just talking about this today with Da Vinci versus Adobe and stuff like that. And that is that, you know, as there becomes different opportunities out there, are people still going to, you know, stick with Salesforce? I know they're embedded into a lot of companies back end and whatnot, and obviously it's a great piece of software as far as I know. We don't use it here. I mean, again, as far as I know, but Salesforce, a big one there for management, customer acquisition, management, data, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but that 155 down here, I mean, that's staring you right in the face. You had that wick bottom down to 150 flat, like. I mean, if you want to buy some leaps or something like this, or I mean, it doesn't have to be that far out, but a couple months out even. I mean, why? This was just at 190, stopped right there on this top. Now you're right back there at the bottom. I think Salesforce could be possibly a buy down here. Like I said, I want to be able to read. I want to read that report. Why are we upgrading this off of such a nasty move to the downside? But again, this is what their financials are talking about right here. Forward PE of 27, currently 285 according to FinViz. Forward of 27 still seems a bit high here, but you know, this is a growth stock. Well, I mean, was a growth stock. Obviously making a lot of money, but you know, not good enough here in this environment. So let's wait to see what happens with Salesforce. But that's an interesting name here on a daily chart.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking at the daily there as well, and you got that 150 level, huge psychological level there. And you know, like, I mean, when's the last time that we were back down there, right? Like, you had the nice bounce at this level, kind of was holding around that 160 level, coming back down, now flirting with it. And you know, I'm asking myself, are we even going to get there today? You know, maybe next week. Not too sure, but definitely very, very clean. You know, you can see the start of the pandemic, everything kind of fell off. That's when we were below, and then quickly kind of came back above, and then the whole time spent this time above, right? So, you know, maybe kind of acting as support, that 150, definitely interesting.
All right, I just threw that in the chat there, guys, the CRM note. If you want to have a read, because it is a bit of a lengthy one, let's get you caught up on how things in Europe are shaping up to end off the week. Obviously getting a bump with this move in North American futures as well. Nicely positive across the board now for European markets. 1.25 for England. Germany up 2 full percent. France about 1.2. Down here, Sweden, 1.6 as well, 1.8 for Turkey. So a nice start to the week. As I mentioned, that is the social sentiment board to start things off on a Friday. It is, I mean, a little bit more red than I was actually expecting it to be. This BIAF back on the watch list again this morning. It was that crazy low float IPO, if you missed it yesterday. It's actually a U.S. company. I looked it up this morning, but teeny tiny float, 1.3 million shares came to market yesterday, was halting all over the place. SPY, obviously green now. Tesla on here, green. AMC to the downside. DWAC, APE shares to the downside. ABCT, ATXG, some high flyers from this week as well.
Yeah, if we're going to talk about high flyers, I mean, whatever, that BIAF, I mean, we'll check that. I think once it starts to halt the first time, maybe then you look at it and you play it for the second halt, could come in. I think the most interesting name on the list, again, today is going to just have to be Bed Bath & Beyond, because, like, you're right down here again at this $8 mark. So, you know, you're down here to $8.50. And I don't want to always, you know, seem to think that we're talking about, like, where's this chart now? Okay, well, I don't even have a minute chart on Bed Bath & Beyond right now, but Frustrating. But you know what I was getting at here. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna have to call up some e-signal charts probably in a second here. But this 830 bottom, $8. You're right into here again. I know it's a little hard to see because we were extended out here, and unfortunately I can't pull this up. There it is. Come up there a little bit. But anyways, this 820 bottom. You're right here and you're bouncing off against it. So I mean, $8 long. You know, we hit this the other day, and again, you know, with this minute, is it loaded up now? It still is not, but there it is. Okay, so this minute chart here on Bed Bath & Beyond, just looking at that, on that day when we had, you know, all of that financing and the restructuring and everything, we were trading this in the pre-market. Yesterday, it makes that bottom. Is this even yesterday? Makes that bottom at 860. Where's the day I'm looking at where it was bottomed at 8? There it is right here. So this is that day, comes down here, touches 825, and then bounces the rest of the day, even touches $10 later on in that day. So, you know, a $2 move, that's 20% there in about an hour off the 8 bottom. So I think if you're going to come back in, look, there's 8 this morning real early. It hit it, ripped to 870. So, you know, I know that's the non-farms payroll number, but I like $8 here as a bottom. I think our charts are a little bit corrected. Now, I said to Luca that I was hoping at 9 o'clock the charts would activate themselves, and maybe they did a little bit there. So I think you buy Bed Bath & Beyond near that $8. If it breaks it, you get out. It's a pretty easy risk to reward trade there. I wouldn't look for anything long off these levels yet. I'd let it see if it can drift back down to 8. So as far as the squeeze plays, I'd be a Bed Bath & Beyond trader today.
So, yeah, something I'm looking at as well. I see people talking about PXMD. I want to say small cap of the day, potentially. This thing's done 5 million shares already. And, yeah, chart's slow to load. Maybe they haven't had espresso yet. But, you know, everybody looking at the chart here. Low float, it's showing me, I'm checking Flow Checker right now, and it's showing me 2.7 Morningstar, 1.3 million. So I'm just going to make the assumption that we are low float, you know, sub 3, sub 4 million. So kind of, you know, giving you the idea of how this thing's going to move today. Decent amount of liquidity on the book, though, kind of interesting. And I'm seeing, you know, first day being August 26th. I think I just, like, quickly looked it up, and I think it just listed on the NASDAQ, like, recently. So, you know, maybe this runner of the day. But, yeah, that $10 level, I think the high I'm seeing here is a 1050, which was on August 26th. You know, quite a ways away from that, but, you know, we know how these things move, right? They could really get going. So, yeah, we'll see if this thing can actually, like, break,
my cough button.
You know, break 7, break 8, get towards 10, and see what happens. Definitely excited. Always excited when, you know, some type of small caps are moving.
T-filing on that. Pax Medica. I'll shift through that as we go here. But I also just saw, Sean, Russell Wilson coming up on CNBC in a few minutes. Russell Wilson should probably be on our show. That would be a better idea. Definitely. Let's get into everything else you need to know here heading towards the open, guys. Make sure you grab that every single morning before you join us then at 8:30, and we'll get you prepared for the open, absolutely free to you. All you need is your email address. We'll send it right to your inbox now for free. We'll talk about some of these chip stocks this morning. We had a slew. There was probably 4 or 5 negative notes come out, some downgrades on the entire group, some individual then downgrades as well on NVIDIA and AMD, some price target adjustments after this Chinese news that came out yesterday. As I mentioned, though, with the overall market move off the non-farm payrolls number, all that kind of gets thrown to the side.
Thanks for all the blessings there. I just told Lucas, like, my finger was literally on our cough button. It was a sneeze, so it's not, everything's all fine here. We're all feeling real good here right now. But maybe it's because it's a cough button, not a sneeze button, like it's supposed to mute my mic. So I don't know, we'll figure that out after the show here. But yeah, so look, I wrote down AMD. The same story is going to go for this as we said yesterday. I want to see this 84 break, right? And so right there, 84 was the bottom 2 days ago. It didn't get there yesterday. It came pretty close, man. It got to 83.25. Then that tank happened. And what a great bottom this was at 78. Even if you call it an 80 bottom, you had to give it about $1.50 worth of room. None of my trades are showing up here, but it was a fun trade yesterday into the close. We did wind up hitting the long. There's that cross again that Michael Noss was talking about. Again, the 200. It's just funny that he came with that. Like, I added the 200 on my chart, you guys know, about a month ago or so. So that's it right there, breaking that to the high side. So that's what we're looking at. VWAP blue, pink, the 50 period. But, you know, a big move back to the upside there yesterday. If this market is now saved by some random non-farm payrolls number, then great. I don't want to go long this name until we break above 84. And I feel like until then it's going to be a short. The only problem with all this is the market is holding. It hit that 50 period and bounced back up. So I think I am going to go short. I'm already sitting here waiting at 83.70. So it's 83.75 I'm waiting at. You know what? I'm going to change that. I'm going to put that at, because last time it was like, you know, came really close to hitting it, never did. I'm going to put it at 83, like 72 or something like that to that upside. So let's put it right there and see if it happens. But I'm going to try to short that. Even on that pop, I mean, again, I was sitting at 83.75. It only gets to 55 on that non-farm payroll number. I think we could take it out here today. I want to go short first, though, because shorts have been printing. I mean, I really like the long above 90 to change everything up here on a directional side of things. That's roughly where the 50 period is on the daily chart. I didn't really look at NVIDIA today, although obviously with yesterday's down at one point, down 13%, closing at 8%, NVIDIA definitely a look. But I'm trying to keep things as simple as I possibly can. Here's the 20-minute. There's 84. I mean, if you want to get going here, you got to take out 84. So I'll go short on that until the market starts to boom in my face, and then we'll switch it up and we'll go long off 84. So I might not even go short, man. I mean, I just like, if this market wants to go, and we can put a poll up or something, like, but I mean, do we think this market's actually going to go up today? Like, is there going to be one day where it's solid throughout the whole morning, just going up? Sure, yesterday we wound up, I think about flat at the close there, depending on the market, but it was a huge move that you had to withstand early, right? You had to like withstand this move and then try to catch that bottom. So I'm looking at this AMD like I want that 84. It's right here. I think it's worth testing the short. It's Friday. You know, the next big data point is September the 13th with CPI. So you got about 7 or 8 more trading days before that happens. Monday is a holiday, so the market's not even open. Do we want to hold shorts into the weekend? I don't know. Do you want to hold longs into the weekend? I mean, there's not too much macro happening right now where I feel like, you know, we're even talking about Russia or China or anything like that. The problem was the ban of those AI chips from the US into China. That's what sent NVIDIA yesterday, Luca, all the way to the downside. AMD fell with it. I'm not sure that was right. I'm going to try the short in front of 84, but when it doesn't work, we're going hella long, baby.
Yeah, you know, I kind of like that level there. It's pretty obvious. You know, everybody's kind of looking at the same thing there, so it does make sense. Speaking towards NVIDIA as well, I'm not really sure I have a kind of strong feel on this one, but it just feels like, you know, most of the selling obviously coming in the day of on the news, right? And then we had the bounce back. And keep in mind, this is SSR, right? Day 2 SSR today. And just looking at the overall market, again, this is ES, and I know it is a NASDAQ name, but bouncing off that 39.80 and now making its way towards 4,000. Everybody asking themselves, is this real? Will we break above 4,000? Are we going to go long to the upside? You know, if everything wants to act together and kind of move to the upside, kind of feel like, you know, we could get that move to the upside with AMD, with NVIDIA, with the rest of the market. And looking like it wants to maybe hold that 140. Keep in mind the 140 breakdown from yesterday, you know, that we had, that probably everybody had there, very, very clean and just kind of faded off, but then came back and reclaimed, right? So now we are back above that 140. It is SSR today. You know, if you didn't sell yesterday, like, are you selling today? Back above that level. So I'm asking myself, are we going to hold that 140 and move to the upside? And it kind of feels like there's a little bit of room to go for a pop. I don't want to say too much, but I mean, like, we could get back up to like 142, 143 area, and then kind of see how that reacts. Unless, you know, we just kind of sell off the open. I think it really depends on what the overall market wants to do.
I was just checking, guys. From where we are right now on the NASDAQ, it's 1.8% on the week. So there is, I mean, it would have to be a huge day, obviously, but there is a chance at a positive week. Here's Lulu, speaking of hugely positive, just took out 325, took out that pre-market high in the jobs number as well. They raised their forecast. Nice numbers right across the board for Lulu earnings.
Yeah, I mean, my call was long. We made that call yesterday at about 3 o'clock for Lululemon, or whatever, near the close, I guess, that this was going to sort of have that pop to the upside there. nothing really. I mean, their report was absolutely fantastic. We can go over it. I mean, just like Brendan said, they've raised everything, man. Outlook between 975 and 990 from 930 to 950. That's huge. Also an increase on their revenues from 7.8, from 7.6 to 7.8. I mean, these are just the bottom numbers. Everything is up, man. They also adjusted earnings topped 220 versus 187. Like Lululemon, talk about performing at like high levels. Not only that, I mean, look, we all love the pants and all that kind of stuff. Let's be perfectly honest. Both male, female, everybody loves that pant. They're actually in the male game, obviously. Tom Brady, a couple years ago, was one of their spokespeople. I don't know if he still is here. Lululemon yesterday got going a lot. Now to the upside. The interesting thing is now selling what? We had this in here. Belts, golf, and tennis clothing now. So, lots happening. This name now up that 10+%. If you're looking at a daily here on Lululemon, you're running into some kind of trouble here, but you got a little ways to go before we get to that. That's 335. 330, I mean, low 330s up to that 340 high right there. And then you're back into these levels of April where you had that huge move to the upside. Nike came and their last quarter was not good as well. Came down, brought it back with Nike. But hey, if some of these shipping concerns are away, like I'm still actually waiting. So I ordered a couple pairs of shoes, about 2 weeks ago, so from Nike, still waiting for those. Apparently in the country though, so that's nice. If Lululemon can continue to perform and do well here, even though there is a push to go back to work, I mean, I feel like remember, Lulu gets a huge bump because of that whole stay at home, right? People buying Pelotons, getting on their equipment, sitting at home, lounging, taking off the dress pants for yoga pants and stuff like that. Lululemon definitely operating so well during the pandemic. It got as high as $500. Still not that bad. Performing quite well now, up to 300. Even though people are going back to work, the work environment has got infinitely more casual. And, I still think they continue to work here. High quality product. And that's what even they mentioned, man. A lot of higher quality, higher income, sort of money flowing into these guys. So, hey, I don't know, man. Maybe the consumer is a little stronger than many think here. I like it as far as a trade today. I mean, I always, like, whenever you see something up 10, 11%, like, remember yesterday, Okta, we had to sort of wait for that to settle down, and then we shorted it, so we were trying to short some pops on Okta yesterday because it was down that 30%, so this name is up 10% and performing well. I feel like you can get back to this 320 area, which would be a push to the long side, right? So that's what I like for Lululemon, alongside push back down to 320 first. So I don't want to take out any of these tops. I feel like a lot of people will get in there and try to buy. I'd rather buy a dip than take out any tops here on Lululemon.
Yeah, I'm sort of quickly asking myself, are we going to have that classic earnings action where we sort of go up, come back down, dip below, pre-market low area, and then kind of, balance off and just trend up, if the overall market wants to continue? And if you want to just share my screen very quickly, kind of thinking here like maybe we get that move to the upside, that kind of move back down, the little bit of the hold at the pre-market low. And if that holds there, then maybe we get the trend up. So, lining up with the 320 area, potentially a good idea there.
Real-time drawing from Luca. Here's a note on Bed Bath & Beyond from Jefferies. It's interesting in a couple of ways. If you remember back to the corporate update that they provided, they also said that they had hired Jefferies as a part of the stock sale, the brokerage side of Jefferies. And then Jefferies analysts come out with almost a double on the price target for the overall stock, going to $9 from $5.
Oh, I missed that. What was that, Bed Bath & Beyond, Brendo? Yeah. So we sort of looked at that Bed Bath & Beyond trade again. We're getting in trouble for muting our mics, which is fine. No, we're just playing, just playing around. So again, so Bed Bath & Beyond, we sort of talked about that a little bit here, down that 1.38%. It was down a hell of a lot more early. It got that bump up again, and we just talked about retail being strong. The thing is, these guys, we just talked about the raise, right? I mean, they're trying to raise, or they did raise $500 million, restructured, closing stores, this and that. Their market cap continues to be under $1 billion, or roughly $1 billion as it's coming through. Are they going to get saved at one point? I'm not sure. They're not anything like Lululemon, obviously, but you got to look at support and resistance levels, and you're down here to $8. I have a buy waiting here at $8.15. Like, I'm waiting for a price to come back in. Let's test that $8 and then let's go. I mean, yesterday here on the 1 minute chart, again, boom, boom, boom. Some people saying I'm a brand ambassador for Lululemon. Hey, if anybody knows anyone there, I'll take a side hustle. You know what I'm saying? I'll go out there and start pushing it. I'm gonna go start. Oh, I want to get if Bears versus Bulls. If you could do me a favor, I'm gonna do that stalking the streets today. I'm gonna go out on the street, start talking to some people, ask some questions. I got to think about what to do. I want to be entertaining. So if any of you have anything like that, put in the chat questions to ask, but real ones, like what I should do here. I'm almost thinking like a Lulu versus Adidas versus Nike type of thing there. I could do something like that today. Pretty topical on that. But there's Bed Bath & Beyond down to that $8. If you're looking for a trade today, I mean, you know, the short is probably here around 9.25, something like that, where we flirted with yesterday. But, you know, a back move down to 8 is what I'm looking for. A quick fill down here would be nice. Then hold it for a pop back to like 8.40, 8.50, something like that. You know, we've seen this stock move, obviously off the open yesterday, boom, then up to 9.30, then straight down about 80 cents to that 8.65 before fading all day. Remember, we had that epic rally yesterday in the market at the close. Does this look like an epic rally? It does not. It looks like the opposite. So take away the epic part. This is just a drift down here into 860. That's where we're at right now. I feel like you can get bumped down here to 815. When that happens, your stop is breaking through 8. So that's 15 cents, give slippage 20 cents. And I think you have more than that to the upside if you're right. So I like the long down there. I think it's a short up here near 9.920, and you just got to play the momentum. That's the easiest thing about AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond and all of these names is that you can see the momentum as it's starting to pick up. All of a sudden, it'll just be kind of sleepy, and then they'll take out 850, 860, 870, 88, and you're like, okay, you know, here we go. And then at that point, you flip over to it, look at some key levels, and then let's go. So I'm already bidding down there near 8 and change. It's because I'm going to be looking at so many more names. So I want to be long there. If we get down to that $8 level, we've seen it happen too many times. Stories, all that, I don't care about them. The stock is going to move the way it moves. I mean, we care about them, but I'm here to get the fill and then react once I get that.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. Reacting is huge. And, you know, I don't really have too many thoughts on BBBY. You know, that 850 from yesterday going down to 8, it kind of makes sense to me. I'm going to take the flip side and say this a no trade for me. This is definitely a no trade for me. I just don't like the breakdown. I'm not really sure. Like, I want to short, but I'm just not sure where we could potentially go to the downside. So for me, it's a short the pop kind of thing. And, you know, if we get to that, like, 10, 11 area, then it gets interesting. But, you know, we are far away from that. I'm not really sure we have the steam to get there today. So just kind of flip side scenario. You know, I'm thinking playing off that 10 level if we get there. But, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Forward here, a decent move, 2.7% already. August sales numbers just out for Ford. Looks like this right now, just took out 15.5 there on a volume spike, but August sales for Ford better than expected. Let's go to Meta and Qualcomm. Not a huge story, but Meta and Qualcomm announcing they're going to team up for a chip specifically for the VR headset for Meta, but I mean, neither really doing anything on this outside of the overall market move, but nice deal for Meta.
Yeah. Again, on the sticky note, so we're already way away from this. I was talking about this earlier. Meta's on the sticky note. We liked the long yesterday. We actually had a great long off the bottom near this 160. There's that golden cross. Now I'm always going to see these now. We talked about this when we just finished with Michael Noss, where that wound up coming through. But, I mean, I had it on here on our sticky note right here. See this? See, I can print nice, right? Isn't this nice? Non-farm payrolls up here will be key for a direction. I'm trying to do that for you. But here's Meta. I don't know why my pen is pointing at this price, but there it is right there, 166.50 long. News with Qualcomm. Brendan just talked about that. Buy a big off the bottom yesterday, multi-day break if the long comes in at 8:30. Well, hey, all of that basically happened almost exactly. The long came in at 8:30. We have that multi-day break of 166.50 right here. Just looking at it, I mean, yesterday that high right there, 166 at the close. So we're looking at that. Here's 166.50 up here. That's actually 167. There's our 166.50 level. We're back above that now. If I could even zoom out even more than this, maybe go into like a 3-minute chart or so right there. So here's some issues up there. So I was just looking to say, hey, if we took out 166, here's 166.50. It must be on a daily chart where it looks a little bit better than this, but it's 167.50. The thing about this break is what I was talking about is most of these top candles happen right away off the open, right? And so it's more like some of these levels here, 166, some of these levels that started this move to the downside. I don't know. Again, the market is starting to go to the upside right now pretty decently, taking out right now the current day's high. The market is already above 4,000, man. We're at 4,010 on the ES. So anybody looking for a 4,000 break, no. You may get a retracement back into that, but right now the NASDAQ's taking out highs. Meta's more aggressive than the market. What a move off that bottom yesterday. We just talked about Bed Bath & Beyond going one way. This name goes the other. And yeah, right up there to 166. Any kind of a pullback in Meta, and I want to be here for that trade. But again, it's already off. I want the long here on Meta. I feel like now that it's up so high, let's go back to a 1 minute just to see about some levels from yesterday. All right, so you have the 50 period, pretty clean right here, back down to 165.50. That could be a trade right into there. So that might be an area to start to build. I really like to see something baseline one way or the other. So I say on Meta, you wait. You don't get too excited. See if it can fall back into this 165 area. I don't think it does today. You know, the NASDAQ's ripping. We're starting to take out some new highs. So if you're going to go at the 20 minute, there it is right there. It's 168 then. So we're getting really close to that 168 level. There, you know, we could run right into 170. That's a $2 winner. You'll take that every day, I hope. So, you know, 168 break, I guess, on Meta is what we're going to have to deal with. And don't be afraid to do it. Like Meta up 1%. The NASDAQ could go up 2% today. If that's the case, Meta's up 4%. So, I mean, you just, you know, take the long if you like it. I do. Unfortunately, I liked it $1 ago, and you know that number just came out so hot that I mean it didn't, but the market thought it did. So a nice move to the upside here as non-farm payrolls comes in last month 528, this month 318 or three. What was the number exactly? 315. So again, you know, a little bit of a beat on what they were expecting. Still a downside number, sends the market to the upside there, thinking that now the Fed, you know, has more pause for concern. So let's wait to see here what Meta does. But hey, hard to ignore that 168 break at this point. I just don't want to take it early. I want it to come down, base out, then go for that run, and then we'll hit it. But Meta 168, I like it. I like it a little lower, but 168's nice.
Yeah, you know, looking at your sticky note there, I'm wondering maybe you should have been a doctor. I don't know with that.
I am a doctor, my friend. Doctor of thugonomics.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? You know, from the streets of Brampton. You know, I just let Neil, like I just kind of like let Neil do all those raps. You know, I have my own underneath, and we'll save those. But yeah, thanks for that, Luca. I think I probably should have been a doctor as well. And then we do YouTube like what we'd be doing, operations live on the show?
Live operations,
stuff like that.
Like,
look at that. Look what Meta just did right now. We're taking 168 right now.
Wow,
I mean,
crazy.
Okay, here we go. Go ahead, Luca. What do you want to say about anything there?
No, absolutely crazy. Something that I want to talk just very quickly about, CMCM, something else that's moving on the New York. This thing wild, from 4 all the way up to 9. And somebody in the chat actually said 5-for-1 split. That's all I'm seeing. I'm not too sure, but that kind of does sound right. Looks like a day one mover. Just keep in mind, I think this is easy to borrow. I'm looking at the spread of like 10 cents at some time, so I'm not too sure the float. I can check it very quickly here, do that live. But this is a range. Like you got the range on this one. So this, I want to say, be careful. I think for me, my focus, like from the small cap side of things, will be PXMD. And I also want to touch upon that super chat that we received. I'm not sure who was from, but somebody was asking before. Thank you for that, first of all. And saying Tesla, what do we think Tesla going into the close? Not 100% sure, but that 280 level is interesting. That was kind of the breakdown level from before, and now we're back above with the overall market. So I'm wondering, is it going to give that same action where we hold the pre-market low area, kind of wick down below hold, but hold 275, and then kind of range or head up, right? So that's very interesting. In terms of where we go on the close, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine, but if the overall market's going up, I'm going to say Tesla's going up as well.
Be careful on that Cheetah Mobile, guys. That split was announced a week ago or a week and a half ago. So yeah, I didn't see anything new on that CMCM. A couple things. Oil back up 3% today. So all the energy names are back up about 3%. Ford as well, still taking out highs here, back to the upside. Here's another one moving. If you missed it, it was like 27% increase in August sales there for Ford. Drug up 20.75% here, 240 is this level. If you go back on the daily chart, it's already been up and through that a number of times above that 3 and then 320 to the upside. But this Bright Minds back in action once again today.
I can't believe Ford there on that rip on that new car, or not new cars, current car sales there for the month. Up 158,000 is the number there, up 27.3%. So just in case you guys were noticing there, we got, like, you know, as this market rips up and we're watching Meta, obviously we were standing there with AMD. So we did take a short there. I did get out of a third, man. So I got out of a third at 60. So we ring the register for 15 cents. Why? Because my risk tolerance right now is 25 cents. So if it came back in right there, filled me, and I could get the same trade right now again, filled me, and I was actually sitting there for another 10% at 50. That didn't come through, but you know, I want to watch out for this market. We could get an early pop. Obviously, as we have indicated right now that the NASDAQ's up that 1% and started to take out some new levels, even right now, 12,400. But I'm here for that short right now. We'll see. I'm bidding some 50s, then I'm bidding some O's, and then we'll see if it is one of those free fall Fridays. You could get bear trapped, right? Or bull trap, I guess, where a lot of people getting excited about this. They start buying options because they think today's going to be a good day into the close. And then the next thing you know, the door is closed and the market comes back in. That is a possibility there today for sure. The same, I mean, I kind of think it's 50-50 right now, whether or not the market goes even green this week. Brendan said that we're down 1.8% on the NASDAQ. I assume that was not including today. I'll have to double check that when he comes back. You guys probably, I should know that, but the fact that we're up 9 today means we're only down 1% on the week. Could send it reeling a little bit. See how my drug chart was just there and now it's not? So again, I don't know. Going to be hard for me to look at this for you, but that bottom of 160, you know, 120 coming into play. This is up that 22% again. We've seen this dance around $3. If this ever gets back to $3, anywhere around there, I think that's a decent area where you start to trim 280, 260, something like that. But for right now, whether or not the stock is on drugs or this chart is or whatever, right now not working out. Yeah, that's a name to look at. Look, man, we only have 3 minutes to go. AMD is pulling back. We're on the bid. We should get it. You know, just a couple more ticks down. We'll be getting a couple more fills. That's to get out another 10% on our AMD short. Starbucks we didn't get to, but I like this name. Again, the level on the sticky note here for Starbucks is 86. Howard Schultz getting replaced. He was only there as an interim CEO. Anyways, being replaced now. Some dude coming from Europe has experience with Pepsi, and it was Beckett there, so he's coming in, making a play now on Starbucks. So hopefully they can deal with their labor issue that they have. I like this 86 long, but let's watch out for that play coming through. And then the Meta, Ford, and then PDD. Now Ford's on the list. And then there's PDD. PDD got almost to that 72 level before failing once again back down in. So we'll wait to see. I like this name. And why do we like PDD? We talked about this a little bit here that we've touched. There we go. We just got that fill. We've touched 72. Yeah, buddy. Hit the sirens right now as we'll take a little bit more off for AMD. But there's 72.15 upside for PDD. Only 2 minutes, and it's going to be Tony on the bell. Plus, I've already, you know, procured him to come on the show for a couple minutes in the afternoon. So that should be a real fun day as well. But hey, there's only 2 minutes left.
Yeah, you know, and I'm looking here, and somebody in the chat actually drugs, high risk, high reward. Kind of funny there. But yeah, guys, we got 2 minutes to go here. PXMD pushing towards the highs here, 580. 3 being the high, I think.
Come on, AMD. Holy.
I'm watching these even dollar levels just to kind of gauge this. I'm not really 100% sure what I'm looking for, but from yesterday, jumped into the snap short a little bit too early and watched it really go against me. So today I'm going to kind of let these things set themselves up for me and then, you know, like make decisions and go from there. So watching everything, and we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get. You know, are we going to reject off that 84 on AMD? Is Snap coming back through 1160? You know, 160 on Apple, definitely interesting. Let's see if that holds. You know, if it's the fake out, this is definitely a great opportunity to take the short. That's kind of what I'm telling myself. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Definitely extra interesting. And to whoever in the chat was saying Luca brought his best shirt, his white shirt. I got like 100 white shirts. Like I'm like a white shirt guy. So, you know, I'll just wear these every single time. It's definitely easy for me to put them on. But yeah, so it'll be interesting. We'll see what happens here. I'm looking at Apple back below that 160, actually just above before. And I'm thinking, it looks strong, right? Up 1%, it looks strong. But you got that kind of pop and drop action. And speaking of pop and drop action, you got PXMD, small cap. I'm looking for it to do something, let it set itself up, and then if it goes for like a high a day and get a kind of high a day clear out, I'm gonna like the short for a scalp, right? Quick in and outs. It is a low float, so just keep in mind that when you're in the money on these things, you just want to take them. So that's my plan there. We'll see what happens.
All right, here we go. Let's go, guys. With only 20 seconds to go, this should be a good one. Yeah, I just see that message there, Luca. Yeah, ask someone their best YOLO trade. That's not bad for on the street there. That's a good one there. We'll hit the countdown now. You see Tony in the background. He's here. He's in the building. Whenever Tony's in the building, it's going to be a good day. AMD, we're out of 2/3 of that trade when we have 3, 2, and 1. Let's see what this day brings. We are now open, ready to rock and roll. It is the madness that is Friday. So welcome, guys. Welcome to Trader TV Live. You've now found the best place to sit here and trade with. So here we go. AMD now making that move here up to 83.50, 83.55. Let's see if we do take out that 84 level. The NASDAQ bouncing around. We just took another out as well down there in the 30s. So AMD now not as much of a concern as we have taken out about 60% of this trade. Let's see if it does fall open. The casino MFM is now open, so you are correct about that. So let's just continue to watch out for this. Meta trying to take out some highs as well right now. 167. Sorry, that just hit 168 on that wick up, but then just fell back to 167. I'm going to try a 166 long, but I'm not going to try it for that long. If it fails, it fails. But here it comes back in. Meta coming to the downside here off of NASDAQ. Push down a little here.
Yeah, I'm looking PXMD. It broke that 6, did a lot of volume, ran up to like 615 area, and now back below. Loving that 1 minute action to the upside and downside. So I'm taking the short. If we go back above 6 here, I think I'm going to have to get out of this. Looking like potentially it wants to hold, but we could easily flush back down, right? See these all the time. Kind of make the high, break the pre-market high, do a bunch of volume, come back down. If volume slows, if nobody's buying this thing up, we're going back to the downside. But obviously very cautious on this one, right? If we break back above 6, who knows how high we go? Okay. We could go into 650. So just be very cautious on that one.
Okay, here we go. We're watching AMD here. It's going to be a decent trade for me to start the day off here. Come on, AMD, let's go. Let's get to that bottom, 83, 83.70 or so. I'm sitting at 83.04 right now for that fill. So let's see, just sitting in front of 83. We should be able to test it a little bit there. What a good trade this was for sure. 84 short on AMD. We wrote that down here. There it is right there. We have 83.72 right now as our price. Remember I told you I was going to go to 75. He went to 72. There it is right there. So that short coming in. But there it is. Come on, give me that. Yeah, buddy. There it is. Fail on AMD. As let's see if we take down 83. A big trade to start the day. 1 for 1 here on that one. Let's see where Meta's doing though right now. That bounces off 66. So we missed that. We're at 66.05. We actually want a 66 take there. Yeah, there it comes back in for AMD. A nice little trade, man. 75 cents to start the day. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Luca.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. 13 cents in the money on this short. I'm wondering if it holds and goes down. I'm going to be patient with it. If we get to VWAP, I'll cover that. But again, if we do break 6 there, then, out of that one here. And just quickly looking over at Apple, not inching its way back towards that 160. Not sure if I missed the fill there, but going to have to keep my eye on that if we do get back above. Looking like the market just came back through that 4,000 level. So, are we rejecting? And is this the high? And are we just going back down?
Come on.
It's Friday. Is it going to be a free fall Friday? We're up, but anything can happen. So, let's see what happens next.
I'm still waiting for that Meta 166 to come through. Maybe we can get that. But, guys, we're $1 in the money now. Let's just go, man. Hit those slap shots as the NHL getting back to work there. I saw Donovan Mitchell going to the Cavs. Sorry about that, Knick fans. But you guys have a lot of money, so go get somebody else. Okay, here comes Meta right back in right now. It's breaking through. It's actually activating itself pretty good here down through that 165 now. So now we've got to try to look for some kind of a level to support it. 165.50 and we're gone on Meta. We're not going to do this again today where we sit here and think that something's going to hold when it's not. So 165 breaking, we are out of Meta, and that would suck if that were to happen. But again, it's not like a huge position. We'll take an average in there. We do have that $1 in the money on AMD, more than $1 in the money now on AMD, but there comes Meta right back to the upside. So yeah, we'll take some piece out. I liked what Lucas said there where you sort of got to scalp a little bit here. Watch out for some of these levels. I'm here for the wins, and if we can get back to the upside, that'd be fantastic. we were just sitting there and it just stopped on my order again on Meta. So hopefully I'll just punch the offer there, get something out. I'm offering 10s now on Meta. Come on, just take a piece. Oh, just take a piece out. Like, that sucks. I was just waiting at 166.19. That's exactly where it went. Like, they're just hunting down these orders. I don't know. It feels like recently, man, there's a lot of prices that are like just sticky. Like, I put the offer out and it basically runs away, and now I'm gonna lose on this. So that sucks. But here comes Meta. There it is. That sucked, but that's too bad because we did have some offers right there to get something out. So Meta flushed that down the toilet. Sucky trade, but I mean, this is really like I told you we'd try the long there on Meta, and I don't feel bad about it at all. But you know, that was well worth it. But we're walking on water on the short. So right now it's a good one here. 83.70 short right now on AMD. I was talking to Rob about this earlier. He asked about Intel. I said these chip names just continue to fail, whether or not they're the future or not, which they are, Luca. The chips are in everything. But right now, look what is happening to AMD. I mean, this is exactly what we're here for, man. We're here for the short. That's day after day after day. We talk about this AMD short. Today we get it. We get aggressive with it. Let's take that again. We don't got diamond hands. If I did, man, I mean, diamonds the size of my hands, those would be on that market real quick right now, starting to make some profit. Maybe we got that bottom. We just took a piece out. So let's see what happens now moving forward.
Yeah, guys, you know, PXMD seems to be working for me here. Missed the snap short. This thing just fell right off the open. So hopefully somebody had that breakthrough 1170, really? Breakthrough 1165, breakthrough 1160, just break to the downside. I'm thinking, you know, I kind of want to short this. If we get a pop up to that 1160 area and kind of, you know, reject, it looks like VWAP's kind of setting itself up over there. You have this pre-market kind of consolidation to the upside, maybe acts as a short-term resistance. So I'm really, really hoping that we can get up even like 10 cents, kind of add to the short here and look for a move back down to 11. That would be a really, really awesome short. You know, overall market falling off. Snapchat kind of extra weak, down 1.7% right now, showing me this. So yeah, let's see if this thing can pop and we can add to that position. And just quickly looking at PXMD, covered a little bit right here in front of that 550 level. Now looking for the move back down. Let's see if we can get towards that 5. I feel like it's aggressive. I feel like, you know, maybe it's a little bit too much to ask, but these are small. Oh, there we go. That's the flush. We're getting some selling now. So like,
the hell?
I think like, you know, if we, yeah, maybe actually, you know what? Yeah, like I was thinking 26, but now that we're like, yeah, you know, 26 is good. I cover right here at the bottom. Maybe we get a bounce at 5, maybe, but you know, I'm not going to be too greedy. You know, like I want to keep it stress free going into the long weekend. You know, like we got the win already. Let's pad the stats some more.
Brendo, what up?
One moving back to the upside, Polypid, little biotech, PYPD, just halted to the upside after a surgery infection treatment failed for them. So a big move for PYPD. Back to the upside here.
Must be halted. Okay, guys. I mean, some big. I don't know. Honestly, let's just dap it up because I know a lot of us were talking about that. I talked about that possible bull trap happening at that upside there. Looks like that's exactly what we saw right there for that. Are we turning around? I honestly, man, there's Meta down to that 200 period, starting to still hit it to the low side there, taking down this 165. This is a name that I'm looking at. I like Meta for the long, but it's got to get going again. Do we even like the longs today? The NASDAQ's trying to bounce off some of those levels, almost back down to where we were, 12,300 basically on the NASDAQ into that non-farm payroll number. So possible bottom here, maybe 165 on Meta. That, you know, I could see that coming through there. That 165 bottom playing off 165.50. You know, I want to go long on Meta, so I'm going to go long if we break back back above 166. I know you're going to have to like sort of bear with me on this trade because it is going to be one of those ones that's going to dance around a little bit. I mean, I want to give it to the bottom, but still 165.50, maybe a decent long as well. Let's just start it here and see if the NASDAQ can hold up a little bit now. I mean, not a big position. If the NASDAQ breaks and we get out at 165, that's what winds up happening. But for right now, I am going to try to leg into this position instead of trying to take out tops. So here we go. I'm in it for Meta. We already got $2 in the money on AMD, so we're sort of doing really well with that trade. Well, here comes Meta. It's going to break 165, guys. No more trying on this. These are very, very light positions. But yesterday and the day before on Google, we kept buying those bottoms because we believed in it. But today, I don't know, man. Here's Meta. We're in it. We're long at 165.38 against a 165 bottom.
Yeah, and for anybody in the PXMD, so I'm looking, I initially said maybe let me cover 25s, 525, 526. Didn't cover. I'm like, okay, maybe we're getting that flush. For anybody watching the tape here, like we're seeing the bids getting hit. The bids are getting hit. Lots of aggressive selling is coming in. But then it holds. It holds a little bit. It shows that maybe it wants to hold this level. And again, the last thing I want is this thing to kind of rip against me. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just cover the rest there. Take the win. That was solid. I think that was like a 60-cent winner. Quick little scalp to start the day. Definitely can't complain. And I missed the Snapchat reload, but I think I might have an opportunity here. Inching its way back up. There we go. Okay, we got the first fill, 1158. Let's see if that 1160 wants to reject or if this thing's just going to rip back through and go to the upside. Kind of feel like the short could be good there. So I'm loving this position.
Brendo?
Tesla trying to bounce here, guys, off pre-market lows around that 278 level right now. They just announced their next AI day, or the second AI day for Tesla, coming up on September 30th for this one, guys, trying to bounce.
All right, I'm looking, I actually got another trade here. What, Meta? Like, Meta was just to the upside. I thought we were going to break long on Meta. Okay. All right, so yeah, this Meta long not happening. Like, it was in the 70s there, and I was debating taking some out. Like, that's how crazy this name is, and then it just does this again. And now we're going to get out on this trade. Like, that's crazy. I really thought that we had the long here on Meta at that bottom, and we did not. The NASDAQ turns again. So, we're not, like, obviously we've lost twice now on it, but we've really, I talked about this. I'm not going to sit in here and like watch the net bleed on longs that aren't holding. This market could easily go red again. And Brendan, when you gave that 1.8% number, that was excluding today or including? With today, okay. So when we were up 1% today, we were really down 2.8 plus today. Yeah, okay. So including today. So the market right now down about, I guess that 2% on the week or so now. Look at this name coming back in here. Meta just, again, instead of looking long at 166, look how good that short is at 166. So come on, the market started up. We tried the long, didn't work. But hey, let's not cry over spilled milk here, because we have a $2 right now and 20-cent winner on AMD. Great trade by you there today as well, Luca. So let's just keep this going up now. Maybe we'll look at Ford or something that was strong, maybe coming back in, and we could try to buy some of these dips. NEO down to $18 right now.
Wow, look at that. Man, anybody who's holding that PXMD short, you are getting paid, and I covered early. I'm just like, oh my God, now it's at 5. So if I was just patient, I would have got paid. Hopefully you guys are a little more patient than I am. My rule is, like obviously now doing the show, I'm just like, let me be careful, cover, take the money. And, first 15 minutes for sure, first 30 minutes, 45 minutes, you want to scalp, right? You want to take your winners. You never know where things are going. But, man, look at that snap short. Look at that top wick. Like, guys, I'm not always this good. Like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow, look at that, eh? And it literally wicked up, hit VWAP. And here's the thing. There's no, it's not like a kind of like a mystery, right? It's like 1160 was the previous level. And I was like, well, okay, like 1160 showed us 2 days in a row that it was the level. So maybe it's going to be the level again, take the shot there. So this is working for me. I want to say that 1120, maybe we get some sideways action. So, 1120, cover some, and then go for that 11 bounce there. I mean, this thing, you see this time and time again. It's like it runs up. It makes a high, then it just dies right off the open, and then maybe it's dead, right? Maybe we get to 1080 today, but, that would be an outsized move, not really expecting that. Just looking at the chart, I mean, imagine this. This is the move. If we double that, we're back at 11, right? So 11 final target for me, but yeah, 1120, maybe take profits.
Wow, and it's so... I started a sticky note, and then I wanted to write on there about non-farm payrolls. And on my old sticky note, I had that same Snapchat levels. So really great that you picked that out. Good job there on Luca for sure. So let's go. Yeah, let's dap that up, me and Luca right there. Hit the like button if you like this combo, first of all. We had to get the fund secured to get this guy on the show. And the good thing is he's delivering. So unlike some of the other free agents out there in the sports world, this kid's on it. Let's go, Brendo.
Heads up on BIAF. Big volume spike there, guys, through that pre-market high, which was also this resistance area from yesterday. Hasn't halted yet, but getting close here for BIAF.
BIAF. Yeah, where is Arun? Arun's on vacay, man. That guy's spending that money on the vacation. He will be back in, I think it's mid-September, so a couple more weeks, and we'll be subbing in Arun. He'll be coming back with the futures and so on and so forth. So never fear. Maybe people thought like him and Sharif had a little bit of a fight because, you know, you can only have so many guns in the building. You know, no, Arun is still, he's going to be here, and all is well on that. So we're just kidding around. All right, I just want to do one more thing here. Bed Bath & Beyond, honestly, I love you, but you can go straight to hell because we were sitting and like, where's my fill? I don't know. I'm sitting here at 815 right now. I guess the low must have just been, like, I see ticks down to 814, maybe 820. I don't know where that fill is. My order is currently pending at 815, but I'm glad that we talked about that because hopefully some of you are able to get that low fill. We talked about why we like that $8 mark there, and that's it right there. So we should already have, unfortunately, a long in Bed Bath & Beyond. If it comes back in, we'll take it one more time, but yeah, that kind of sucks right now that we don't have that. Let's go back over to the NASDAQ here and look at AMD quickly. That $81 level, what was going on with that yesterday, 81.50. Looks like that was this jump spot before we went back up to the upside here into that last minute close, right? So AMD, again, I mean, the jump was down here, but, you know, we did stop and go a little bit here at 81. So, you know, a little bit of a drop down. Maybe that's worth some concern there. I'm almost out of this position. So unfortunately, you know, never hold it all to the end. I mean, we got a decent spot out within the first minute because I was like, oh, are we nervous about this market? Next time, just trust kind of your gut. I didn't even, if you kind of come to the buddy shot, I didn't even turn this guy around. Like, I kept him as a bear, and I was debating switching it. Maybe we will, but right now I'm still feeling some weakness in this market. I want to try to find some longs, though. So if there's anything kind of bottoming out, let's talk about that, because right now that's what I want to look for. I feel like this market could hold up here at 12,300.
Yeah, you know, I don't absolutely love this Tesla long here just in front of 275 because I'm thinking, you know, maybe it whiplashes. But, you know, I said to myself, maybe we go down 275 and then rip back to the upside. So, you know, maybe a good level. We're getting some people bidding here. Not every day do you see people bidding on Tesla, right? Like bidding and, you know, reloading. So, you know, maybe that 276 level. Let's see if I could get a, you know, small price going. I mean, if we break, the thing is, we break 275, I'm probably out of this. So it's like tight risk, you know, kind of size accordingly. Let's see if we could get the fill. Always a challenge getting the fill on Tesla for myself. Like, I'm battling for price. I want a specific price. I'm bidding. I'm not getting the fill. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not chasing up like 50 cents, right? So just me personally. But yeah, if we are going to bottom out here, if we're going to hold, like, it looks like the market just bounced off that 39.80 here, came down and kind of bounced right off that 39.80, right? So we could easily get back up, you know, like to around 4,000. If that's the case, you know, Tesla for sure moving around and we'll retest that 280. So kind of makes sense here. So, you know, really hoping I get the fill, but yeah, we'll see what happens. And yeah, BIAF. Kind of funny because when I saw you guys talking about that this morning, I'm like, no, this thing, no way, man. This thing's dead. Like, I don't believe it. And go figure, 10 all the way to like 1250 area now. Yeah, I mean, where will this thing top out? I have no idea. But, you know, Halt City yesterday, definitely interesting. And speaking of halts, last thing I'll mention very quickly, CMCM, just looking at this CMCM, which is on the New York CMCM, halted again. This thing, Halt City, somebody called it out. I was like, yeah, go figure. And now halted 581. This thing will probably be a 5-minute halt, so probably going to open in the next minute or so. And showing a 581 open, right? 581 open. I'm just quickly looking here, and like maybe you had one good halt like here to here if you took that. But for the most part, opening flat. Now open down, you know, like around 540 area, but man, that spread is something that tells me to stay away from this thing. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Nursing the snap short, and yeah, we'll see if we can get that Tesla long going.
Yeah, we took a long here, but it's not going to work again. So we went long there, AMD on that breakthrough there. Doesn't look like it wants to get going. So yeah, not great trade there on, yeah, there it goes right back to the downside. So not great here on AMD, but we'll just have to manage this now as it's starting to get hit back down to the downside. We're long at 82.19 right now, but not good. I wanted to, sorry, 82.19. So, you know, I just thought that we could break that 82.20 level and continue to move to the upside, but that doesn't look like that's happening. So we'll get a little bit out here as that's starting to fail. We did get our Meta long as well. So that's another thing here. Good little long on Meta off that bottom. Let's see if some of these bottoms can hold. But for right now, AMD takes out that top and then just comes right back in again. So, yeah, we should have just stuck with the short, but instead we reversed into that long. Not great there. What are you long anything, or what are you thinking? Because like I tried to get AMD long there. I'm feeling like maybe we should still try to be net short into this play. So I'm going to take out a little bit more here. Not a great little long there on AMD, but we're here to hold it. So let's see. There goes Meta, by the way. I'm going to have to take something out on Meta now as it goes to the upside. I'm sitting there at 17. So let's see if it's actually going to print me or not as it turns completely around. What a surprise. What's up, Brando?
Ugly day for Peloton, guys. Here's UBS cutting their price target on a weak outlook, as everyone's aware. Obviously for this one, straight downside today for Peloton, 7% already.
I didn't even think I got this AMD fill. All right, Peloton, a nice little move to the upside there, or sorry, downside there, sorry. I'm focused on upside, so my bad on that because I am holding this AMD long right now. I am trying to get a little bit out because it did fail at those levels, but Meta working for sure now. We're back to green on Meta. We're $1 in the money. Well, we were $1 in the money on Meta. Let's see if we can get something out now on that, more on that upside. So here it is. Now that's almost $1 in the money now. I'm going to get something out. There we go. We get some 57s out. I was waiting at 90 on this, but there we go. Instead of taking breaks, man, let's just continue to try to dip by some of these names. So that's going to be a good little play there on Meta. Hopefully we can get that name back up to the upside now. But yeah, AMD is the one that I tried to push the long. I mean, we went long. We had some decent average prices there, but let's just wait to see what happens on the rest of this long. There goes Meta, man, saving us right now as Meta goes into the money now, $1.20.
Yeah, guys, I actually missed the short. I was trying to get that short on Apple just before, just in front of that, like that 59.80 area. Kind of interesting. Lots of volume that was happening at that area, and we could not get back to the 160. And something that I look for is like you get the dip, you get the rip, and I'm thinking, okay, like it's gonna, I mean, if the short's not good, then we're touching 160, but we didn't. We just quickly reversed, and kind of sad that I missed that, but you know, it's kind of muted and sideways, so I'm not really hating myself there. Covered a little bit of the Snapchat because, you know, looking back, I thought, you know, maybe we continue down, right? You get the first move down, you get the pop, you get the continuation, and I said 11.20, but again, you have to be discretionary. If things are not working for you very quickly, if they're not showing you stuff, then, you know, maybe you reevaluate. And I said to myself, well, this is a little bit of consolidation, you know, showing kind of wick off bottom, wick, then we get the pop. So I was like, let me just cover some here and then still hold some. So still in a portion of that. 14 cents in the money, and you know, we'll see if we can get that dip back towards, you know, 11.20, 11.15 area. It'll be interesting. And something else quickly. I mean, Tesla, like, not really moving to the upside, but, you know, no fill for me. See, the thing with this one is I really want to control my risk, right? So I like it for $1 risk. I like it for $1.50 risk, but I don't like it for $2.50 risk because, like, I'm just like, whatever, I'll just let it go. I'm sure maybe it'll come back. If it does, I get the fill. If not, there's so many other things on the table. Quickly glancing at Lululemon, didn't show me the action that I wanted to see. Can't even get above that 330 level. So, you know, you're probably running into a little bit of resistance. You're getting the kind of wick off tops here. I thought for sure we're going to pop, drop, get to 320, and then continue. Maybe we still get that opportunity, but for now, it's a no trade. I'm just really being patient with this one. You know, it's a little bit slower, right? So manage your expectations. But yeah, if we do get towards that 320 and kind of dip below, then pop back and hold, you know, maybe you got the range set in. Not for the day, but, you know, you got a nice upside there. So definitely keeping that on my radar as well. And, yeah, you know, just seeing what happens next here. I'm kind of surprised, like, Ford just, like, fell right off the open. I guess, you know, speaks volume. I'm going to quickly drag over my daily chart for you guys. You know, moving average could not get above the 1550 area. It was there in the pre-market and just kind of rejected right away, right? So, you know, I mean, for me, this is a level. I think just kind of like riding that moving average. And for this to really have that next leg up from a daily perspective, has to get above that level, above that 16 level. So, you know, I'm not sure if we're going to get that today, but something on the back burner for sure.
Yeah, good talk there. I like that for sure. We're gonna do some backflips here because finally, Meta definitely working out there. We just took some profits at that 165 mark off these little bottoms, so we were in the money. Well, we are in the money $1, and it was a lot higher than that. The only thing is, not that I just noticed, but you know, as we rip up here into, I mean, first of all, like I said, we started licking some wounds there on AMD because that wound up coming back up, so we were able to take a little bit of profit, but definitely giving back a little bit of what we made, not much, a little bit of what we made here on that first spot. So we're gonna wait to see if that can still print out for us to the upside here. Come on, let's go AMD. Like, get into the 20s and stay there. Stop making these runs and coming back down. Like, I was short. short. I apologize, AMD, but now let's go long. Like, didn't mean to short you. I'm not going to sit there anymore and short you because now we're long. Or will we flip short at some point? But let's just talk to AMD here really nicely and see if it can go back up to the upside. But this is not trading advice. The nicer you are to the stock does not mean that it's going to go up, because it actually can't hear what I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
right now. So that's the one thing.
I'm under the impression these stocks hate me, right? So
right,
I'm just
that's
like,
probably a fair impression.
Yeah.
Okay, so Meta comes back in almost immediately again, but you got to get out. Like we talked about, taking out a little bit of profit when it's there, man. I think that was one of the wisest things you said here today, Luca. Is that you're going to take your profit just like you did on Nvidia yesterday. When the trade comes, you get it and you hit it, and that's what that trade is, right? And so you got to stay sort of into what you're doing, but you got to watch out. I did want to look at one more name. I don't want to leave AMD because I do have, now I don't have as much position on it, but I am trying to look at that. As there it goes. Yes, just got a 25. Starbucks failing. I did not expect that, man. New CEO coming in. Good talk on him, and I just thought it was going to be a decent move upside today for Starbucks. So the fact that we're down 1.5, definitely the wrong read on where that was going on a new CEO. Often, it will spark rallies in stock, but right now for Starbucks, it is nothing but downside. So I'm going to not look at that name anymore. That's a name that was on our watch. CRM, another name that we talked about down there near those bottoms, gets us an upgrade today, but again, not doing much. Just want to check back in on some of the upgrades and downgrades. And then one more, my man. Oh man, damn it, AMD. I'm gonna take out another piece there as it's down to 82.05 again. Ford makes that bottom there at 520, now bouncing around. Look how juicy that looks, man. 535 maybe on a break for Ford. Right there, taking out VWAP, taking out the 50 period. The 200 period is right here as well. This is probably worth buying a little bit of Ford here if you think the market's going to rebound.
Yeah, something else I'm looking at as well is NVIDIA. I'm wondering, I said to myself that 140, but it obviously was very close to that. Keep in mind, again, it is SSR, fell right off the open, right? But looking over here, and this is 10 minutes, this is yesterday, this is where we first stalled out, that 138 level from yesterday, and then we kind of clean flush to the downside, some barcode action, back to the upside above VWAP from yesterday, and you had the bounce, the action at 138, and remember, 138 was where that big seller was sitting at yesterday. And this isn't something that I personally will base a trade on today, but keep in mind the levels that you see from yesterday and where big action is taking place, because somebody was willing to sell thousands of lots after the sell-off at 138. So you ask yourself, look, is 138 going to be a level today? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And we're kind of seeing this dip back down, and now we're getting that barcode action. If we can hold this 138, maybe we get a pop back to that 140 level, especially if the overall market wants to move upwards. But I'm going to be very, very patient with this one because, I'm just looking at the volume and it kind of dies off very quickly, right? So the last thing I want is to, take along right below VWAP, and this is kind of the top, and then we're going back down. So, if that 137, if we even dip for a second and it wants to hold that level, maybe kind of 137, 137.50, maybe 138. If this holds back to the upside, good for a move back to 140. But yeah, man, I'm not really expecting like a huge upside move. And again, keep in mind, negative news, right? So you want to say, okay, I'm going to go long, but it was negative, so I'm going to take a little bit less size on this one.
Let's go over to Brendo.
Just saw Apple, guys, kind of chopping around here. It is positive on the day. There is a positive note, kind of cautious, but note from B of A out on App Store revenue dropping in the Q4 based off of China's decline of 10%. So better than expected, but still kind of a cautious note there from Bank of America on Apple up 1%.
That is quite the chart there, Mr. Luca.
Yeah.
He's talking about PXMD right there as well, as that name just continues to fall. All right, so we've averaged into Ford now. I'm done with that. We'll wait till 15.20. If it breaks that, we're out. I'd rather be buying these dips in on a strong name than just waiting patiently to bust that, because then if I take a bigger position breaking through that high of 15.35 and it doesn't work, then your boy has a problem. I'm going to look at that drug stock in a minute, so we'll look at that there. Meta's faded back in again. We'll wait on that. But the real name that I'm concerned with here is AMD, because I tried to sweet talk it. Doesn't work with my wife. Doesn't work with the stock either. So now it's coming back in on this name. So here it comes. 81.50 is that stopping spot there. Let's see if we can get an 81.50 bid. So I'm going to sit there, see if we can buy these bottoms. I mean, I could start. Let me put a bid now, just in case that's 70. We just kind of danced around 75 there. There it is. We'll take a little fill, not a big one. The bigger fill is going to come at that 81.50, and then I want to give it 25 cents worth of room, right? I mean, yesterday we've seen this thing collapse. I'm not even gonna I'm not looking it's just this is 81 here, but I don't want to hold. Like, this is what we did yesterday. It kept falling in, and I was like, okay, now we have like a max position, and it just took 81, and then and then you're down, and you give back everything that you've made just because you're trying to catch falling swords. Not gonna happen. If we break back down below this 81.25, then I'm out again. Like, I'll try the longs, and then I'm out, right? So we actually are out of 70% of our meta trade. So we're out of that trade as it falls right back in here again, trying to respect that 63 level. Like, you know what, man? These longs, and I mentioned it early, and again today, I sit here and I question myself over and over again because, like, I mentioned that was going to be a bull trap, that number came out. For some reason, it ran that market up to about that 1%, and then, trapped everyone basically at the high of the day again, right there. There's the pre-market high, there's the open in the market, takes it out, and then it's just like boom to the downside. There's so many traders right now, and probably some of you included, that are playing like weekly puts, calls, trying to trap weeklies. And honestly, today, man, we could see where the trap is, and it's definitely trapping those longs to the high side. Whether or not we hold now, whether or not there's covering coming at some point, I believe there will be. I think there's a lot of money on the sidelines, but still, the market's coming in, and you have to respect the short at some point. And honestly, I've been kind of disrespecting it the last couple of days. So we're here to take a little bit. Did we just not get to 50? I'm going to take a position right there. I'm still at 81.55 or so, 55 right there to take some more. So we'll see if it can come in and get that. But right now, our AMD average right now is 82 flat. So a good little takedown there. We were waiting at 55. It started to sort of hesitate there at 60, but that's AMD and what I'm doing with it. Let's hope for a bigger move on that one. Drug, we talked about that. We're going to go flips for that. Is drug on our watch list, Brendo? I think it is, right? We definitely talked about it. No, it's not today. It's BIAF. But drug has been on our watch list for a while. We even talked about that. Brendan came with this as well. Down to 215, $2 down here. So it's a nice little move up. We talked about it was up 20% in the pre-market. Oh yeah, that's right. The chart wasn't loaded. So that was the issue. But there it is. It's a nice move to the upside right here. And I said, if you're going to trade this name, you might want to look at that $3 level. But right there, like today, or this was the 31st. So that level of 240 was just hit again, was also hit there, hit again right there. So that's what drug is doing. And I feel like I'm on drugs because my longs, they're still here. But again, like, if I had just flipped over, switched this mentality, like I was even talking about it like that, we were not looking bearish on this market because the market was up and I didn't flip it over to a bull. But let's go, Luca. What you got on board right now? We just got stopped out of meta there at 163.50. Like I said, we're in this game, but just not for a long time. If these longs start getting cracked, we got to crack ourselves out of them.
Yeah, so I tried that Tesla long the second time around, and I was like, second time around, don't absolutely love it. So I'm going to take a little bit less size on that one. And, looked like it might have want to held for a second, but that 39.80 on the ES is now breached to the downside. And this is my level, right? I got the line there. I need to respect it. It bounced the first time, bounced the second time, now back below. So I'm thinking, okay, like if we're going to now fall and go lower, I mean, I'm still in the rest of my snap short, 25 cents in the money, looking good. But yeah, that 275 level broken to the downside. I'm actually thinking, like, now that we break, you know what, I don't want to really flip to short on this one because maybe we bounce back. But, what I was looking for was the kind of like the dip, the rip action, and then maybe the pop back. But if this level is now breached to the downside, if we're not going to test 4,000 again, then maybe we're not going back up, right? So obviously manage risk accordingly, 1 point risk on that one, not going to beat myself up. Lots of selling coming into that 275 level there. So yeah, maybe you get some downward continuation there. It kind of looks bad now, but obviously was going for the bounce there. But that's why always control risk. Always control risk.
Like NVIDIA, I mean, the problem, honestly, with this AMD, like, okay, so AMD's down 1%, right? I mean, the thing about NVIDIA is it's down 2%. Like, until we get a bounce in NVIDIA, like AMD is just not going to be able to work. We saw that yesterday, man. We saw NVIDIA tick down to this 132, and then NVIDIA didn't spark a market rally or anything like that, but like it's still continuing to get annihilated here today. So as long as this is what's happening, it didn't hold that 140 level. We had the AMD short, which is great, but I mean, if we don't hold this 130, I mean, that bottom right now that was just put in on AMD, or sorry, on NVIDIA, then this AMD is going to be a problem. Our Ford is, I guess, going to be a problem because it's going to break back down below. This one's kind of fine. We could take a 5-cent hit here, but hey, like I said, like it's kind of crazy that I'm all long, but I'm long Ford and I'm long AMD. Let's see if those can continue to work. But we have happening now though at the big screen. It's 10 o'clock. That was a pretty quick little hour and a half there, Luca. So I think we're doing pretty good. Let's go over to Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Chart Prime. TradingView customers and users, check out Chart Prime. They have a ton of indicators. They automatically detect chart patterns for you, support and resistance areas, pivots points, a whole bunch of amazing indicators. Check out Chart Prime, guys. QR code on screen right now. Green board to show you, for the most part, the NASDAQ's lagging ever so lightly here, but 0.2 there for the S&P, about the same for the Dow, the Russell, all in positive territory. 0.3 for the 2000, where most of the stocks you would recognize will reside. As I said, NASDAQ trying right now for the composite anyways to go positive. Good to see. There's Tesla. Yeah, continues to flush through 276, 275, taken out now, which is getting back into some areas from yesterday. No significant catalyst behind that move today, but Tesla, an interesting mover so far. This drug, I want to mention this drug on the watch list as well, because I was sitting there watching that 220. There was 2 million shares on the bid at 220. They printed the entire thing and it fell 10 cents. Tons and tons of liquidity, guys, for drug today. Back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, first one's always free on that, so watch out for those. We did get stopped out on our Ford down there, breaking through 15, so that, 15.20. That's fine. I mean, whether or not that's going to wind up being a bad look or whatever, I was just telling this to Luca, like my whole day right now is just me trying to catch these bottoms on AMD right now. So we'll wait to see if that comes through. It sucks. I have the same amount of shares I have the same amount of shares now that I did right there. But the problem is, remember I covered a third of it for only 15 cents because I was nervous about the direction of the day. Next time, we had that 84, and it's just frustrating that we were not able to hold that. But hey, we'll just move on. I mean, this is a fine day. Everything is jamming. I did want to have Tony will come on, and we will talk about Snowflake. NVIDIA's coming back up a little bit. So if you are going to hold out hope that there is something coming through, like this NVIDIA 138.50 also looks great. But now that I look at this, I have to flip it over and say that's probably a short up near 138.50, not a long, right? So wait to see if that can come back up there for NVIDIA. I'm just hoping that it can send AMD to the high side. It doesn't look like it wants to do that. You always look at Tesla. I know you have Apple up there, but Tesla as well, look at that. We just got a bad wick there. I don't even know what's going on with that chart right now. Let's go over to Tesla quickly and have a quick look. 275, trying to fail again at that level, but it's holding out. Like that's where we were yesterday. Again, big move up into the close. So for sure, Tesla does have the juice to get going. But again, today, everyone trapped, 283, 282, move back down. Now we're below all the lines again. On a one-day chart, forget about Tesla. That won't work because the split, and it might not work on the 20-minute as well. But there it is, just coming into some levels. Remember, 275 times 3, that's where you're at for the stock price now. It has pulled back a lot. I don't think there's, really protection in this name, until we get into this 272 area. So I'm thinking about a little bit of a short here as I just keep my eye on AMD. Anything else you guys want to look at here? I'll throw over to Luca and then I'll figure it out. But PDD, yeah, I'll have a look at that when we get back. What's up, Luca?
Yeah, I want to quickly cover this morning trade PXMD here. It's had the top morning wick, and this is what we're looking for, right? Like pre-market action, breaks the high, does a bunch of volume, then reverses, does a quick reversal on the 1 minute, so it could not even hold above 6 for 1 minute, and there was lots of selling that coming in. And you know the deal, right? On these low floats, what you want to make sure is that you're not trapped and then it rips to the upside. Keep in mind that it's been that same pattern with the SSR stocks that come around. making it a more challenging short. You want to ask yourself, is it easy to borrow? You know, and you know, going into a long weekend, I'm thinking, I'm like, is there really going to be games where like these algos soak the stock and then it rips back to the upside, ripping everybody's face off? Is there going to be enough volume, or is it just going to die right off the open? But man, you know, had the short covered here, and I was like, yeah, maybe we should have covered at 5, and now it just looks really bad because, like, yeah, no, for sure, I should have held some. You know, 5 was my general target there, but you know, now keep in mind, this is the meat for me. This is the meat of the move. You had a $1 move on a $6 stock. You know, that's, call it like 20%, 18%. You know, that's decent. That's decent. 18%. I think in percents when I look at these small caps. You know, so if you're short here and you hold for the move, you take 20%. You know, keep it stress-free. And I saw somebody in the chat saying, you know, just made my daily goal in 30 minutes. I just want to say that's absolutely amazing. And keep in mind, it's a long weekend. Keep it stress-free. You know, if you hit your daily goal, you know, like lock it in. And, you know, if you see other trades, you know, maybe size down. Maybe size down there. And yeah, continuing to hold the snap and beautiful,
cheers.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you
you're
so
not supposed to
much.
do that apparently.
Yeah, I know. You're
Okay.
not, well, you're not supposed to.
Yeah, we're not
cheers
on
those pros.
All right, let's
but
do
all
the
good,
dab
all
up
good.
there. Thanks, Brendo.
All good. Beautiful.
I like this. See?
I could get
oh yeah,
used to
that's
this.
right.
So
Sorry, I was just gonna cheers you again.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I could get used to this as well. All right, I like this, man. Thanks, Brendo.
Oh, that's amazing. I could get
Shut
used
up,
to this.
Lucas.
Yeah, Neil, if you're watching
there.
this, you could stay.
It's
for,
so
you know,
European, he says
couple
over
more
there.
weeks.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, come on, man. This is what we're doing, man. We've got Luca here. Come on, man. Let's go. Right now, as we're going here, let's go AMD. Let's get excited, man. Let's throw some of these spros on AMD right now. A nice little move back upside. Now we back in the money, baby. We're back to Greensville on the day. So now that I say that, watch for Tank City coming through. But let's see if AMD can get going. This is what we waited for, man. We waited for those dips. We were actually, I told you, I have not completely changed. You see, I'm still trying to catch falling knives here and swords. But, you know, we waited for there to sort of bottom out a little bit. We found these bottoms right there. I gave it a little bit of room, came in. Now we're getting rewarded. I'm not necessarily rewarding myself. I've only taken out 5% there. But now that I say that, let me take out another piece right here at 02 if I can get it. And there it is. So now, you know, it's come back in. We hit the short. Now we hit the long. Let's just see if this can work, man. AMD, a positive name today. Unfortunately for us, though, Ford, little bit more gumption there to hold that. Would have been good, but takes down that level. If I'm going to follow my rules on AMD, I got to follow them on Ford again as well. So there's the level there, 25. We gave it to this pre-market. You know, the information came out about better sales, up 23% on sales, and you fall. I mean, that doesn't seem right. But again, I wasn't playing that game, man. If these markets wanted to fall down, then there they go to the downside. And I'm just like, no. But, man, that's my first target was right here at 31. So that sucks because we did have a nice trade there on Ford until we didn't. So, all right, nice little move backside for AMD. Look, these outs are now 5%. Like, I want to hold the majority of this play in case we get that run up. I said that there was going to be a little bit of a rug pull off the open. That happened. Bang to 28 right there, Luca. Let's go. We've got those diamond spro hands. Let's see if we can go back up to the upside right now. Thanks, Brendo, for those. Those are really good. What's up over there?
Little electric boat maker moving around again. Forza, if you remember, FRZA up 20%. Trying to fail here, however, at 450 once again after getting up a little bit higher initially. No news, though, on FRZA. Tons of volume, though.
Yeah, FRZA, you know, the IPO from, you know, before I went on vacation, and this thing was crazy the first day, and I was super excited, but to see this thing back at 5, you know, I guess that be the common theme. These things just open, and guys, I'm going to quickly drag over daily for you guys to see, like, and everybody knows this, but it's like this thing was at 14, and it's just absolutely dead, but eventually you will get the bounce, right? But keep in mind where the moving averages are, what the volume is doing today, how does the spread look. It's like if we break above 5 and things start to go crazy, I'm seeing that this is SSR day 2. I don't know if this is 100% accurate. Double check that. But, you know, if we break above 5 and this thing really gets going, and it is SSR, I mean, then, you know, fireworks start to go. And you know the deal. I mean, with these small caps, like one thing leads to the next, leads to the next. I initiated an Apple short here at 159. I figured, like the bottom that was support maybe turns to resistance. But with this, I have to be very, very patient, right? Because, the range is probably going to be very tight. I'm just under the impression that we're not going to rip back through VWAP, and I was sort of playing off of the 3980 ES level, like, okay, we're below, but now that we're going back above, inching towards that 4,000 level, awesome. I think I might not add to this. Like I was going to add depending on how it looked, but it's kind of looking very strong, so I'm thinking, maybe lighten the load and potentially just get out of this one.
Shout out to Rob. He brought the halls again. My voice is fine. It's like I was just going crazy. Yesterday I was with my nephew and my brother-in-law. Shout out to those guys. They're heading to the Toronto Zoo. But okay, big time movement now to the upside here. 81.80 we're long. Come on, AMD. Let's go, man. Big time trading happening over here. Please hit the like button. We talked about this move, and now I'm just so happy because now I still have on 60% of this trade from the bottom. These are real numbers coming through now. So finally the long came in. We're hitting it today. Good day here to start with. We did push that meta, but again, I went long on a spot there that I thought if we could go, this is a small trade. So before I would be excited, here's the move up, let's go, let's punch this long and let's hit it hard, but we don't do that now. I want to start a meta trade. Obviously, we understand where this bottom is. Look where we got stopped out. Unbelievable, almost at the very bottom. So, I want to try to avoid that. If I'm getting long down here, we took the profit, so that's fine. We hit that to the upside, right? But I'd like to have less shares so that when it comes down here, I can start to build the position again, right? So that's what we did with AMD. AMD's coming back a little bit, so this is where I go into my scalp mode again. I don't want this profit to disappear, but I can't just keep scalping out every time we have money on because then we don't have these big wins. If I got everything out up here, it would have been fine, but then we just would have been, now we're flat on the stock, but we don't want to do that. We want to try to push forward. So on that being said, Meta coming back, it wouldn't surprise me if it does come back to this 164.50 area right in here again, and then maybe even test lower if the market moves down. But we're above the 50 period. I feel like that, not that that's, going to be the bottom today, but, yesterday and this morning we had some bottoms down here. Oil just seems to be a little under control now, up 2.5% and kind of just dancing around there. I might just get rid of this oil chart because I used to look at it and it's just more of something that I'm used to. I used to be oh, let's watch oil against the equity market, but that's not really the case anymore. They don't really trade together at all. But what is trading right now is AMD. What is going on with NVIDIA, Luca? Because that's, okay, so that did take out that 139 area. So right back up to 140. If NVIDIA takes 140, am I going to make a real stupid play here? Because that could be the same hero short. You had the short yesterday? Yep. That could be the same thing on the long side. AMD was way oversold yesterday, down 12%. I mean, it's a king of the castle, you know what I mean? But I'm just thinking that 140 take, that's where we stopped yesterday. And I don't know, man, we are already above it today. So it's not like it doesn't want to do that. Let's wait to see. Here we go. Honestly, guys, for me, let's just go, man. We're hitting it. Hit that like button. I got the dude beside me now today, and look what AMD just did, man. Taking out levels, now long $1. Look at Meta. Hello, sunshine. Meta right now to the upside again. Let's see if I can take 40 cents here. We're sitting on the offer, and guess what? We just did, Brendo. Thanks for those drinks.
OKTA, one from yesterday. OKTA, if you remember, big move down yesterday, big move up again today. 65 coming into play here. If I zoom out, give you a little perspective. Heads up at 63.50 and then 65. But nice move back higher for OKTA.
All right.
I just want to say quickly, somebody in the chat was talking OKTA showing strength, and I'm just showing strength. Wasn't it so weak yesterday? Kind of crazy to see that, but just want to quickly comment, guys. I was short Apple. I was wrong. I got out, and I actually flipped to long because I'm this one actually feels look at the market. The market literally broke that 39.80, and this is the action that we get, right? It's if we bounce off of 39.80, then the bounce back is probably going to be weaker than if we break and then rip back. Because you got to imagine, shorts are waiting for confirmation. They're waiting for the breakdown. And so when you get the breakdown, if the breakdown fails, all the people that piled into the short are just added buyers, added steam back to the upside. And so as we were ripping back to the upside, I'm like, you know what, this is wrong. Like, I'm definitely going to be wrong on this one. So I covered at like 41s because that's where bidders were coming in, and then flipped back long as it looked a little bit strong, and with the impression that, okay, if we're going to test 4,000, break above 4,000, you know, Apple probably going back to that 160 area. Not exactly sure where I have targets of where to get out here. I mean, you know the rules. We didn't come all this way to not take 160, so I'm getting out some at 160 and then letting the rest ride. And I want to quickly say I appreciate somebody who was saying, Luca, watch that snap short. And I'm like, what do you mean watch the short? I pull it up. I'm like, oh my God, this thing's all the way back to my price. So I was like, you know what? This is the beauty of battling for price, right? Getting good price. It's like I was in at 58. I covered. Like, this is a winner. I'm up on the name. But like as we get back up, I'm like, okay, well, I mean, if we break 1160 to the upside, I mean, I got to get out, right? I got to get out. So I take the L on that. It's like a 3-cent L on that. But I got the winner on this, right? I got the winner on the first portion. So, you know, it is what it is. And the funny thing is, I'm like, is this going to now reject? Am I going to be the top anyways? But it's okay, because it's like sometimes I just like to let the rest ride. And I'm just like, let me just let it ride. And if it works for me, it works for me. Great. If it doesn't, whatever. I probably wasn't supposed to have that anyways. I should have been out, but I just take the gamble, right? Like, you're speculating. You might as well speculate a little more, letting the rest ride. So same kind of logic there with Apple. If we get towards that 160, gets them out at the 160, just kind of feels like, you know, we're topping out. So I'll take it if we wick up. And then if we break to the upside, I'm going to hold a piece for a potential move towards, you know, like 161. And if we really are strong and going to break to the upside, you know, 162, 163 is not, I don't think it's unreasonable to wait for that.
All right, just checking out my hydro bill today. It's not bad, 131 bucks. Not bad for the month there, hydro. We'll take that as well. Just get it delivered straight to your email there. So that's not bad. Okay, AMD up to, I mean, you got the air conditioning running, you know what I mean? You got a little pay a little hydro. Okay, so there it is, man, up to 82.75. We've been taking some out there. Unfortunately, so I had a unfortunate situation happen, which is fine. It's unfortunate, but it is not the end of the world. I had to take 166 to go long there, and it was a stop order, and I didn't actually realize that I had it there. So we did punch long at 166. As soon as that happened, you could see me just get out right away. Like, if you ever get into a trade that you know you weren't planning on, I mean, you never heard me talk about going long through a 166 break. I had that order in from earlier, and it was when we were deciding to go. Well, we didn't go short, but we were looking to go short, and I wanted to get out if it broke through 166. So sometimes I do forget about some of those orders. So you know what? Before it gets even nastier, I'm just going to get out of Meta. So we get out of one more piece down there, but this is not. You know, we made that money on that long, which is good, but then we did punch a little bit longer at 166, so that's my bad. AMD also, and again, I wanted to say what's up to Sam here before we go over to Brendan at the screen. He said, Sean, I want to thank you and everybody. I have become an algo in trading. I can't believe it. I just can't lose. Famous last words. And I already put that in our chat, and I was like, oh man, Sam, you don't want to say that kind of stuff, because trust me, you can lose, my friend, and I'm glad you're not. And, you know, but don't get overly cocky here. This market is a scalper's market, it seems like, for sure. And, you know, algos like you and I guess, can win in these markets for sure. But it is one of those slippery slopes, man. Take your profits when they're there, but I do like that there. Yeah, everything there. Yeah, that's the ultimate jinx. You are 100% right, man. Yeah, let's go, guys. I have no idea. People now asking what stock is that guy in? I don't know. I just saw the message there on the chat. But again, thanks for everything. One thing you can lose on is when you get out too early. And Ford, thanks for the bottom that I put in. Went right up to 1540. So again, a great long there on Ford. Let's see if it falls back one more time. Over at the big screen, Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, a few small caps moving around this morning, including Bed Bath & Beyond. Once again, if you missed it, the Jefferies analyst doubling their price target on this thing this morning, but really hasn't done much, kind of chopping around here. I really wanted 9 and then 950 above that. It didn't come anywhere near. I only got one fill there, but a quick move to the downside and then bounced, as Sean was saying, off that pre-market support level for BBBY, stuck in a range at this point. I love that idea from Luca as well this morning off that high. 575 and then 6 above that. If you go back to day one on Pax Medica, 650 was the actual open price, so 6 and then 650 above that. Comes into this level from yesterday and bounces at the number 475 working its way back higher, but great opportunity on Pax Medica, PXMD. Drug, as I mentioned, 220. Watch that. There was 2 million shares. I couldn't believe it. They printed the entire thing. It's now doing nothing, guys.
That and I want to say shout out to Sam because I did talk about you there. Yo, what's up? New member there. Thank you so much. Crypto newbie, man. It means a lot. Thanks, everyone. His life has changed. So, yeah, big shout out to you, man. Join the roller coaster ride. But either way, we'll thank Brendan for that news story. But thanks, man, Sam. That means a lot. All those nice words about, following some of the trades and changing up your style. I mean, everybody to each their own. We talk about that on the show all the time. Everybody trade their own style. You had that banger on PXMD today. And then I just go right back to some of these big caps as well, and then take a piece out of those. So, yeah, man, great talk. Thanks so much for everything. And let's just keep this party going to the upside. I wondered if that Pax Medica, there's those vapes or something. Is that what those are? Or maybe it's something different. I don't know if that's, I know there's Juul, but I thought there was a Pax system as well, PAX. It might be completely different than that. But again, another one of those new names going nuts there, PXMD.
Yeah, guys, NVIDIA at that 140 level, and we didn't break, and I thought, you know what, this is going to be cheeky. We're either going to break and go, or we're going to break and quickly, instantly reverse on me, and go figure. Took the long, got myself out of it. We're doing some channeling action. Every time size comes on the offer here, it is instantly getting taken. But it's weird because we're not going to the upside, even though the overall market's going, right? I added to my Apple, kind of felt right. So like long here again, just kind of riding that moving average. We got that nice candle up. So I'm thinking, if we can get above that, like that 90 area, for sure, we're probably getting the test here at 160. That's probably where liquidity fires off for me, just kind of my anticipation. So yeah, same kind of plan, get some out in front of that 160 area. Looks like everybody kind of on the book there, sitting there. Probably get the fill here, and then let's see if we go to the upside. I think the market, the high is 410, or just in front of that, 408 on the ES. So yeah, guys, if we break that to the upside, and if the overall market wants to continue and just kind of rally, okay, beautiful. We got that fill there. So yeah, lock it in. Nice win on that one, and let's see if we can let the rest ride. And if it wants to just break 160 and go off to the races, the high being 160.17. So yeah, pre-market high, or maybe is this pre-market or no? Yeah, just before the open. But yeah, kind of looking good. Sideways action. Now maybe we just continue the rest of the day. So yeah, let's see if we could hold the rest here and just kind of ride this towards. I think my next target, I'm just going to use like 50-cent increments. 60, 50, 60, like 89, 99. And then see if we break that, and then just, off to the races.
Yeah, beautiful trade there by Luca on that Apple. Yeah, so far so good here, man. Let's just keep it pushing forward and find some new names. I was still looking at Ford to try that. And as I say, new names, just working on this hauls here. It'll be done in a minute. I was looking to see about Meta down here at 165. So you're bouncing. I was just at 165.10, but that's fine. We'll see about grabbing a long, and then if we break through 165.50, I also want to get longer on this name for Meta. It's holding out pretty good here. It's basically just following the market, but again, as long as we're above the 50 period, I think we can sort of just leg into some of these longs and just hope. And again, I know it's one of Prad's main trading strategies, push the key and just pray. Over here, we're going to try to make decisions based on like what we see. So hopefully this can go. And then, as we just go back and forth in this market, let's just wait to see, will it test the bottoms? Like I don't want to put on a lot of shares until we get to key levels, because like you can't average in and then stop yourself out at the end, right? Like this is what we did here. Wait for it to come down, right? Wait for it to come down to that 163 level. Then when it did, we took a few trades, right? We started, I don't think we started around here, let it fall back down, hit those bids, and then make that move to the upside, then scalp it out when it happens, then drop it off when we're wrong. So this is what we're trying to do right now. You can see we have nice average positions on this. We did the same thing with AMD earlier. Man, we just let it come into us, let it come into that 81, these bottoms here, it held. Then when it goes to the upside, we can sort of congratulate and not hate on that trade right there. I've left Google alone today. I felt like my bias is so long on this name, not just because I feel like down here at 108, like 109, oh, frustration mounts. Like, I mean, I think it's been trading at some point today here, Google, but unfortunately I don't have the chart. So Google now is only up 0.3 against, I'm just hoping that it loads in a second, but against the market 0.82, it's not going to load. So unfortunately, I can't look at that one. What about our Bed Bath & Beyond? That was a name that, again, You guys tell me, man. Like I'm still sitting here on the Arca exchange down at 8.15, like thinking that I should have gotten long here. Maybe if I refresh, let me refresh my blotter. Maybe we got those fills. Like this is no, I don't. We were sitting here. We talked about that. I don't know if these wicks, maybe they're just not real. Let me check them out on another platform here because we should have got that long. We were right at. Oh my God, are you kidding me? So right here on e-signal indicating that the bottom was 17. So I am not delusional today. Most days probably yes, but today no. So there's the fill there, 817. We missed that fill on that. There it is right there. Our charts indicated that there were a couple fills below. So yeah, okay. So we didn't have execution problems, just a charting issue there because e-signal showing 817. So look at that runner now, right? So if you did get any longs like I was talking about, this might be an area to take some out. So just on that, Bed Bath & Beyond, wish we had it for that big winner, but we do not. So there it is, Bed Bath & Beyond. Oh man, that sucks. I'm actually just gonna, I'll keep it there just for sentimental value so I can bitch about it later on that we missed that fill, but so far so good. And by the way, there goes, okay, let's take a piece out here on Meta. I like to see it take that out. I'm gonna wait at that 166.15 or so area to take a piece out there on Meta. Hopefully it can come back up to that upside, but we just did what we said we'd do, man. Wait for this name to start to go back to the upside. Average into positions and then take them. Drug one more time, and I was saying that you talk a lot, apparently I do, but there it is. Right back down here to $2 again. Drug already hit those highs. We talked about taking some profit at that 240 area. 3 may be the top. What's up, Brendo?
AMC doing things. Just took out pre-market high there on a huge volume spike, so it popped up on a volume scanner. Nice move up off the lows there for AMC.
Do you ever look at crypto?
Sometimes. I mean, key levels. Yeah, I see the super chat. Crypto newbie. Thank you for that one. And what about Ethereum coin Luca? So thing with Ethereum, so I'm not a huge crypto guy. I don't really trade it. I don't really look at it too often. But I'm going to go with the very key. Like if it's in a key area that you're like, this is very, very obvious, then I love it. But if it's in an area like, like it's like maybe it looks like resistance support, I just tend to stay away and not really trade it or invest in it. But yeah, I mean, always good to have some exposure to the long term. That's kind of my thesis on it. But overall, yeah, I'm not really trading, not really looking too much. And Luca drives Dogecoin Lambo. Yeah, like I mean,
yeah, buddy.
It's to me, crypto is the biggest gamble. And if you're long and it's working for you, you hold for the moon, which whatever that is, I don't even know. But yeah, lots of my friends made a ton of money on the initial run up, and I kind of missed the boat. And I was like, man, I missed the boat. And they're like, yeah, have fun staying poor, bud. Because I'm gonna buy Lambos. Don't worry though, I'll buy you one. And then yeah, they lost everything, and I was like, okay, well I guess we're still in the same boat now, but at least we're in some type of boat. So yeah, can't complain there. And I want to quickly, before we pass it over to Brendo, I want to quickly touch upon this 140 level on NVIDIA. Like, look what it is doing here. It is literally spending so much time at 140, but it is wicking above, coming back below. Again, keep in mind, it is an SSR trade, right? So you cannot hit the bid to get short, which makes it challenging. It makes it hard to kind of execute on it. But now kind of feels like, okay, we're finally breaking above that 140 level. We're doing a lot of volume, and the overall market is now making a new high, right? So Apple long looking good, pushing towards that 60-50 area like I wanted to see, and NVIDIA now back above. But I'm not convinced that this is actually going to continue to run. So if we kind of do a high a day clear out on the ES, which doesn't make any sense, but if we kind of do that kind of setup, and then NVIDIA wants to fall back through, maybe the short is good for a move back down for like $1.50 there.
Oh man, Ford is like Rip City. But right now AMD is a beautiful trade, up $1.30 in the money. And look what we just did on Meta. Cha-ching! Right there, a nice little take on Meta as well today. Man, what a good show we've been doing today. I feel like one of our best. Thanks, Luca. Again, hit the like button if you could do it. And on that note, it's Crypto Talk with Brendo at the big screen. Let's go.
Hey guys, yeah, when it comes to crypto land, everybody eyeing the Fed here as well. Coming off this jobs number this morning, better than expected, but again, still down from the prior month. So maybe a sign Inflation may be cooling up here on the big board so far. So that has both. This is Bitcoin up here bouncing nicely off 20,000. The initial move when the number came out was actually down. We swiped through it and then ripped right back up to 20,400. So this is a 30-minute chart. But yeah, somebody was asking about Ethereum. Ethereum's actually winning the day right now when it comes to crypto land. 1650 coming into play here at the high. Nice bounce off of this number as well this morning. On the non-farm payrolls as well. That 75 basis point increase in September above 70% now. We were down to about 58 or so, 55, 58 going back a couple days ago. Here it is. There it is, 6% right now for Ethereum, back to the upside, 2.3 for Bitcoin. Positive numbers though, top to bottom. Polkadot, nice day as well, 8% to the upside. Even Matic, Polygon, Dogecoin on here as well, back in positive territory. It was negative earlier along with Solana as well, 4.5%. So even the crypto markets guys liking these job points we're getting this morning.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. I want to quickly talk about Ford. You know, Sean made that call like 1526 over there, how it was riding. And here's the thing, guys. Keep this in mind. Looking at the chart, right? It was riding the 200 period. I do not use the 200 period. I keep my charts extra clean. And for the person who was asking what indicators do I use, very, very simple. VWAP and then just a simple moving average to show me the obvious of where's trend is it riding. But the 200 period on this is riding right over here. It's coming up this way, right? And it was holding. But keep in mind, this is the market. It is not an easy game, right? Things don't act in absolutes. And when you get that kind of looking like it's holding support, you know, it's not really going to have that whiplash action to the upside unless it, first of all, stops out all the longs, right? Entices all the shorts. Oh, low of day break. Oh, pre-market break. Oh, we're going to the downside, and then reverses, and then you get the steam that pushes it to the upside. So keep in mind that if you are playing these like, I'm going to go long off the 200 period, for myself, I don't go long. I actually wait for the whip. I like to wait and then take the long, right? That kind of makes more sense. Or if you're someone who's like, I'll just take the long and give it like a wider stop, that makes sense as well. But man, what a move to the upside there on Ford. And something I wanted to just quickly comment on as well. This is the thing, man. Trading is trading, right? I'm like, oh, you know, that 276 level on Tesla, I think maybe we could get a move to 280. That was kind of my thesis. And this is the same thing as Ford, but you know, like, you know, it doesn't have the, I don't know where the 200 period on this, but this is the thing. I'm like, yeah, like it kind of feels good for the bounce, and it was like on the back burner. I'm like, yeah, maybe whatever. But if I just did that at 275 and gave it $1, you know, that would have been beautiful. That would have been, you know, 5 points to the upside. And who knows where this goes? Are we testing 282 now? But man, what a long there. And you know, just looking back, I'm just like, okay, well, I took the L. And I mean, whatever, it is what it is, right? You can't win them all. Sometimes things like that happen. I'm just glad to be in some type of winner here with Apple.
Wait a minute, you can't win them all?
No, unfortunately not.
All right, you're off the show. All right, yeah, no, no, I mean, no truer words ever been said, and that's why I was like, that guy that jinxed himself there, Sam, hopefully he's scalping, but hopefully he's also holding on to a little bit. AMD is really putting a smile on my face because that money comes back in from yesterday more, you know, so it's a good one, man. We hit that long. Short early, guys. I mean, finally, exactly what I said came through. Finally, it's been rough, man, trying to pick up some of these trades here, but there it is right there, man. We talked about it fading early and then buyers coming in late. We have both ways. So, I mean, that's, for me, is pretty much a dream there on the way it's trading today. We've been frustrated the last couple of days. Traders around here have known that because I've spoken to them about it. But there it is. So we took NVIDIA again. I talked about that 140 being a hero long again. Hopefully some of you took that. It's now at 140.70. So maybe even the guys behind me hopefully took that too, because there's that 140 break. It's nice. It's only 60 cents in the money, but depending on what your risk tolerance is, that's, you know, not horrible. That top though is 141.30. So I don't know. I'm long. I'm just long here starting the position. Like I went long at this 140.50 here to start it. You know, whether or not it goes up from here, I don't, you know, I'm going to take something out at 141. We already have AMD, which has been really nice, but I'm actually going to put it to the high there. I'm going to see about taking out these pre-market highs. What is that, 141.30? Here comes 141 right now. We just put this trade on, guys. So if we can get something out 141 higher than that, 141.15, something like that. I mean, there it is, man. Again, things working out. So hard to complain on a day like today. There it goes upside right now. Meta, $1 in the money. AMD, $1.50 in the money. NVIDIA now 50 cents in the money. Are we going to stop? here at 141, or are we going to blast right through? The carnival's open. The casino's open. Go to the CNE. Say what's up. It's a big day today. Let's go over to Brendo. 10:36 already? What up, Brendo?
We are flying along. Kohl's, guys, big spike here on Kohl's. Oak Street with a $2 billion bid for some of their real estate. So nice pop here for KSS.
KSS. Whoa. Oh, man, another one there. What's up, DJ Khaled? Is he in the chat? Nah. He's too busy mixing up. Okay, all right. We will look at Kohl's in a minute. The one that I want to look at, that I was like, whoa. Oh, first of all, whoa. AMD up to 82.30 right now. I see you, and I take profit on that one. So let's go. Whoa, here we come flying in on our plane here. Look at Softy. This was another one there that I looked at early, and I almost bought it against this 200 right there, man, and we didn't do it. It cracked VWAP. It cracked everything. I cannot believe the move that Microsoft just had. Microsoft, I don't know. Again, we know there's news about Softy there. It was yesterday. It was the goggles. They got an Army deal or something, I think. And there might have been, it was Qualcomm. No, Qualcomm is Meta. But anyways, big move to the upside there. Was not expecting that. Like, this is straight up $3 for Microsoft. So, yeah, man, the big boys are here in the building. As look at Softy right now, taking out the high. I hope Prad's not too sad. There's no Free Fall Friday today. It is Rip Your Face Off Friday. Microsoft, a beautiful move to the upside. Okay, I see you, Meta. $1.20 right there. So, yeah. Wow. What a different day it is when the market goes long, eh? And I don't have to pound my head against the table wondering what I'm doing, because today, so far so good there, Luca.
Yeah, kind of crazy. You know, I see, I'm just glancing over at the time, and I'm like, oh man, 10:40 already. Time flies when you're having fun. Hopefully everyone having a stress-free day, enjoying the show. And guys, I'm going to remind you, hit that like button. Hopefully you're enjoying this as much as I am. You know, things working for me, just to cover that Apple long here. Got some out here at the top. And that was just basically, I was waiting at like, 160, I think 39. And I'm like, well, it's at 160.35. I'm like, I think I might just take it here and then like ride the rest. So riding the rest, and like we're getting that slight break of trend here. But again, keep in mind, overall market, pushing higher, breaking the highs. Like it's only 10:40, right? We got the whole day ahead. And if this thing wants to continue upwards, like why not just let a piece ride, right? So next target there, 161 if we can get there. But if we get back to my break even, I think I'll just cut it, because if we do get back, then we'll probably be back into that range, into 4,000. I don't want to hold this against me. I don't want to let a winner turn into a loser. So yeah, for sure let that ride, and yeah, just see where it goes. And yeah, that KSS, man. I pulled it up and I'm like, is this thing SSR? Like, I don't know. So this was like a test. I'm like, let me see if this is SSR. And I got the fill right away. So I was like, okay, I don't think it is SSR. I think our system just kind of showing me something. Or maybe I'm not seeing things right. Too many lights coming at me. But yeah, that's punch in, punch out, like nothing, just kind of test there. But yeah, when you see these kind of crazy moves, something I tell myself is I go, you know what, is big money, here's the thing, you get the news drop, right? Is big money chasing a move? Or are they already like informed and they're already pre-positioned? You get these kind of crazy moves, wow, right? It went from 28.60 all the way to 30.30. Then you had the quick retracement. Now it's back up. So the real question is, and I'm looking at the daily here, I mean, you got some level at like 31 area. So, if we reject that 31 and come back down, maybe a potential good short.
So what was that word that you said that started with M and sounded like honey?
Money.
There it is. Spin it, man. It's a money move kind of day, and we making money moves. And this time I don't have to hear Neil hate on Cardi B when we say that. So we're making money moves. I hope Neil's making some moves there in Dallas as well as we get ready for our fantasy football draft kicking through. I'm already getting trade offers, and I'm hosting at my house this year. So people are already getting their food orders in and stuff like that. That should be a real fun time on Sunday. Follow us all on Twitter for that as well. But make sure you grab our watches.tradertv.live. But right now, I mean, I just looked at this board, and this is the kind of board that I'm talking about right now for long-term investment purposes. Not much losing here today. Let's go over there with Brendan and take a look at Sector Watch.
Yeah, nice one. Way to end off the week here with a glowing green board right now. 1.27 for the S&P. I can hear in my ear the ES is rallying as well. Starbucks down here. I want to start with that. Starbucks down 1.6%. The only one in the consumer discretionary group in negative territory on that CEO news, as Sean was saying. So this group here, among the leaders to the upside, including all the travel names back to the upside. This is the energy sector, so a nice 2.5%, 3% pop, depending on when you look at it. For crude oil, has the entire group higher on the day. Industrials back to the upside. These are all the airlines in the top right corner there, along with FedEx, UPS as well, all catching a nice bid heading into the weekend. Here we go, Mosaic. Material stocks. Mosaic is a material stock, so there it is. FCX 3.2%, along with MOS 3.2% back to the upside. Utilities, I mean, it goes on and on. Way over here, this is the communication services group. That's Dish to the downside. If you're seeing that red box there, everything else so positive. Banks are actually leading right now off of this number this morning. So banks leading the rally. Tech shares as well. There's one. ADP to the downside, sorry, two. I can't even see it, so small. What is in red? Everything else higher. Semiconductors higher than software names right now to the upside. So a nice broad-based rally to end off the week, guys. 1.3 for the S&P. Back to you.
I like that 1.3 for the S&P. Let's see if we can rhyme it with 2.3 at some point there for the S&P. And wow, man, I mean, honestly, I'm spinning it again because it's not like it's stopping or anytime soon here. It doesn't seem like it anyways. Like we initiated. Man, I make, like, sometimes I say things and they work out, sometimes not. But look at this NVIDIA play there at 140. Just the same way you smashed that 140 yesterday to the long side, I was like, or sorry, to the short side, that it was a long side trade again today. There it is. There's 140. Boom to the upside, man. It's 140, 130. We're late to the party, but we still take 80 cents. We're late to the party and still make $1. I mean, we were just in the money $1. We didn't take it. It just went right back to pre-market highs right here, NVIDIA. Look, if this world is all of a sudden fixed, then whatever, man, tickle me pink or purple. You know, it's a nice move to the upside. We have cleaned out of everything now. We only have about 8% left of our AMD trade. We just got that out at that pre-market high again, right there, 83.58. And I mean, you want to talk about, Trader Pratt talks about painting pictures for Twitter. This is going to be an algo kind of picture. People are going to be like, is this actually a human that made these trades? But there's the short, out, all the way in. Start to build that's the last out there. Start to build the longs, or maybe I had a little piece left, but start to build the longs because we find that bottom there at 81.60, trying to see some strength in the NASDAQ. It gives us that strength, fails again, still respects that bottom. We basically put it on the line again. We were red at this, well, we weren't red, but the stock came back down into the red territory there, creating more bottoms, but then just held, man. We had our outs at 81.25. We talked about that, and there was a level right there, 81.25. This is what we used. We used yesterday's sort of get up spot before we took off into the close, so we were going to use that as our bottoms. Sometimes you're data mining and you're just finding levels, but it held there, so I was willing to rock with it, and then boom to the upside, and there it is. So we'll end the day. I mean, it's only 10:44. We have 3 positions on. And my biggest regret is just being out of this name. I mean, like, as if we buy the basic bottoms here. Like, I buy the bottoms in Ford and then get taken out at the ultimate bottom of Ford, and then this happens. Like, I basically made this wick. So, again, it was kind of a random spot here, 520. Realistically, we could have given it into yesterday's close, 515. But remember, man, the market was coming down, Luca. And honestly, the last couple of days, when I've tried to defend bottoms, especially on ideas that I liked, you know, it didn't pay out. And we talked about how frustrating that was yesterday, but today it seems like we're making those moves. So it's a good day. Okta also ripping up. But how's your Apple doing?
Coming back down, but you know, like I said, unless I mean, if it breaks VWAP to the downside, breaks that 159.50, then I'm out over there. And it's funny, I'm actually looking over at your chart, and I was talking about Ford, and I was like, oh yeah, like you got to give it the room. And then I look, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, man, if I had a nickel for every time my chart looked like that, like I would be loaded. I wouldn't even have to be a trader.
You'd have at least 25 cents.
Yeah, like I would be loaded. And the thing is like you're not a real trader unless you have that, right? Unless that happens to you and especially, I mean, if you trade as much as we do, like sometimes, you know, like
it's
making
like a daily occurrence.
Yeah, it's all the time, all the time. You have that happen all the time. It is what it is. And to somebody in the chat, who was it? Rage TV, I think. You're like, oh, Luca looks mad. Like, man, you got to go long on these days. And I'm laughing because I'm like, no, like I'm not mad. I'm having a great time. But sometimes, like, I notice, like, the camera comes over to me, and I'm just like this. I'm just, like, straight face, because I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, like, what am I going to do next? Like, and then something else I wanted to mention. Somebody's like, oh, I made, like, 6K on BBBY calls. Like, that's amazing, man. If you're playing off that 8 bottom, that was Sean's call. That was absolutely solid. You know, kind of dip and rip, right? Dip and rip. Slow grind to the upside. But you know, good job holding that, because yeah, that's like, I mean, like if I was in this, like I'll be out right over here, you know, like in, out, I'll be like, nice, money has been made, and then it's like all the way up here, and I'm like, ah, oh, damn it, you know, like, so yeah, trying to be patient, trying to be a little bit more patient, but you know, sometimes doesn't always work out the way that it does, and I want to quickly bring up KSS just one more time. This thing running towards that 31 area, and let me just quickly drag over the daily so it doesn't lag the load there. This is basically what I'm looking at. Like, it's like it pops to this level, right? And you only really got above this. And I want to say this lines up with what the BBBY rally was, right? Like when BBBY runs, you get KSS runs, GME, like the meme stonks, whatever. But look at this bottom, right? Then we had the breakdown. So this level, which is far away, like 34. But you know, I want to say that this is the channel. So, you know, maybe facing some resistance there at 31, and you're getting the parabolic move to the upside. But mind you, it's obviously, you know, like better news, not just kind of a crazy run for no reason. But, you know, maybe worth a shot to play off of that 31. I'm asking myself, maybe if the risk lines up, maybe I take a stab if I like the way that it looks. I don't know if it sets up in the next 12 minutes. I mean, man, time's flying here. Like, we're already at 10:48, 10:49. And, you know, like, yeah, time flies when you're having fun. And I'm just like enjoying myself. And again, hopefully you guys are doing well, you know, keeping your profits, keeping it stress-free, going into the long weekend, you know, like, you know, if you made that money, no need to ruin it, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, don't ruin that. And I'm just going to hit this graphic here because, yeah, it is sometimes just about stacking that cash. And honestly, it's like if you see the trade, and I just did that on AMD, to be honest with you. I just took a piece out. I still do think we could go higher, but right now we're just emptying out the bags. And, you know, this time when we turn the bag upside down, money's coming out, not coal. So that's good for us. But Meta still dollar in the money. Again, we take out some highs. And all of these positions now are either 10% or less of the position that I did have on. But there is a new alert here. I'm going to go to Brendan in a second. I'm just going to hit this so I can tell you about the newest trade on board here. Amazon is just Rip City today, up 2.5%. So I was like, you know what? Let's try this above 131, but now it's failing back in. There's this level right here, 75. Like maybe I can zoom in just real quick right there. So I'm going to try to defend it against 75. There's the last average in on this one. Let's see if that works. But let's first go, well, that's not first. Let's just go to Brendo.
Little one moving here, Nano Labs. NA was up more than 40% there. Just took out the high on a huge volume spike. They received notice from the NASDAQ that they're able to continue listing of their stock. It was a minimum bid warning that they got for NA, but all is well, apparently. Also, guys, if I flip over quickly to this one, Kohl's. Yeah, it's getting a little heated here for KSS on that $2 billion real estate bid.
Okay, I know you looked at that. Wow, that's a quite. Oh, okay, so there it is. By the way, Amazon, we just lost on that. So we tried it one more time long. Maybe the tides are turning now here. Again, like my chart was just here. Okay, there it is. Thank you. Oh, wow, that's frustrating. Sometimes if you hit your keyboard hard enough and like 5 or 6 times, then eventually it'll show up. We still have a small piece of it in case this dream does come back up to the upside. It's not a huge loss, but it did break that 75 and we did get out. We can hold it. I don't want to hold it that far. Let's see if that was a wick out bottom. Whoops, a wick out bottom there down to 69er. So we'll see if that is that bottom. I might try one more time. Looks like we did. You know, unfortunately, we got out there. Sometimes, like I say, if you pick those even levels like I just did right there, 75, sometimes not a great pay dirt for you when it does happen and then you get wicked out. So I could have gone longer there. Didn't. I like the wick outs more when it's like near keyer levels. That was kind of just a random one. But there it is, right back up to the upside. We still have a piece and it's 10 cents in the money. Our average price on that was 92. So 92 out 75s. We'll take an 18-cent hit. let's see. This is going to have to go back to day's high in order for us to net out on this, because the piece that I have is only 20%. So we got out of 80%. We'll hold 20% and see if we can take out the highs again there. So if that happens, then yeah, we'll make money again. But oh, that sucks. One more time. Don't tell me I got Forded again on this one, but we'll see. We'll see if that happens one more time. There, probably not. This is not overly strong right now. So it is, but you know that move back is only 10 cents. So let's see what happens there. Amazon, Nvidia, Meta, all working. AMD working. So far, so good here, man. So glad you're able to come through, and you're going to be here all next week. Neil's back. Yeah, Neil's back next week, but he's going to be on the big desk, taking over Brendo as Brendo goes on vacation. So, yeah, Luca's going to be on the big show next week. You know, God willing, hopefully that works out for all of us. And, you know, anything. Actually, let's go to Brendan. Yeah. Or do you have something, you want to talk about something right now? Or
I could say something very quickly. So
okay.
That KSS, that 131 level, for anybody that was watching, that came in very nicely. So I mentioned it, right? The resistance area, I was looking for the break and the flush down. Now, keep in mind, you know, this is like my ideology with small caps. I want to see it break the level and then come back through. Obviously, KSS is not a small cap, but sometimes you get that. Sometimes you get like the over-under, but keep it, like, if this was a small cap, my target is like lower, because like, it's like small cap, like whatever, like, you know, do they even make money? Is it even like a really good play? So you have the large targets. With this one, I'm like, okay, like, let's see what happens. The selling comes in, and again, I'm a scalper, right? So I'm like, oh, you're gonna show me this win on the size that I took. I'm like, I'll just take that. That was solid. And we're riding the moving average. We did not break trend. And a high a day short is like, it's like a cheeky short. It's like, you know, you don't want to overstay your welcome, because then it does what it's doing, which is it's just holding. Not to say that it's not going to, you know, continue to go down, but the last thing I want is it to inch back up, and then I got to cover, and you know, like you got to take the fill when the fill is available. So I just wanted to cover that very quickly. Very, very small scalp, but I'll take the win. Pad the stats. Very, very stress free.
It's Mr. Wickens. He's with Money Talks.
Oh, Apple just flushed, eh?
Hey guys, yeah, we are seeing a little bit of a pullback finally on the US dollar today, coming off this jobs number. This is going back to earlier in the week. We had this huge ramp up all the way through to 110 and change at the high. We had crazy choppy action here this morning off of the jobs number, but we end up kind of grinding to the downside off that non-farm payrolls number, I should say, if you missed that this morning. So about 0.5% right now for the dollar in negative territory. That has the euro clinging to parity at the moment. So right at essentially parity for the euro. Canadian dollar up 0.6 today, 76.5 once again. If you remember yesterday, we got 75.8, I think was the low there for the Canadian dollar. British pound, Japanese yen, everything top to bottom here higher on the day. New Zealand, Australia included, 1% there for Australia and New Zealand, about the same. But it was all about that jobs number this morning, pulling back from a 20-plus year high for the dollar. Guys, back over to you.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Brendan, for that last update there before we end the show in 5 minutes. So again, oh, shoot. Okay, I was just going to talk about Amazon there. We got out. I thought maybe we could hold the level there, but nah, this market wants to fade out a little bit here. So, like, remember when I said about 10 minutes ago that we had less than 10% of all of these trades? I mean, that is what we had. So, you know, this down move sucks, of course, because no matter what percent you have left, you're still trying to make that money. So, you know, a downside move is not a great thing here. But, you know, looking to pick up some Amazon on these lows here. We'll see if it can hold, you know, 130 basically coming back in right there. We'll see if it can hold that. You know, so I'm here to try that. We'll see if that holds. That's going to be Amazon. AMD's is making a move. I'm going to put some more shares here on Amazon. Doesn't, I mean, we'll see. Let me just put that there and then put a stop order breaking basically through that 130. You know, again, I guess we didn't get Forded on this because it did continue to go down, so that's fine. Just quickly there, we are averaged in a little bit more into NVIDIA as well, as that came back into 140. So let's see if that can hold the 200 periods right here at 139.68. Not that the 200 period is overly key, but again, another level that we'll look at there for NVIDIA coming back in. And hey, the market right now just taking down the 50 period. This is the first time it even looked at that since we broke it. So yeah, trend changing, coming back in. We'll try the longs because you're not, it's not like they're dead in the water. We could still hold, but there goes NVIDIA breaking as well. So a nice little averaged up price here for Amazon. Let's see if it can hold that 130. Let's see if all of these can hold. If not, let's not be in them too much longer, guys.
Yeah,
anything to wrap it up here? We're almost done.
Yeah. So just to quickly cover, Apple absolutely nuked, right? The market kind of very slow to the upside, grinding to the upside, and kind of takes the what do you call it? The escalators up and the elevator down. Very, very low. And here's the thing. You quickly said stop orders, and I was like, yes, stop orders, the thing that I use all the time, except for this time, where because I said, okay, my break even, I'm going to get out over there. And I quickly glanced over. I was like, oh, wait, I'm out of the money on this. And then I look, I'm like, oh, this is below VWAP. Look at that. So here's the thing, right? When you're not watching stuff, or it's on the back burner, you want to make sure you got stop orders in at key areas. For me, my stop order would have probably been call it 59 or 49. So it's not much of a hit. It's a 10 cent more than I wanted. But and it was less size, so it doesn't even matter. But here's the thing: when you get these flash moves and you're not really paying attention, that's where the automated orders really, really help you there. So gonna remind myself for next time. Maybe I put a sticky note somewhere in front of me. Always use stop orders for the next week because this could have been ugly, especially if it was a little bit bigger size there. But yeah, now I'm out of my positions. We got 3 minutes left here before we pass it on. I'm a happy camper when I lock everything in and I'm flat for the day and I'm just nice. Now I could go, enjoy a nice pizza or something, relax, stress-free, no positions, and then, see what we got going into midday and the end of the day there.
I like that little pizza talk there. So we'll do that. Some soprasetta, I heard, is what you like.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see if that comes in right now for you. But look, we only have 1.7K. I mean, everyone watching, man, we have over 7,000 watching, and we only have 1.7 right now. Let's hit that just like that into the like button situation there. So please, if you can, take the time to hit the like button. It's a completely free stream. I have over 100 fills today, and we're working some of these positions right now for you. So there goes Amazon back. We're long at 130.19 right now. It's back into the money. We just took some out there because that move did happen to the backside. But yeah, I don't know. The reason why I'm long Amazon, strongest name in the in the market right here from the tech side. I mean, there's stronger names, but big cap tech there, bouncing off that 130. Let's see if it can hold. If it doesn't, we already know our out on that one. NVIDIA is falling down as well. If the market rallies back, the chips will go. So I'm pretty happy with some of these plays. We've given some back, and the minute I said that we had a little bit of a less position on, maybe we should have thought about reversing that and flipping that over to the short earlier. But instead, we try to catch some falling knives, and I think we got the right names. Whether or not they hold up or not is in the market's hands. But there it is. Thank you so much. 2.1K. All we do is ask, and we bump up 25% right there. So thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. Luca's been killing it. My voice is now starting to get lost again. But Rob did drop off some hauls, so thanks for that. We'll have some more of that. And then lemon tea. I think we have that lemon ginger tea.
Oh, that's
I think
the best.
We'll be running some
Put
of
some
that.
honey in there too.
But look what happens, man. The market starts to go, the emotions come out again, and then there we go to the upside now as Amazon coming back to life a little bit, NVIDIA coming back to life a little bit. I'm going to take this opportunity to get something out. There goes NVIDIA. Let's take that out. Again, don't want to throw away, man. We don't want to throw we don't want to throw bad money after good. Sometimes it's the other way around. But we don't want to, we don't want to get too excited here trying to chase some of these bottoms. But yes, sir, there it comes right back up to the upside on some of these. So you know what? There's only 15 seconds left. Thanks to Luca. We're going to have Tony on the afternoon show as well. He's going to be coming through for a couple minutes. I don't know. I'll see what I can convince him with. I got to go buy him a coffee as well. He hooked me up yesterday, so thanks to Tony for that as well. Come on, Amazon. You can do this, man. Let's get a little bit more out on that as you start to run up to the upside as well. There goes NVIDIA to the upside. I just can't stop, man, but I got to throw this show over. So thank you one more time for watching. We just got 2.1K. Just hit the like button right now if you haven't. We're going to throw it over to Sharif, looking dapper. Proud, got the jacket on. We're ready to rock and roll. Thanks again to Luca, and thanks to you guys. Without the best viewership, we have nothing. Let's go over to our Midday Madness with these two. Let's go.
Welcome to the Midday Madness show with Sharif and Trader Prad. We're going to get the party going. Sadly, it is going to be the last day of the week, But the month just started yesterday, so still lots of opportunity come. I know it's a long weekend on Monday.
Yes, finally.
Finally a break. I know I can't wait for a long weekend. It's gonna be a good time. But we're gonna enjoy this market day today for the rest of the day with our wonderful viewers that Sean was talking about not too long ago. So welcome to the game, welcome to the show, and let's start off with a couple trades that I am in right now. That I'm just watching the move around. For example, Chewy short is my position. I know nothing will show up until I take any profits. So since I am 45 cents in the money on Chewy, let's take some profits on that side. Have our position board update for us. Bang! Now you'll see starting some CrowdStrike longs, some Chewy shorts, some PDD longs, and some WBD longs. So we're just waiting to see where these positions will go. I gotta say though, I'm not really too excited about today on the market. As you guys can see on my tweet earlier on the morning, I said if the market doesn't turn to free fall by 10 o'clock, I'm taking an early long weekend. So in my mind, I'm already on a long weekend mentality. In my head, I'm already clocked out. But we're gonna come back off of that long weekend mentality a little bit and look for opportunities to punch into. So we got some trades on board for you guys. Let's keep the chat active, obviously. Let's see what stocks you guys are trading at, and make sure you're smashing the long button or like button.
The like button. Go long.
Smashing the like, go long on the like button. Help us out with the YouTube algorithm. So here was my Chewy short. I'm gonna head over next to my Li Auto short. Li Auto currently 15 cents in the money on this bad boy, pushing back to the downside. NIO also my other short, not really in the money just yet off this one. Punched a little bit too late, missed the most of the meat of the move on the NIO short. But I have my ranges. I'm gonna stick to my ranges, stick to my game plan, and hopefully it works out for me at the end of the day. So happy you guys are here. Bears kick in when you come on. I'm not sure that's necessarily true. Today looks like a pretty bullish day. We got a positive numbers from the jobs number, obviously coming out positive, showing that employers are still hiring new workforce and so with companies talking about firing people with Snapchat, Apple, Google, then you come out with the jobs number like this, it actually looks a little bit better than you thought it would come out with. So at the end of the day, those factors, those key variable numbers for inflation helped out the market today to be up 1% on the S&P 500 and almost 1% on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, guys, I mean, building on what Pratt said there, I thought that if the number came out stronger than expected, especially month over month, that we would have a sell-off in the market because think about it. We've been talking about this all week. If the jobs numbers come in higher and stronger, that means there are more job vacancies still out there. And if there are more job vacancies out there, that means employers have to pay people more in order to elicit them or to recruit them for those positions. If they have to pay them more, that means there's more money in their pocket and they're spending more. And there's more money chasing fewer goods. And that's basically the root cause of inflation. So inflation, is going to force the Fed to raise the rates. And if it raises the rates, then the markets get hit. So I kind of don't understand. It's beyond my scope of comprehension of why we're like stronger than we were yesterday. Maybe the market was pricing in a stronger jobs number than the one that we actually got. That's probably it here. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, so it's an interesting thing where we're at. Yeah, the futures. We were looking at the futures earlier when I was sitting down at my desk, and we looked at that 40-20 area as as yesterday. I believe it's yesterday's high or the day before's high. Let me go back here into my half an hour. Dun dun dun. That 40-20 area was. That 4018 actually area, that 4018 area, not 4020. Yeah, 4018 was the high of yesterday. We double topped there, so that makes sense that we're pulling back off there. If I hadn't been getting ready to come on the show, I probably would have taken a little scalp off that 418 down to the downside. But as for things that we were trading today, we had a couple of good small caps today, guys. Let's see. What do we trade here? Let's pull it up. PXMD, I had a whole bunch of longs off that, so I was pretty pumped with that. Made a keystroke error on PXMD, which kind of gave back a little bit of my profits. I looked at my blotter. I'm like, what the hell? How come I'm in this position? I was in like a whole bunch of shares that I hadn't anticipated, so I had to close that for an L. But hey, that happens. AHI is making a big move. Drug is making a move again today. Let's see what else is moving. I said AHI. I believe that crazy stock from yesterday. What was it called? AXD, whatever.
AXTG?
Hey, there you go. That was making another move off the
I
bounce.
don't remember these stocks.
Yeah, you remember. You don't even trade them and you remember them. That shows you how bad my memory is, right? Like, yeah, that was making. We had a nice little scalp off that, and then we also took several scalps on the future. So it's been a positive morning for us. We're happy. We're up, and we're here, and we're alive, and we're smiling.
Yes, sir. We're live and we're smiling. I sent you a couple screenshots if you want to log into your Google chat and open it up.
Absolutely.
Just it's hilarious screenshots of this chat being the absolute troll chat that they are.
Sharif shirt on a short squeeze hard. Yeah, I said that to him earlier. I'm like, this is the shirt that I usually wear under my sports jackets for my suits and stuff. So it doesn't typically show. And I put it on today. I'm like, Jesus, this is tight, right? Like, and it's a little stretchy too, but it's really holding on at the pins there, guys. So I'm sorry if I look a little silly, but that's what we're gonna have to deal with today.
I don't want to say it out loud because I was like, yo,
it's good, bro.
It's fun banter though. You gotta love the chat and their hilarious comments sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Since we're still in the kind of the morning show kind of phase, it looks like we have some super chats and some messages that we missed.
I didn't know it was going to be
so
this
let me
tight.
address some of them real quick. Magnum King coming in with the new members. He's been a member for 14 months in a row. But saying have a great green day today, traders. So thank you for that. We appreciate that, Magnum. All love for the support. Dominic coming in with the $5 super chat. CMCM is a halt machine today. CMCM, let's go check out what this one's doing. CMCM is a $3 stock, obviously. This is a Formula Row Classic, if I remember how this man used to trade. Yeah, looks like it kind of failed after a bit, though. Not really sure where it halted because I have the 5-minute chart here. There you go. Now I see where it halted. It's a 1-minute chart up, halted a little bit to the upside, halted back down, halted back up, halted back down, and then giving back most of its gains. And now only up 13% on the day is CMCA. Let me go see what the relative volume is of the stock. Relative volume doesn't even show up for it. What? With the float of 21 million yeah, relative volume is not showing up, and the volume is not showing up for this one either. So not sure what's going on with my scanners on that side. But CMCA today has been halted quite a bit, but now looks like it's failing to move forward with those nasty moves that we have seen earlier. And looks like that super chat has been read. $500, not sure what currency that is, but whatever currency that is, 500 of that, thank you. Adam Abdu Sahil, Zoom is zooming. Yeah, I mean, if you remember yesterday, we saw this with the stock turn around completely on us. Let me just pull back to all the way to yesterday's chart. So yesterday we had that short somewhere around here off the VWAP. We covered it perfectly at the bottom of the day, and then we had one last cover over here when it came back through. I think that's when we should have just flipped long because the catalyst came in afterwards. That Zoom is probably looking to go private or maybe getting bought out. Could be Microsoft, could be Google, anybody who wants to buy them and dump them in the ground after, bury them 6 feet under. But at the end of the day, what we notice is this $80 level holding. Sharif actually took a beautiful long around this $80 and he got out near 81. So we even planned out this trade for you. We said look out for this $80 level tomorrow, and sadly I didn't remember Zoom until it popped up on my scanners, and by that time it was already too late for me. But if you look at that $80 level, pretty close to 80. You would have, if you got in over here, you would have still had to give in until the $80 range risk, if you ask me, and you would have absolutely been laughing all day as the stock just keeps on ripping with the rest of the market to the north side. But looks like the NASDAQ market is now showing us some weakness around that 12,500 level, which is what I am waiting to short. I've been waiting for this 12,500 level all day. I walked in today saying if we're anywhere close to 12.5K, I'm shorting it. If not, there's no trade for me on the futures.
Do you know anybody using Skype anymore?
Like
Aside,
people do.
Yeah,
like,
no, but like from outside North America,
like third world
like
countries, yeah.
I don't really feel like anybody uses Skype as much as they used to. It's kind of like dead, and that kind of makes me worry.
People.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this kind of stuff. I feel like once companies get bought, they lose a little bit of their uniqueness, and they kind of get homogenized in with the bigger company that bought them. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see if that happens to Zoom. I don't know. We got into a long, guys, while Prad was talking. We got into AHI. It's below VWAP, you know, which is kind of breaking our rules a little bit, especially with these small cap crappers, I like to call them. I like to take them above VWAP, but we're in there 146, and now we're popping into that 150 area. We're looking for that VWAP break. Now we're into 152. We'll scalp some out at that 156 level, so we'll go ahead and put our sell order there at 156, and we'll take a little bit out there. We'll see there's a yellow line indicating that we have a profit-taking order on the high side. You know, it's a dollar stock. I don't like these stocks. I'll just be very frank with you. You got to take a ton of size, which causes, you know, more risk for slippage. And it's a 3-cent spread on a dollar stock, guys. And a 2-cent spread now, 3-cent keeps going back and forth. Not my favorite setup, but we're doing it for you guys. We want to initiate some trades, and this is what I've been trading lately. These small gappers. You know, I'm trying to refine my skill with them. I started actually my career in trading these ones exclusively. I wasn't trading any big cap or mid cap names, so I had a little bit of experience with them. Coming back to them a little bit now. And yeah, so we're into that. Let's see what else is popping off here. Look at PDD's made a move today, eh? Off the bottoms there. Geez, okay, PDD weaseled its way down to 68.50, and now it is trading at 72.50. So it's made a bit of a move. That's nice. We'll keep PDD definitely on watch there for the rest of the afternoon. That's kind of been unusual. Let's see what the Asian ADR, Chinese ADRs are doing. Yeah, it's mixed. You know, some of them are green, some of them are red. Another thing about this BDDY, we keep talking about this. We've talked about this a bunch. BDDY and BDDF, which is BYD, the Asian EV maker that we talked about,
right.
down another 6.5% today. I don't get it. I mean, Uncle Warren's probably unloading, and then we'll hear about it later. I know that he reduced his position from above 20% to below 20% not that long ago. And maybe this is more selling on his part, and then he hasn't reported it yet. Guys, we got out a little piece here. Let's get another piece out at the 162 level. Let's go. Boom. There we go. Let's trigger. Come on. Go back up. So we got that piece out that we wanted. Looks like we're going to get another piece out at that 162 level. So we're super positive on this AHI trade. I love sitting down on the desk and actually making money immediately like that. Makes me feel positive and going into positive attitude going to the session, Prad. There we go. We got out.
Yeehaw, Tiger. That's what I'm talking about. Make that money, keep that money, drink them beers.
It's Friday
that's
too,
the
man.
Saying, baby. That's the saying. But I don't know if I'll be able to drink some beers today. You know, mom's clearly home. I gotta go back home and be a good little son for at least one day, and then we'll see afterwards. CrowdStrike longs have not been good. It's been somewhat good and then not good, and then somewhat good and then not good. So just waiting to see if the market can pull up a little bit, take CrowdStrike back before this 175 area, giving it $1 for us because the stock is so spready and giving it that extra spread of room. So kind of sucks for me on that trade, but thankfully we have other trades on board that are in the money. For example, Li Auto. Taking some profits on Li Auto over here. Still holding some size on Li Auto. Let's take some size out on Pinduoduo also before it returns back on us like CrowdStrike. Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, you got
There
into
you
that
go.
PDD. Hey.
Yeah, but it sucks because I wanted to get in over here, but then my mind also has that FOMO mentality where it's like, oh no, the stock is gonna run away, so I punch over here, and then I watch it come back, and I'm like, I knew I wanted to go long here. I could have just waited for this order, and if it doesn't come, it's fine. But like sometimes I break my own rules, and I get upset about breaking my own rules because
You don't like averaging in on the dips there?
I could have, but then I'm already full size over here.
Okay, you're full
like I'm
size.
already full
Gotcha.
size over here. If I had over here, then I'm kind of ruining my risk parameters and everything. So it's idiotic to go full size, right? And I'm not trying to put talk mean to myself. I'm literally just teaching myself. With probably not the right language, but anyways, it's kind of idiotic to go full size over here when you know you wanted to go long over here. So what I should have done is maybe entered 15%, 25%, and then maybe had my order for the rest of the 100% over here, and then held on to it, and it would have been a bit bigger move. More money would have been poured in. Now we're 26 cents in the money, but we would have been 50 cents in the money off of this trade, right? So a little bit of my rule breaking, a little bit upset. That's why if you see me getting moody over here, that's because it was. But no, at the end of the day, we're still trying to make some money back over here that we gave back on a couple other positions. We're long, we're short. I know people in the chat are saying, Prad, leave some trades for the rest of us. I'm in 6 positions, man. Leave me alone.
That's normal for this guy, though.
I'm in 6 positions. I'm not in like a million positions.
I look at this guy's blotter, like I got a couple of things here and there. You'll see 1 or 2 things. On Prad's, you'll see like a few days
and my
ago,
unrealized. Look at my unrealized. Look at my unrealized. You think that's anything worthy of like even being afraid of? Like I'm not afraid of that. So like I'm managing my risk on multiple stocks here.
No,
That's the job. That's the job.
Yeah, no question about it. Yeah, guys, we're about to take another piece off here. If we can get to that 169 level, $1.69 on AHI. We're flirting with 167, 168 now. We've got the profit taker, as you can see on the screen, the yellow line. I hope you can see that. Maybe I should change that to another darker color so that the viewers can see it a little bit better. I'll make that amendment later. But yeah, we're close. Guys, we're in at 146 on this. It's a dollar stock. It just moved 20 cents. This is a big win. I wish I would have sized in a little bit more on this bad boy. I know Neil would be proud. Neil loves these kind of stocks. Yeah, but he's down in Dallas enjoying time with his family, right, Sean? Yeah, with his family, he's down there. And yeah, in Cowboys area, I know how much he loves the Cowboys, right? Being a Bills fan and all. But the AHI's trade is working for us, guys. Let's see what else is going on here. PXMD doing poopy, well below VWAP here. VWAP's around that 525 area, but we'll speak more about that once we get back from Brendo, who's at the big board for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on a much improved social sentiment board. If you joined us in the pre-market, this was probably 75% on the red side coming off that jobs number. Remember, a beat on the jobs number, but still down significantly month over month. So 500 and change in July, and then we get 315,000 in August. Still better than expected, 300,000, but down, which is a positive overall as far as the Fed is concerned. AMC to the upside now. Ape in the corner there. They both popped up at the same time. Ape not as high and not as fast as well. I wanted to mention this one as well. BIAF, still a crazy stock. Not as many halts as well today, but nice look. SPY there on the positive side being mentioned all kinds. BBBY, Tesla, JZ to the downside once again today. Overall, though, the market, I mean, very, very positive heading into the weekend here. So is sentiment now, guys, on social media. Back to you.
Yeah, David Howe is just spamming the chat nonstop and saying, watch your NIO shorts. You're going to pay for it. You're going to get burned. I understand. Listen, this is my trade. I'm going to trade it my way. You trade it your way. If you're long, I'm sorry I'm short. I'm sorry on your other side. But this is my trade. This is how I trade my stocks. And if it works out for me like it already is, we'll take some profits. And if it doesn't work out for me, we'll get stopped out and we won't cry about it. It's okay. It's the nature of trades. You lose some, you win some, and you can't sit there crying about all of it, right? That's fine. So thank you for your kind words on that. I will be watching my trades for sure. You know, I'm watching all of my million trades that you guys keep saying I'm trading. So I'm watching them. I appreciate it. Now, coming back to my stocks that I am, XPEV is also popping up on the scanners for weakness side. Li Auto already big time in the money, 30 cents. I wish I actually saw XPEV earlier. When I'm already short Li and NIO, why wouldn't I just pull up XPEV and also punch XPEV?
Yeah.
Might as well, like, that's basically trading the ETF over there. So let's just find the trade over here in XPEV maybe. I don't see the trade in it right now. I'm not chasing this position, but if it does pop back up, we're shorting it. The Chinese EV stocks for the most part have been bleeding for quite a bit now. If you remember Li Auto, like the decline that I think it was Li Auto, was it XPEV?
XPEV was bad, really bad the other day, but Li was bad after earnings. I remember that. They're both bad today, Pride.
They're all bad today. NIO's down, Li's down, not Chewy, and XPEV is down. I'm guessing Tesla is bleeding a little bit, but no, that would be wrong because the market's up. Let's go check out Tesla. Tesla is actually flat / negative on the day, so looks like that idea is not wrong.
No.
And if we were to go check on some other EV sectors, or EV stocks, sorry, since we're already in them, let's go see what Rivian is doing today. Rivian actually up 1 full percent on the day after bleeding first and then finding a nice V-shaped recovery in it. So Rivian's moving to the upside. Lucid, last but not least, for the EV sector wrap up over here, also doing exactly what Rivian did. Dropped off to begin the day with, and then popped right back up like the rest of the market. Nice V-shaped recovery for our S&P 500 and NASDAQ.
Guys, we took out that $1.69 piece that we talked about right here. Get to my screen. There we go, right there, that 169. So recall, we took a piece out at 156, another piece out at 162, another piece at 169, and then our final out on this one is going to be 177. Well, you know, we top wick there right below at 175, so we got close to that 177 now. That'll be the last 25% of our position, and we'll look to initiate a new long if we can break through that top wick here, which is the high of day at 184 and change. Obviously, needless to say, if this breaks below VWAP here at that 155 level, I'll be out. But that'll still give me a 10-cent winner even on my out. So I'm using a bit of a trailing stop there, something I'm trying to incorporate, especially with these small cap crappers, like I like to call them. Let's see what the futures are doing, because the futures are moving sideways a little bit now. I'm kind of thinking I want to get into some big tech if we can break through that 40.18 level. That was the level we identified as yesterday's high, and it's definitely today's high. But look at this, we're starting to make some higher lows a little bit, even though we're consolidating. Look at this, we're moving from that 4,000 level up to that 40.06 level. Now we're at that 40.13 level. If we can hold, you know, respect this trend line somewhat, maybe we'll initiate a long on Apple or whatever is stronger among the big tech names if we can break through that 40.18, 40.19 level on the ES. Definitely looking to go short or long on the ES today. You know, I was expecting a completely different move, but what do I know, Brad? What do I know?
I've literally taken no size off of any of these trades, and my unrealized is completely not moving. It's such a boring day for me. This sucks, man. Like, nothing's happening. I'm losing equally as I'm making on other stocks, and I'm making equally, well, I guess vice versa, right? So it's so boring. But what I'm seeing in the chat is actually making me entertained, because the chat's like, some people are backing me up. They're like, oh, hey, Pride identifies as a short. Leave him alone. And then some people are like,
here we go, identity politics.
Yeah, identity politics. Yeah. So, you know, Pratt identifies as short. This is a good one. Pratt is not a day trader. He's a hedge fund manager. He's so diversified right now. His net's not even moving. And, like, these comments kill me, man.
Spray and pray, Pratt, right?
Spray and pray, Pratt. You know it, baby.
That's from yesterday.
These comments are way too hilarious. Makes my day, especially on a day like today. You know, market going up and then just dies off. Like, why can't we go test that 12.5K level on the NASDAQ? That level is, in my opinion, very important. If you pull up the NASDAQ chart here, you'll see how 12.5K previously was support, I believe, right here, right on that day. We bounced to the downside, or we crashed to the downside, and we bounced off of 12.5K. And then the next 2 days, we got short opportunities off that 12.5K level, with the market giving you around 200 point shorts on both of those days. So opportunities were there. Now I just want to see the market go back to that level, reject it. We're not even that far away from it. We're only 80 points away from that 12.5K area, from where I really think the market will not have any more strength to keep on thrusting to the north side, and shorts will be coming in, piling in, bears will be ready to strike down the market. These ranges in the middle, the diddle ranges, are for you know, for lack of a better word, inexperienced traders and for the scalpers and so on. But the real money, they're sitting there waiting for the decision ranges, your supply and demand zones and so on, and waiting to see how the tape reacts to that range, and then they smash based off of that tape. They're reacting. It's a response to a stimuli. It's not just let me pray and spray.
No, I definitely agree. Couldn't agree more with that, Brad. Ape has made a move, a bit of a move today. You saw that, eh? Yeah, we bounced off the lows there on Ape. We were at 40.63. We made top wick at that 40.70 level, and now we're sadly below VWAP on this one at that 5.25. So keeping an eye on APE here. It launched up on my scanner. Do I have shorts on APE? Yeah, okay, awesome. So I can get some shorts on APE. Still nursing this AHI trade, flirting with that 170, wicking a little bit above 173, 174, right back down to 170. So I'm going to be patient on this one. I'm only holding a quarter of my position left, and I definitely want to get that 177 level if I can. I'll reiterate, my out will be VWAP, which will be 10-cent win for me in the money. My stop will be at VWAP, which is at 155 level. Let's see what the chat is up to. Prad, 100% a gamer. Yeah, Prad refers to himself as a gaming overlord. I've heard him say that on several occasions, guys.
It's supreme gaming overlord for
There you go. Humbleness embodied right over here. I love that. What else we got on the chat? Courageous Prad with so many stock that that being done while being done with the
six stocks. Like, are you kidding me? You can't manage 6 positions.
I'll
Come
tell
on,
you the
guys.
truth. I'll tell you the truth. I can't.
Come on, man.
That's a gaming thing. You got to be able to multitask. I like to have 2-3 positions max because, like, you know, the way my screen is set up, I like to have an eye on all of them, and I don't have enough real estate to have all those. I'm going to need 2 more monitors if I want to be able to do that, Brad.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, to each their own. No problem. The way what I notice is if I just put all my risk in 1 or 2 stocks, and then if it blows out, I get really upset. So for me, I like to once again, the word spray and pray sucks, but like I like to spread my bets around on a bunch of stocks, and then you know, size accordingly on that trades, and based on how I size based on risk to reward. Right?
Gotcha.
I don't like to size based on, like, I know you're supposed to size based on, oh, this is an A+ setup, this is a B+ setup. That is the right way to do it, because you're gonna be here for the longevity and so on. But I have a little bit of a scalper's mentality because the people who taught me have been teaching me how to scalp and so on. So risk to reward is what helps me size better. And based on that, man, I can be on a bunch of stocks at once and just do the risk to reward area. You know, if I have a higher win percent, hey, I could. It doesn't matter if I'm losing because my winners I have a higher winner percentage, and then my risk to reward always matches up because I go for 2:1, 2:1 setup. So I just go for that all day. And speaking of which, right now, Pinduoduo, look at Pinduoduo doing absolutely nothing, which is exactly what we want to see when the market looks like it wants to pull back. Crowd.NQ, though, pulling back a little bit more. So I'm going to actually close this trade, book those losses on that position. And someone in chat said, maybe close the trades that you're not winning on, and then you'll start, and then you start winning. You're not wrong about that. You're not, no, I mean, in terms of how my nets are balanced out. So yeah, you're not wrong about that. Clip your losers and let your winners ride. So let's clip the loser over here, and now let's let the winners ride, which is almost every single one of them, but WBD. And Pinduoduo is once again moving to the north side for us. So let's go.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping my eye on PDD here. I got it on my side screen. I've also got it on this main screen here. I really don't have a plan for this one, guys. It kind of, like, you know, it's moved from 68.5 all the way up to 72.5. So it's $4. You know, it's going to really require something to continue to initiate buying coming in, whether it's the ES or the NQ moving, or the Chinese ADRs get some positive news. We'll see. I'm looking for maybe a dip back into that 72.20, which is the 50 EMA, or possibly that 71.90, 72 area, maybe to initiate a long here. I definitely don't want to chase this, especially it's making newer lows. You know, so it looks like it's reached a bit of a peak here at that 72, 75 level. That was top wick. I'm definitely interested in this. It's on the corner of my only up 1.46% on the day, meaning that it started off the day pretty poorly. Here we go. Look at this wick around right down on AHI, right down to that 160 level. It held 160, meaning that his buyers coming in at that level, which is interesting. But, you know, continue to consolidate sideways into that $1.70 area. We're looking for 177. I don't want to keep repeating that, but it's my only trade on that I have at the moment. Look at Nerve. Let's see what's Nerve up to today. Yeah, it's kind of doing nothing. Okay, let's see what else we got. What do we got on our scanner? Everything is low volume today on my scanner. I got FEMA up 13%, but it's only done 53,000 shares. Let's actually filter by volume here. FRGE kind of below VWAP. That's done its fair share of volume, but not in the right position. LQDA holding VWAP. Okay, it's a fair share of volume today, 2.2 million. None of these small cap crappers are really getting my attention. They're either really low on volume or poorly placed on the chart. Oh, HOLI holding above VWAP nicely. Not enough volume on this one. Oh, that's basically it, guys. Let's have a look at Big Tech. What's Big Tech up to? Let's bring our charts down here. I know they're black. I hope you guys can see them well. Meta below VWAP, Amazon above VWAP nicely. So is Apple. So is Microsoft and Google. Tesla flirting with that VWAP around that 277. So it looks like the two laggards on the big cap names today are Tesla and Meta. I know Sean initiated a couple of longs, one accidentally and one on purpose on Meta. Good on him for being profitable on that name. Google looks a little stronger today. You know, Google and Microsoft happen to look like the stronger of the bunch. Even maybe Amazon. Google probably kind of a little bit stronger than them. So we'll keep an eye on those names for you. We're definitely keeping an eye on the ES here. It is holding the trend line that we talked about. Here is the ES chart, and there's the trend line that we drew. We'll continue to extend it as it goes up. So we're looking for that 40.19 break here to initiate longs on either the big cap equities or maybe on the futures itself, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just taking profits on Pinduoduo right now and on Chewy. So Pinduoduo popping right back up. You know, just making sure we're taking profits just in case it pops right back down and burns us on the rest of the sides we have left on board. So taking some of those targets out here on Chewy, on Pinduoduo. Let's also head over to Li Auto, which is 24 cents in the money and trying to push back up. So let's take some of that size out there. NIO only 3 cents in the money. NIO did break VWAP, so the trend is also now changing back in our favor for NIO. Let's see if it jumps back above VWAP over here, as it is holding this $18 level. Someone said, can you explain your reasoning as to why you're shorting NIO at 18.11 and what your reasoning is? Look, it popped up on the scanner. It looked good, as I'm already short LI and what's the other one? No, just LI. I thought I was short another one. I was thinking about shorting XPEB. That's right. As XPEB, Li Auto, and NIO kept popping up on my scanners as weak today. They're down 4%. So I punched the short, and now we're watching the stock break VWAP, getting ready to most likely take out $18 for the second time of the day, and then push down to the low of day. Here comes the $18 break. Let's see. Look at that tape, man. I'm not seeing any greens. The last green printed was at 1803, so clearly there's some weakness on this position. Weakness in the Chinese sector as a whole today, except for Pinduoduo apparently. That bad boy is just ripping. So maybe not the Chinese sector, but the Chinese EV sector is what I should be saying, because here's BABA pretty much
good.
I wouldn't say flat on the day. It's down almost 1%. So it is bleeding a little bit, but you know, for BABA 1% is nothing.
Nothing, yeah. Rocket Chip Corporation Limited shouting me at in the chat says, of course, my man Sharif is an IBKR man, only the GOATs. Well, you know what, dude, as comfortable as I am with the IBKR.
You talk smack about it all day.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. As comfortable as I am, excuse me, with the IBKR platform, I gave a little bit of tidbit on this yesterday, and you know, IBKR was actually found to have really poor fills. And to be honest with you, I didn't even really feel that. I thought I was always getting good fills, but then I had really nothing else to compare to. I used to use TD Web Broker, which is such I don't want to say bad, but it is.
Say it.
Bad, yeah. It's
how
nothing
it is.
like Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim actually is much more superior than TD Web Broker. But in Canada, in order to use Thinkorswim, you have to have a certain amount of money for them to give it for free. Otherwise, you got to pay. So
I thought you can't even use it unless you have an American SIN number.
You need $50K in your account, and otherwise you have to pay. So I'm okay now with that, but when I started, I didn't have that amount. So you know, I got used to IBKR, right? Anyway, I'm not going to get into details with that. But yeah, Thinkorswim is available for Canadians, but you have to have a certain amount of money, and or otherwise, actually, I don't even think you have to pay. I don't remember, guys. Do your own research. It was like 2.5 years ago that I remembered. Something's going on with here. I'll send it to Pratt.
Pinduoduo popping off right now. Let's go,
Oh, there you
Pinduoduo.
go.
50 cents in the money now, and the market's coming off, but Pinduoduo wants to go up. So let's take some more size out on that bad boy. We take profits anywhere we can. So coming into play, PDD also popping up on the scanner. So let's go. What is XP? XP is also popping up at the moment. Looks like another Brazilian stock. Okay.
Ooh, something's going
Some
on
hard
back.
claps
Someone
over
got
there.
shot or something?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. That sounded pretty loud. That was a hard clap, man. Either
Yeah.
somebody got slapped or clapped. I don't know what happened, but hopefully it was a good thing, whatever it was. XP, whatever XP is, it says it's a Brazilian company, but I'm not really seeing too much about it. Low on the relative volume end, 1.3 million shares traded today, 307 million shares, 307 million flow. I'm trying to go over to find more about what the stock is. Technology services, internet software service. Okay, maybe an internet provider in Brazil. So telecom maybe is my guess. So clearly popping to the north side for these guys. And now at S&P 500 trying to go test the high days most likely. Green candles coming in, and NASDAQ also trying to push up a little bit. So longs clearly helping us out. Pinduoduo now 60 cents in the money. WBD, sadly, the other long we have, only 12 cents out of the money.
We got into PDD here, but we got in with too much size accidentally. So we're definitely going to get out of that one. There we go. Let's see. Did we take an L on that one? No, actually, we were completely flat on that. So that's cool. Didn't have to take an L on that. Yeah, I was looking to get in with smaller size, given that it was approaching that 73 level, and that could be a key resistance level. You don't know. So in these type of cases, or if I'm breaking through a level I'm not confident on, I'll take small size, and then if I'm in the money, I'll use that opportunity to add to it since I have a cushion on the name. So that's just my style. But if it's a key resistance or support level that hasn't been broken in some time, a lot of people want to take size going through that. They'll front run it, or they'll take size at 73.01 if they can get filled. Usually there's a little bit of slippage. They'll get filled at 73.04, 5, 6, something like that, and then they'll wait for like that 50, 60 cent move, maybe on a name like this, maybe even a little bit less. That's not what I was going for here. I didn't do enough research on that level to be confident enough to take any size, so I got out of that one. Flipping back to our AHI trade, looks like we're pulling back a little bit. We've been flirting with that 170 level the entire time. Now we're in that mid 160s. I'm definitely getting out fully at about 155 or 156, which will give me that my trailing stop will be 10 cents above my entry. So happy with that. I'm not going to give back any profits. Really wish I could get that 177 fill, but beggars can't be choosers. Let's keep watching PDD here for an interesting entry. I'm looking for perhaps a retracement back down to that 70 MA. Yeah, there we go, into the mid 80s or so to initiate a new long. Let's go ahead with that. So there we go. Did we get filled? We got partial fill. Now we got the full fill. No, we're still at partial fill. Yeah, we got a partial fill on that bad boy. So we'll wait for that full fill on that.
Yeah, go here.
Which one? Let me just manage my trade quick.
Do Windows, you want to manage it?
Yeah, let me just manage this. I know you told me to remove my partial fills, but I'm going to add them on.
Not that. I was going to help you with some other thing. But
okay, let's do it.
Are we ready for Brando, guys? Yeah, okay, let's send it at the big screen to Brando.
Okay. You want me to do
Hey guys, yeah, it's the European close for the week. Nice look, top to bottom here on the European board. Almost 3% there for Italy, leading the way, 2.95, 2.36 for France, Germany 3.3 as well, 1.8 there for England to the upside, 2% at the bottom here for Sweden, Swiss, and Turkey. Again, all off this move that's happening in North America. So as we saw in the pre-market, European market's pretty flat going into the North American Open. We get that jobs number, and then nice rally to end off the week here, guys, for European stocks. Back over to you.
Jeez.
All right, yeah, I was just helping him have a little thing up on both screens, and he goes, "Yo, why are you working here with that intelligence? You should be working in NASA." And I looked to him, "Yo, trust me, I'm just too smart for him." I applied, and they're like, "Yo, we can't have you. You're too good for us. You're too smart. I think with your abilities, we might just end up at Pluto, man. So take it easy. We're trying to go to Mars, not to the dark side of the universe.
True.
So you stay at home, you go play your video games." I was like, "All right, I'll do it. Don't worry about it."
Well, that's funny.
But yeah, Pinduoduo went up 60 cents in the money and it's slightly pulling back, but we're not too worried about it. You know, we've locked in some profits already. We have 70% of our size left on board for it, and I owe 1 penny out of the money. Oh no, what am I gonna do? You know, and except for hold on to it a little bit longer and wait for the market to fail on us. Oh, it wasn't AXTG, it was ATXG. So I got it wrong by two letters misplaced.
All good.
But at the end of the day, we still got the right idea because it just popped up on the scanner. ATXG down 57%, pushing the downside a little bit more. I was gonna say I'm surprised the stock was not halted, but that's because I'm not used to looking at the 1-minute chart anymore. So it did halt quite a bit, a lot. It halted a lot, and pushed down all the way through all those halts. So struggling to the downside is ATXG, and apparently Dollar Tree is apparently getting smacked to the downside also. So let's go pull up Dollar Tree here. No, not really. I mean, a little bit of a selling pressure came in, taking that stock back to the lower days, but does it manage to break the lower day and actually destroy itself, or is it just going to trade sideways and be boring? Let's go see what the relative volume is. 0.85. Not like a 0.85 sucks, but it would be nice to have a stock doing more than 1 or 2 relative volume for me to be interested in it.
Yeah, okay, guys. So, there we go. Now we're getting a bit of a nice pop. We almost got stopped out there on our AHI trade. Before we had the opportunity to put that 155 stop on AHI, actually dipped right down to, 156, so we wouldn't have even got stopped out. Now we're bouncing right back up. The buying's coming in. We're bouncing back up to that 170 level. We're looking for that 177 out. Keep that on watch. Our PDD trade, we're a few cents out of the money on that. Thankfully, we took small size. We're looking to add in above 73, so I've got a buy order, a stop order here at that 73.05. It seems like there is quite a bit of resistance at that 73 level, so we'll give this one room. I'm going to give it to this support level here, which is at that 72.50 level, 72.45, this consolidation area here. If it breaks below that area, I'm out. But there was quite a bit of a struggle between buyers and sellers at that 73 level. So continue to watch that. Let's see what AHI is doing. Yeah, we're not really getting the kind of direction we want on AHI, which is really not surprising given the time it is right now. We're going to that lunch hour. But hey, you know, these small cap crappers basically march to the beat of their own drum. So you never know. Let's see what the chat is up to. Buy PPSI. No, thank you. I'm good with that. REG Fergie up. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. Amazon 6% off yesterday's low. Yeah, that's an interesting one as well. AMC longish. Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about A popping up on my scanner. DWAC. Oh, I haven't looked at DWAC in some time. Let's have a look at what DWAC's up to. Donald Trump's SPAC. Donald Trump obviously embroiled right now in legal battle with the FBI and the Department of Justice. He is trying to basically get an independent, I guess you want to call him arbitrator or investigator to review the documents that they seized from his Mar-a-Lago hotel. And, you know, so the judge seems inclined to agree with him, but he's given the prosecution or the Department of Justice some time to make a rebuttal. So that'll be interesting to watch. I don't know if that'll affect DWAC, but I know that Truth Social was actually removed from the Google App Store. What's the Google App Store called? The Play?
Google Play. Google Play.
Yeah, Google Play. It was removed because they said that the content moderation didn't meet the standards of the apps that are on that platform. So they removed that. So that's definitely not looking good for DWAC. Let's see what DWAC's been doing the last few days. A daily chart has been poopy. Prad's kind of pointing down, and he would be right. Look at that. We had a big down day back in June. Yeah, geez. And then from the highs there in the 76, we knew it wasn't worth that. But, you know, we had that consolidation area in the 30s where we flirted between like the 28 low and the 33 high. Now we're in a whole new level where that 28 is acting as resistance as opposed to support. So, yeah, DWAC's up 7% on the day, $1.69. It's not bad. We'll continue to watch that. It's not, the volume is definitely not there on that one. PDD continues to go against us here. We're how much out of the money are we? We're about 25 cents out of the money right now. We're going to give it to this area here, like we said, guys, at 70 72.40, 72.30 area where there is some support in the consolidation area right here. If it breaks below that, we're definitely out. The 50 EMA happens to be around 72.43. Let's see what AHI is doing before we send it back to Prad. No, still flirting with that 170 level. Sellers keep coming in around, I want to say 172, 173. It hasn't made a wick above that since 11.18. It made top wick at 175, hasn't reached that level since. We need more volume, more buyers to break that level, Brad.
Yeah, sir. I got a little distracted by this little hangnail that I've been trying to pick all day. It's annoying the crap out of me, man. This little hangnail.
There you go, guys.
But I want to go over to a little topic of F1 real quick because I got Brendo here and he's going to run to a meeting soon. And we also got Robbie over there who also is a big F1 fan. What are your opinions about Hamilton thinking about buying a Chelsea? He's not even that rich. He's thinking about buying Chelsea with Serena Williams or something?
No, he already said that wasn't happening. He bought a stake in the Denver Broncos, though.
I heard that.
Yeah, so that Chelsea thing's not happening. Yeah, he already said that. Did you see 1-2 in P1 today?
I actually saw the YouTube highlights come on my recommended, so I didn't watch it. Maybe you can update me on the the thing.
Yeah, Mercs were 1-2 in P1 today.
Let's go. After pooping the bed, after coming back, and they're 1-2.
Yeah,
I hear claps coming from the back too. That's gonna be Ian's clapping probably. So and he said he's coming on later today.
Oh yeah, Ian's going to be on, guys, at 12:30 today.
So yeah, can't wait for that. But yeah, Ian and I were talking about it. I was like, Chelsea, bro. Chelsea costs $3 billion. Your net worth is $285 million. Like, stop dreaming.
Yeah,
like,
that's
what are you trying to do over
minority
here?
ownership people, though. Like, they're going to have to be
It's
funded by
Blue
somebody
22
else.
or something.
Like, they're going to need funding. Outside funding. Like, they don't have any sports team right now worth a dime is in the B's. It's not in the M's anymore, guys. They're all in the B's. NFL.
You know what he should do though?
baseball.
Maybe he should buy like a esports organization that Shaquille O'Neal did. Like Drake invested in 100 Thieves. What's the other guy? Offset and a bunch of other rappers invested in FaZe before FaZe went public and so on. So Shaquille O'Neal actually bought NRG for a bunch of money with, I believe, the guy from Cleveland Cavaliers, maybe.
Okay.
I forget who.
I don't know any of
no,
this.
Cleveland Cavaliers guys actually invested in 100 Thieves. These are all like gaming companies, esports organizations that run
That's your world, baby.
that run competitions between each other. So I think if he wants to venture into that side, he should for sure start with an esports company. It's going to be easier to manage. And if he can manage one of those, I think he can really manage like any of the big sports organizations from there on out. But that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm thinking like that. That way, you know, realistically, I came up with this whole bigger plan of how to Nikola, you know that stock Nikola, NKLA, how to Nikola Hamilton. So by that I mean create this fake sports organization, get him to invest in me, and then he finds out that I'm a fake CEO of a fake company. He fires me, but he turns my fake company into a real company.
That's funny.
So that's the idea over there. Hopefully Hamilton's not watching, so I can still go through with it.
Yeah, there's been quite a few of these Nikola-style companies. You guys will remember Workhorse was kind of that kind of same thing. They had a deal with the U.S. Postal Service to electrify their trucks. That didn't go through, and when the Postal Service pulled out of that deal, Workhorse went south super quick and in a hurry. I also remember XL had a deal for long-haul trucking, XL ticker, XL. That didn't work out. Now it's trading at $1.08, guys. I mean, oh geez. So a lot of these EV, clean energy, mobility names have taken a hit since their highs back, I want to say December 2020 or maybe January 2021, give or take, something like that.
Man, Pinduoduo now only 30 cents in the money. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Or at least it's not pushing too far to the downside. Are you still long on that bad boy?
On which one?
On Pinduoduo?
I am, and I'm break even on it. I'm like, a couple of pennies out of the money. 784, it's trading at 776.
At least it's not like breaking the support areas right now, so that's a good thing. But it's just a little upsetting that it's not doing what I want to see it do, which is just soar through the moon, baby. Strap on those wings. Drink some Red Bull like AHI is right now.
A big boy trade on AHI, guys. We waited for that 177 break, and we had patience. We're like, no, we're not getting out of this one. So let me close my stop order so I don't accidentally go short. with my stop there. So yeah, stops are cleared. We took a piece out, 156, and then again 162, then again 169, and then 177 for our full out. So we're definitely out of that one.
What
Very
does this
happy.
company do?
You know, process over profits, I'm going to say, because, you know, the profits will come. But if you have the process, you know, you're definitely going to be in the clear on that one. But, you know, leaving money on the table is really hard psychologically. And I got out at 177, and now it just broke too. So how much do I leave for the dream? I mean, it's difficult to kind of figure that out, especially for me. Like when I have my levels, the highest level here on the day was at 184 level. It blew through 184 like nobody's business, and now it's flirting with that $2 level. I'm not going to get back into this one. I think it's a little extended on the day. It's up 100% now, almost $1 up at the moment. So that one we're gonna keep our hands off this one for now, unless it retraces maybe and then shows us signs that it's going back up. We're break even on PDD, Brad. We're hoping for that 73 break, and if we have another order to add at that 73.05, Brad.
Why does it say AHI fell by 29%?
I don't know. Maybe yesterday?
This article was 9 hours ago, so is it possible that was yesterday?
I don't know.
Or after hours? Did it fall after hours, AHI? Let me quickly go make sure. I was just doing some research on what AHI is and what they do. So apparently they have a software. Yeah, they fell a little bit. Is this 29%? I guess so, right? Yeah, it's a penny stock dropping down that much. Could easily be 29%.
Oh, yeah.
But overall, just wanted to see what they do. And apparently what they do is they have a software that can scan your body biometric data using your smartphone. So that's pretty cool. Actually, man, you know what's cool is on the way to work, I was just playing with the phone that I bought off of Sean. I have a bunch of pictures on there, so I was like, let's try this magic eraser stuff.
Okay.
And it is insane.
It's good, eh?
It is insane.
You used to have to pay for features like that.
This
I can't believe they built
feature
it
is
in.
nuts.
Nice.
Like I'm sitting there, and I went to Greg's barbecue one day, and then his mom's in the background of the picture, and I was like, okay, let's see if I can erase Greg's mom out of this picture.
Okay.
And I just click on her, poof, no more Greg's mom. It's like she was never there in that picture, no proof that she was at the barbecue, and I'm just losing my mind on the bus, like,
Are you a Seinfeld fan?
Nah, never watched Seinfeld.
God, you killed my I was
You
gonna
say-
make a
say-
sick
say-
joke.
say your joke.
For all this people that are in the chat that are Seinfeld fans, this one will remind you of exactly what Pratt's talking about. When Kramer took a picture of Gerald Ford and he wanted to kind of erase himself, and George wanted to erase himself from his boss's picture because he didn't want to remind him of who he was because they had gotten into a fight previously, and then he's like, got that Ford right out of there. So it's like he got Gerald Ford out of the picture because Gerald Ford's not like a popular president, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so all my Seinfeld fans, shout me out in the chat there. I have so many like little Seinfeld tidbits. Sorry to interrupt you, Pratt.
No, you're good, but that was just a little story about how crazy software is getting these days. AI is getting absolutely insane. I don't know if you've been keeping track about AI's advancement, man. There's these Discord servers where you just type in text. For example, you type in Tom and Jerry in the space 4K HD.
And it makes a picture for you,
It makes a picture for you.
I've seen that.
And it is so
next level,
realistic
bro,
and
yeah.
so HD. It's crazy, man. Like these AIs are getting out of hand now. And you've seen deep fakes and stuff too, right? So you know how those work out. Technology is just getting crazy. So I can
Unreal.
see AHI probably being adopted by cops or something if the software is good.
no question.
Imagine a cop being able to scan your biometric data, get your height, your weight, your heat signature, everything just off of a smartphone.
Yeah.
That would be insane. Obviously, now I'm just making up theories as to what AHI could do based off of what the Wikipedia article says. But I'm pretty bullish about this company right now. If it's AI and if it's technology and if it's mapping bodies and whatnot, yeah, man, I'm bullish.
It's a big tug of war here, guys, between the buyers and sellers on PDD at that 73 level. Are we going to break through 70? Are we printing above 70? We're hitting 73. No, right back down. There's a lot of shorting or profit taking coming in at that 73 level. We have another long scheduled for 73.05. It hasn't triggered because printed 73 or maybe 73 and a half, not even 73.1. So Yeah, it's been a big tug of war there, but something tells me that once it breaks that 73 level, it's going to be quite violent to the upside. It's trending upward. It's up 2% on the day. I'm going to continue to hold this one. My entry is at that 84th level. So, you know, we're out of the money a couple of pennies. We're in the money a couple of pennies. We're going to have to be patient on this one. Pratt took it earlier. Good on him. And we just want to kind of contribute in some of these profits, Pratt.
HI is not Chinese for people asking.
It's not. What is it?
It's Australian.
So let me just read to
Australia.
here's what IBKR has on AHI. Advanced Human Imaging Limited is an Australia-based human imaging company. The company offers a smartphone-based human scanning technology with a range of data-driven applications across multiple industries. It has developed dimensioning technology that enables its partners and their users to check, track, and assess their vital signs and dimensions using only a smartphone. So that's kind of what you were similar to what you were
Look
just
at me,
saying a
bro.
little
I'm a
bit.
genius.
Pratt's Stradamus over here is, you know.
I just make up guesses and they end up being right.
But, you know, we'll talk more about this after we get back from Brenda, who's at the big board for Sector Watch.
Guys, yeah, still a very green board to show you right across the entire S&P 500, about 1.25% still in positive territory. Not much on the downside. It's been a bit of a flip of what we've seen over the past couple of days. Front and center here, this is still the energy sector among the leaders to the upside with the move in crude oil. Energy markets very strong today. Real estate stocks popping back up as well. They were in negative territory to kick things off today, along with the materials sector as well. Consumer discretionary, here's all the cruise lines right here leading the way, along with the hotels and casinos. Industrial stocks outside of Generac, GNRC downside, JBHT also downside. Everything else, though, higher. Every single name in the S&P 500 financial sector is positive on the day currently. Same story with tech stocks right now outside of one, ADP downside. But it's been a nice way to end off a week going into the long weekend, guys. Very positive for all markets right now. Back to you.
Brad's right arm is the strongest in the office. You know it, baby. But he's not my right arm. He's his own man, baby, and he's a great man at that. He's training here as to how to trade these penny stocks that just randomly start popping up. I mean, look, I still don't know how to trade these stocks, but I'm learning watching you. So I appreciate you being here every single day, and let's get the ball rolling once again on some of these positions. Pinduoduo went up to 60 cents in the money, and I didn't take any profits because I was greedy. I wanted more out of it. Now I'm only 20 cents in the money, and that's a little upsetting. So I'm going to take out some size over here just in case Pinduoduo pulls back. But if it pulls back up, I'll be ready to take some profits. But let me just throw an order out there to make sure that I'll be ready to take some profits if it does pop back up. NIO pushing back down slightly, pushing against me slightly, but that doesn't matter. We're still holding on to that position. Let's go realize some profits on Chewy at the moment. Chewy trying to return back to the upside, and same with Li Auto trying to return back to the upside slightly. Take the money when it's being available and when it's being offered is the overall idea. Now pulling up to a couple of the stocks with the catalyst behind it. Let's go look at Starbucks. Something that I've noticed, is a lot of CEO changes this year, man. A lot of CEO changes, a lot of executive changes this year compared to last year at least. Last year, of course, every year there's some, but this year was a lot more than what I saw last year. And one of those companies affected by this of today is Starbucks. So Starbucks coming in, named Lakshman. I'm Indian and even I can't say that, mate. All right. As its new chief executive officer, was the recent CEO of Lysol and Enfamil, maker, Reckitt, okay, I'm just screwing it up. He was also an exec at the PepsiCo company, so Pepsi. So if you know me, I'm anti-Pepsi. I'm only Coca-Cola. And if he was an exec at Pepsi, we know how Pepsi.
He's in your bad books.
He's in the bad books. He's in the bad books. He's not gonna do anything good for Starbucks. No, we're just joking. He'll probably do good things for Starbucks. Starbucks recently had to go through a bunch of closures though of stores and so on.
Yeah.
And if you guys remember, Miss Lee would complain about those all the time about how stores around her house were getting shut down about Starbucks and so. But time will tell if more stores will open up and how they plan to revamp their company.
Yeah, and they're having labor issues too with unions now. So
I just want to say about that labor issues, union stuff. You know how you're talking about earlier, couple 30 minutes ago, about how employment rate and all that, and how cost of employment's going up.
Yeah.
There's like Instagram ads or memes about it, about how there's employment posters at Wendy's saying $20 an hour. Jeez. Yeah, so the Wendy's is willing to pay you $20 an hour to work at Wendy's right now. So people don't want to go back to work from home.
No.
And companies need employment.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's why I think I don't know anything about the CEO, but I think that's one of the things they're going to have to address going forward. I know they brought Howard Schultz in temporarily. He was the co-founder and longtime CEO there, and now he's out. I think he did like a 6-month stint or something like that. Interesting tidbit about Starbucks. One of the board members on there happens to be George Lucas's wife. She was on CNBS a while back talking about the whole issue about the CEO there. So, we'll see. We'll see how Starbucks deals with it. I know Amazon has got to deal with it as well. But back now to trading, PDD. It's been flirting with that 50 EMA the entire time here on the 1-minute chart. It's now breaking below, which makes me a little worried here because I did say I was going to give it to that, the support area here around that 72.40-ish area. But that was before it started making a move south below the 50 EMA. This is the first time it's broken the 50 EMA since 10 o'clock. If it closes below this level, how much time is there left on the 1 minute? So there's only 3 seconds left more on this one particular candle. So I think I'm going to be out of this one. It's going to be a small loss. We only went in like a super small position on this. There we go, bouncing above. That'll be our out there. Are we out? Yes, we are. We're fully out. You can't win them all. We couldn't win that battle at 73. Looks like the shorts have won for now, or the sellers have won for now. That tug of war at 73 was an epic one. It double topped there. Maybe it might be actually time to look short on this one. It's a little extended. It's moved from that 68.60 area, which I believe was low of day, all the way up to 73. It's a $5 move, a little bit less than $5. So we'll see. This one breaking down hard. As soon as that 50 EMA broke, it really went south. Tells you a lot of people were definitely looking at that, especially when it held. It held nicely here at that 10:55 time slot, bouncing off that 50 EMA and going up to 73. So I'm at a PDD. I don't know if you want to manage your trade on that. It broke that 50 EMA.
Yeah, it's turning negative, papi.
Yeah, so
Me no likey. Out.
Tough little L for us. Thankfully, we were super small size on that one, guys.
Yeah, it's still a profitable trade for me, but not as much money as I could have made on it. I mean, I had 60 cents profit, and here I am not covering anything, and I held 70% of my trade still. So lost 7 cents on 70%, gave back a little bit of the profits, didn't capture most of the profits, but we're not complaining. Okay, maybe we are a little bit, but that's fine. We're still going to be looking for opportunities over here. I was just trolling Maggie in the back. You know how we have like that lunch coming up or dinner coming up?
The 19th.
She was like, are you coming? I'm like, oh, no, I'm not coming. She's like, why? Because none of my friends are going. And she started, what? I was trolling her, but no, I'll be there. Yeah. I saw you're coming too.
I'm going, yeah.
How many, you said one guest, 2 guests you're bringing?
Just me.
Just you?
Yeah.
Okay,
no
so
girlfriend.
I don't know if I should bring a +1 or not. I'm planning on that side too. But,
Yeah, nobody's watching this.
Nobody's
only like
watching.
5,000 people. By the way, where's our like count at? You want to do that?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. Like counter, where art thou? Here you are. You are at 2.4K. That's not bad, honestly. We got 5K people watching. Sorry, 5 million people in the arena right now live watching us. Let's get that like count elevated a little bit. Look at this colorway. It's a little buggy over there. That's because my color quality is probably on the lower end.
Lucas trade on Apple.
It's Lucas trade on Apple. Yeah, he went long, punched long again, added more, out, and obviously Lucas a monster. He's a beast. That's why he's on the morning show.
Yep.
He upgraded from the mid show to the morning show, and that's why he's the only trader allowed to have a hat on.
Oh yeah, and a T-shirt.
And a T-shirt. Right? So
all good.
When you can trade like that, you can do whatever you want. But yeah, get the like counts going up, boys and ladies and gentlemen. We would appreciate appreciate that a lot. For those of you who are wondering what's going on with the green names in chat, like Clement Coco, that's because they are a member of the Trader TV Live family. If you want to learn more about what that exactly means, click on that little join button right here under the video, and you will see Brendo talking about it. You get custom emojis, custom badges next to your name to show how long you've been a member with. Ring that notification bell. I know not enough people use that notification bell. I understand the reasoning behind it, but we would appreciate it if you can just turn it on for us, because that also helps us with the YouTube algorithm. And for some of the new traders in the chat, we're not able to answer a lot of the questions for you because A, we're trading, B, we're looking for other trades for you guys to show, and then we have some super chats to address, and then we also have the chat to look at. So sometimes we miss out on questions. So if you're a new trader, beginning trader, I would suggest, heading over to our homepage on the YouTube over here, go to playlists and look for some of these playlists. For example, my favorite playlist is the one right here, Trade of the Day playlist. There's about 305 videos in there. That means there's 305 different trades that Neil, Sean, and I think even Brendan has done some. Has he? Not sure. But either way, you can watch these guys talking about their trade executions, what made them win on that trade, what made them lose on that trade, how they set up for it in pre-market, and how that mentality kept on morphing and changing to help them make the best out of this trade. This playlist will honestly teach you more than any textbook or any Discord server charging you $300, $400. This is an absolutely free playlist, and all we're asking you guys to do is smash these like buttons on these videos that you're watching and hit the subscribe button.
And you know what's best about that is that nobody's making out calls. You're not copying somebody verbatim. These videos
are
teach
their
you
trades
to think for yourself.
Yeah.
Right? There, he's giving you the ins, why he's
why did I
in,
close
why he's out. So love those. I refer to them all the time. And again, we spoke about this before. If there's any terminology that we use that is kind of new to you and that you really don't understand, chances are there's a video about it. So you go to the YouTube page and you hit the search button to look there. But guys, I wanted to talk about this AHI trade. Look at this. Okay, so at that 10:30 time slot, we had that peak wick up here to that 184, 183 level. And so that becomes a level, right? Especially since we were looking for that level to get broke when we had that 177 profit taker. Now look at this. Look where it's at now. This is not by accident, guys. The fact that it retraced from 207 back exactly to that 183, 182 level, those are levels. Those are levels that you need to be aware of, and oftentimes they'll hold. And so you need to be able to pick up on these like little things. That's definitely not by accident. There's so many levels of where it could have stopped, and the fact that it stopped exactly at that peak shows you that this is an area of support. It was an area of resistance prior to that, but resistance becomes support once it's broken. Now, I'm not telling you it's going to trade above this. It could easily break down, but you could have easily scalped a little bit, 10 pennies or so off that level as it bounced up right over here. Looking at some other trades, I see PXMD on my side screen starting to approach VWAP. It had made a bottom here at that 450 level. Now it's actually at that $5 level. It top wicked here at 519. Breaking above VWAP will have to be around that 525 or so. So I'm definitely looking for that one to reclaim VWAP and trade above it. It was one of the good small cap crappers from the morning. I see Zoom also doing a little bit of a double bottom here on VWAP. Touched it at 1140, and again, it's consolidating here around the 12 o'clock hour above that. So perhaps a break long, maybe above the 50 EMA, above 8250. You may initiate another long. Their high of day, by the way, is 8331 on Zoom. So definitely a couple of potential trades here on the side screen that we're monitoring, and we're continuing to watch. Pride, what do you got?
No, I'm just reading the chat over there, finding more funny comments to snip and send it to you in your private chat. So have fun with that whenever you want
really?
to.
Okay,
just finding troll messages in the chat just to send it to Sharif over there.
Give back my little brother's shirt. Guys, I usually wear the shirt under a sports jacket. Cut me some slack, man. All right, I didn't know it was gonna fit this way. Anyway.
Hide your kids, hide your wives, because Sharif be stealing everybody's clothes over here. But no, we're watching the market right now pull back to the downside. So it looks like the shorts are coming in a little bit. Market not having the ability to thrust through the north side more and break out. Keep in mind, lunchtime is coming into effect. We're 8 minutes into lunchtime right now, and you can expect volume to die down even more. The volume on the market today already felt a little lackluster. I expected a 2%, 3% move off of that good catalyst that the market gave us, but whatever. Like, you can't complain too much about it. If the market didn't play out the way that you wanted it to, it's fine. There'll be another opportunity tomorrow or the next day. As long as you can stay solvent, then the market stays irrational, which won't happen, but you can try for it, right? It's like the Fibonacci number. You keep on pushing for it. You'll never achieve it, but you can get as close as to zero as you can for that. I'm pretty sure that's the Fibonacci number, right?
What?
That's the Fibonacci number.
There's 0, there's 33 or 38 or
it
whatever.
It goes like
50.
closer to 0. That's the one.
And there's a 70 something too here. It's
not
really easy.
You're talking about the Fibonacci retracements. I'm talking about the Fibonacci number, the sequence.
Oh, that's
the Fibonacci
all you, bro.
sequence.
No, I don't know anything about
You're
that.
telling me that's all me when you brought
all
out this
you.
big mathematical term 3 days ago, like confusing me completely.
Which one was that?
Parallelateral something, I don't know.
Parallelogram,
Parallelogram, yeah. Like, come on, buddy. But no, all fun and games,
That's
all fun
funny.
and games. AMLX, Prati. All right, let's go check out AMLX. It's actually on the scanner right there. Halted to the upside. Yeah, we're seeing that it's halted a bunch of times already previously in the day. Just now halting at $16.52 to the downside. Here's the 1 minute chart. Let's zoom in a little bit right there, halting to the downside. Let's see what the volume is on this bad boy. AMLX already won 2 races on the day today. Amylix Pharmaceuticals with a 6.12 relative volume. So that's good. Anytime a stock is doing more than 2, good stuff. And 1.3 million shares traded on the day. Sadly halted right now, so nothing that we can do for the entry side. But let's see if it's going to open up and go even more to the downside a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Someone in the chat said you should have shorted NVIDIA when I said to, I guess you meant that 140.45 peak there. You know what? I mean, you're not wrong. You would have, if you shorted it there, you would have got $1. But the thing is, you got to have some ground rules, and it's above VWAP. You know, it's holding VWAP quite nicely. So if you want to play the range like an algo and you have the skill to do it, hey, all the power to you. It's just not my style of trading, right? I mean, I see 2 tops here too at that 140.45 level. So the way I look at this chart, let me just bring that chart in so you guys can follow along. The way I look at this chart, here's the level I'm talking about, that 140.45 level, and the fact that it's held VWAP quite nicely on the 3 occasions now. We'll see if it continues to break down or not, or bounces back up. But I'm looking for a long above here, especially if the ES starts turning up maybe into that afternoon, that break of 140.50, and then you could take some profits initially here at that 140.150. So that gives you about $1 worth of room to let it run, because there's a clear resistance level in and around this area here. So, you know, everybody trades differently. I'm not telling you you're wrong. You definitely would have made a couple of bucks if you had shorted it there. Just not my style of trade. All the power to you, though. Looking back at AHI, it held at 182, 183 level like a glove. Let me just delete these. I keep making these lines accidentally. Yeah, and it's bouncing back off it now. You could have had a nice little dip trade there. We're looking for that break of 208, moving into that 210 area. You know, it's not consolidating, but it's moving quite sideways at the moment laterally here, but definitely holding that level, which is super positive. It's above VWAP. VWAP's at that 165 level. It's above the 50 EMA, the 200 EMA, all the EMAs. I like this trade going into the afternoon, and it gets when it starts getting to that $2 level, I even like it more. I hate trading stocks that are, you know, dollar-ish or around that area, Brad.
Yeah, no kidding. Those are such a scary stock to touch. But AHI has been pretty good for you today, so congratulations on that. You know, just looks like you're leveling up, baby. SHPH, I believe this was a recent IPO. Yeah, recent IPO yesterday, pulled up and actually launched up to the north side, looks like. Let's go make sure that's not a dark pool candle. SHPH, there we go. No, but it's not a dark pool candle. So it did halt all the way up to $130. pretty crazy how these IPOs are going.
Yeah.
I know everyone's been saying this is probably not the right IPO season for stocks to IPO in, but don't tell me that when their stock's going to $1,000, right?
Yeah, that
so
was
maybe
insane. Yeah.
Reddit should IPO in this season. That way, not only will Reddit squeeze to $1 million, because of how these stocks are going.
And people
we got
love Reddit.
We got apes coming in. We got me coming in. You got Sean coming in for that day trade.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, that stock's gonna squeeze to the north side. So I think Reddit should actually figure out how to IPO very soon.
Remember the Robinhood IPO and like how all the
those
retail
IPOs were
traders
insane.
jumped on it?
All
like,
those
that was
IPOs were
monstrous,
insane.
yeah.
Coinbase, Robinhood, like the I think it was last year or like close to a year ago. Man, these IPOs were just every stock wanted to IPO. That was like the best time to IPO for them.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much liquidity, so much volume, so much free money in the market. But now clearly that free money is getting expensive as
wanna
the
ask
interest
you
rates are going up.
I want to ask you something. What's your feeling about SPACs?
Like, what do you mean by my feeling?
Like in terms of launching a company in the market, there's a direct listing, there's IPOs, there's
I mean,
SPACs.
I don't really care how they go public,
care,
but
okay.
like I do care if it's like a big company like Discord or something, right?
Yeah.
People thought Discord was gonna go SPAC. No, it's not.
No.
Discord's too big for that. Discord could possibly get bought out by Microsoft, which was a thing that was going on. That didn't go through. Discord's not gonna SPAC. It's companies like PSNY, Polestars, and your Lucid that SPAC. And Lucid came from what again? CCVI?
Oh, I remember something like that.
CCVI
Yeah.
or something? Yeah, so
Something like
it's
that,
companies like that reverse SPAC merge and so on, but nothing wrong with it. I have no negative meaning behind it, right? Like if that's the route you gotta go, then go for it.
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do to find that equity that you're looking for, right?
Okay.
So
However you
no
gotta
harm
get
done.
it. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I know. I'm just I'm asking because a lot of people, there's a bad, I don't want to say a bad reputation around SPACs.
The negative connotation behind it.
Right?
Yeah.
People like, some people are just in it to like, get the money quick,
That's
pump it
because
up.
we got the rug pull artist Shamat himself, who's like who's known for it, right? He rugs so many SPACs
Yeah,
over
he
there.
waits for the blackout date or whatever the date that you can't sell, and then he sells, and then everybody is underwater. I don't know. And then there are a lot of people say that the disclosure requirements among SPACs are not as robust or as rigorous as the ones in the IPO process. Not that I'm an expert in it, just kind of
I love SPACs
repeating
before
what
they
I've heard.
actually change their ticker.
Yeah?
Because
Before
you
they
have
de-SPAC,
that.
yeah.
You have that $10 level to play off of every time it goes below 10. You could just buy options to go long in case they do have options or
Yeah.
whatever, right? And every time they go above 10, you just go the other way.
Yeah.
So those setups are still there for SPACs at all the time. So I like those type of setups on SPACs. But like if you saw, I believe, I can't remember the SPAC right now. After merging, it just dropped like a rock to the downside.
Which one?
I can't remember which one, honestly.
There's been a bunch,
There's been a
man.
bunch
Yeah.
of them, man.
Someone in the chat, I can't really see where their name is right now, but they want to see BBBY. But, BBBY is not doing much today. It's down almost 4%, 3.85%. It's around that $8.37 mark. It's only, I don't want to say only done 14 million shares because that's quite a bit of shares, but for BBBY on a hot day, it's usually typically a lot more than that. Let's have a look at the 15-minute candles on this one to kind of get an idea of what the levels are because, we're not looking as good as we were yesterday and the day prior. So let's go to the 30-minute chart here. Looks like today's high is yesterday's low, so that's a clear level of resistance. And yeah, look at that red candle, guys. That's when the news came out. I think about I think, what did they do? What did they do? They did something. I don't remember. My memory's not serving me right. We came down from that 1250 level back a couple of days ago. We closed at what did we close at? At that $9 level or so. Yesterday, barely had any movement. Today, it's barely having any movement. So BBY, definitely not on my radar. I hope you're not bag holding that, whoever it was that asked in the chat. Back to our AHI trade. Look at that. Okay. So now we're making higher lows and higher highs. So now we're looking for perhaps this break here of the we're approaching that $2 level. And you got to be careful on this one because last time we broke the $2 level, we almost punched into 210 and then it rejected quite aggressively all the way back down to our support level here at 182. So, tread carefully, but it looks like we're in the right direction. There are buyers coming in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be going up. And we are approaching that $2 level, 197 now. Now my level 2 starts flaring out, and the tape is moving a lot more aggressively, especially as we approach that $2 level. I'm not in it. I don't want to give back any money on this one. But, you know, this dip trade here was a mistake on my part. I should have had this dip trade off this support level, but I didn't want to give back any money. That was a really good support level, and it clearly bounced right off it. If I had gone in and around that area with a stop right below the support level, maybe at that 180 or that 179, I would only be risking 3 pennies, 4 pennies there, and I would be in the money. Let's see, I would have been in the money 15 pennies by now, going into that $2 level. So, you know, hindsight's 20/20, but I'm learning from it, Brad.
Yeah, people in the chat keep asking about what my opinions are about the Cathie Wood portfolio. So that is ARKK on Amex. ARK. By the meaning of ARK, she's talking
Noah's
about
Ark.
the market just blowing up, and she's saving the market with God's chosen animals, God's chosen
Is that
stocks.
what it is?
That's the Noah's Ark,
That's
baby. What do you
dope.
think it
I
is?
knew it was Ark, like
It's
after
a Noah's Ark,
but
baby.
I didn't know she was meant to save the market.
These are God's babies right here.
That's funny.
And I just wanted to check what God's babies are according to Cathie Wood, obviously. And it's apparently Tesla, Zoom, Roku, Block. Look, the 3 companies right here, Zoom, Roku, or not 2, 3 companies, 2 companies right there. You know they're useless, right? They're very useless companies. And then Tesla, very overbought company. And then you have a bunch of other companies in there. UiPath, Unity is a good company, but you know some people might argue with it. Coinbase, Roblox, we got DraftKings, a bunch of random stuff in here, Nvidia. So obviously the list is big, and some useless companies, some good companies. She even had Palantir in there until she dumped it all for a loss and so on. So you got to understand what her basket of stocks is and watch what she's trying to do with it. She's just buying like growth stocks and loading up on those bags. If you believe that that's the right way to go for it, then yeah, obviously go for the Cathie Wood stocks. I personally don't think I know I'm a better manager, so that's why I pick my own positions.
Jeez. All right, I think we got to send it up to Brendo at the big board for volume leaders.
Hey guys, busy Friday afternoon. Let's get you caught up on what is doing the most volume right now. First off, from an overview standpoint, 10,694 individual stocks on this board today, 7,298 in positive territory, about 2,000 and changed, 2,100. To the downside so far today, 1,217, little changed on the day, so almost an exact reversal of what we saw yesterday. If you remember, this was 8,200 versus about 1,000 to the downside at this point yesterday. 172 new lows versus new highs. So we are coming back a little bit currently right now. TQs, top of the list. One of those days where you get an overall market move. So ETFs are going to be heavily traded and on watch right across the board. So 107 million here. For the TQs, NBEV, little penny stock, number 295. That AVCT, number 323 cent stock, 94 million shares traded. There's the SQs, drug on here we talked about this morning. AMP and NVIDIA, AMD and NVIDIA, both on here as chips remain in focus, about 50 million apiece there for both of them. Top of the movers list here, 44.5% on the day, is that Pax Medica. PXMD making all kinds of moves today. Pretty impressive for PXMD, guys. Back to you.
So much more professional. Guys, I just want to, before Prad gets into that, I just want to mention that PXMD broke VWAP. It punched all the way up to 535 after consolidating at that $5.05 level for, you know, the better part of like, 25 minutes or there. So let's see if it holds this this VWAP level, which is, you know, around that 520, 522 area. If it does, we're definitely interested in taking this one long. It was one of the big movers in the morning. It's up 50% on the day, so it's showing up on everybody's scanner. Anybody who's using a scanner has got notice of PXMD.
Free fall.
Pratt says free fall Friday, so you know how he's thinking about this. He wants it short. But quite frankly, I'm looking long, but I need proof and I need confirmation that this one's going to continue to hold VWAP and look to the long side, Pratt.
Why did this market just get rugged, dude?
Jeez.
This market
Wow.
just got absolutely
we
rugged to the downside. So
Wow.
the market just pulling back big time. NASDAQ only down up 0.2%, sorry, and S&P up 500 only up 0.6. We broke 4K to the downside, and now we're at VWAP, slightly under VWAP also on both of these markets. So market clearly having a dumpy dump right now, and Chewy taking advantage of that move to the downside and now giving me 80 cents profit. We're not going to do what we did with Pinduoduo on this guy. We're going to take some more profits as it's providing us the opportunity to do so. And even BEKE, 18 cents in the money on this bad boy. So let's take out some size over here as it takes out the lower day and now gets ready to push down even more than expected. So positions are paying us, and we're going to, get paid, baby. Show me the money. So take profits over here on Li Auto 2. NIO, we added back once it's pushed back to the higher range. Now we have the full size that we wanted. If you guys remember on Pinduoduo, I was explaining to Sharif as to how I traded the stock, how I punched in my full size, and I felt very bad about it. Obviously, we're not going to do that one more time today. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Fool can't be gaga again, so you can't get me. You can't get me twice, baby. You just can't. So we took our first entry over here. Now we took the real entry with our main size. With the market pulling back, we're expecting NIO to also pull back because Li Auto is pulling back, and I'm expecting XPEV to also pull back. My scanners just had was barely dead on the barely alive on the short side scanners, but now stocks are clearly pulling back to that downside, and we're getting ready for a possible test of the lower day on the market. S&P 500, I think that would be around the pre-market lows of, that's 8 o'clock, that's 9 o'clock, that's 9:30. So it would be around 39.70 on the S&P 500 futures and 12.227.8 on the NASDAQ futures.
Guys, if we can just bring to my screen here for a second, because there's some really good TA in this chart. This is the chart of the MES on the 1 minute time frame. I know a lot of people frown upon the 1 minute time frame, but let's look at it for now. Basically, this is the high of day from today. It was also the high of day yesterday. Respected that level quite well. This is a trend line that we drew. Look at this. So we always speak about how resistance becomes support and support becomes resistance. So here is the trend line that we drew for the break of this level here. We were looking at anything below this trend line would break. So it broke, right? And it came down to that 40.03 level, but then it popped back up. But see how when it popped back up, it used that initial trend line that we were using as support, it used it as the resistance part. And then it continued to trend back down from there. So always extend your trend lines if if they're, it's an art. Drawing these trend lines over time. You'll get better at it, but always extend your trend lines farther out as far as you can go, because you never know when you're going to need that level and when it will bounce off it. If you don't extend it, you're not going to see it. And then it continues back down to this level that we had, 39.87 over here. I believe that is the open. Let me just move this 39. No. Okay, I'm not sure what that level is, but I had that level drawn in from earlier. I'll get back to you on that one. But it's bouncing and consolidating at that level. So these levels clearly are working today on the ES, and it's a really good skill to have to identify these levels, because it gives you an indication of where it can go. It's never 100% proof, and you're always going to make the mistakes here and there, but always having these levels is super important. Looking at AHI
I've never made
quickly.
Mistakes.
Pratt says he hasn't made mistakes. I don't know what to say about that, but we'll just talk about AHI quickly before we send it back to Pratt. That 184 support level that was previously resistance is coming back into play. We couldn't test that $2 level. It flirted with 195, and now we're making our way back to that 182, 183 level. So eye on that one for AHI. PXMD is holding above VWAP and continuing to break. This makes us like it a lot more going to the afternoon. It's not the most voluminous time of the day currently. Looking down here where our volume bars are, volume is definitely increasing, and it has been since around 11:30. Shows you the buyers are coming in, and that is echoed by the price action as well. So definitely looking for a long. If I didn't have to leave in about 2 minutes, I would definitely probably initiate some sort of long, especially off maybe a dip trade off that 530 level. It's currently at 540, 538. I'd be looking for a dip trade off 530, and then I would average in if it went against me at VWAP at 520. Those would be my moves, and I'd be looking for, let's zoom out and see where the high of day is. Definitely, I'd be looking for that $5.96 break going into the afternoon hours. You're going to have to give this one patience and room because it can bounce back down, then bounce back up. You know how these small cap crappers do, guys. It's not your first rodeo, I'm sure, Brad.
Yeehaw, baby. Yeah. I just want to talk about the whole mistake thing. I was just joking. I hope you guys understand that. It's
Obviously,
mistakes.
you're joking.
Mistakes are very key part of learning in this business,
No
man.
question.
And I was actually, I go through Instagram on my way home. I have like an extremely long ride home. You know it.
Yeah.
You've been to my house.
Yep.
And on that, I was looking at a couple quotes from famous Formula One drivers, and in there's a quote that says from Niki Lauda, and Niki Lauda goes, I love winning. Winning's great, but I've only learned from my losses. And that was actually pretty close to something that I said in my graduation speech. When people graduate off the floor over here from a trainee to a real trader, I go and I talk to people well, not what am I trying to say? I'm saying that we have parties, and in those parties they have speeches, and in that speech I was talking to people, and I was basically saying, look, I failed at almost everything I wanted to do in life. I felt like a failure, but it's this job that only accepted. This job is part of the only thing in life that has accepted my failures. It has taught me to learn from my failures, to grow from my failures. Coming from an Indian culture too, where failing is barely even accepted, and you just get beat down on each and every single one of those failures. This job, this place, these people, Sean, Brendo, Neil, Greg, we're one of the very few people who were willing to accept those failures, because they knew through those failures came growth, and if you were willing to grow and learn from it, you would flourish and maybe start flying one day, start having Red Bull in your body, and start growing wings and whatnot. So I love this job. You got to learn to fail. You got to learn to lose, but you got to also learn from those mistakes, because if you're not learning, then you're stagnating, and then you're just going to the downside. It sucks. Stagnating, trust me. Always look for change, always look for growth, and that's the goal over here, baby. That's the goal. As Ian's setting up, I want to talk about Beyond Meat. Looks like we finally know who it is that's causing these rumors, and I believe it's investment firm Bailey Gifford who's making these rumors, because they announced yesterday that they have a 6.61% stake of the plant food maker. Yesterday, and yesterday was the day that the Pizza Hut rumor came out. So I'm convinced that Bailey Gifford is the investment firm creating these rumors to create that pump move on the market, and now they own a total of 13.38% stake all the way from December 31st, which sounds like when the last rumor came out. So I'm convinced now. I'm convinced is this investment firm. Just be careful about Beyond at the end of the day. Beyond struggling all the way back to the downside, even though we had a nice little pump up off that catalyst a little bit. Here was the W-shaped pump up that we saw off that news, and here's the complete reversal. Now it's a W upside down W-shaped reversal right back. Pride, this is a Wendy's drive-through. Hello, I'd like a burger, please. Toronto News nurses. Okay. Nord Stream in the market tank. Not sure what that means, but yeah, the market did come down quite a bit over here, and now we're just waiting to see if the market will go back up. Look, the markets are still green, ladies and gentlemen. Markets are still green. The UVXY did pop up above VWAP here. Let me just pull it up on this screen. UVXY did pop up above VWAP, but it's not really... I don't know if it's going to take out the high day over here, or the high day is actually here. So let's see if we can get up above this range high. I think that would be a good indicative tool to use as to whether the market will go back up or not. If this fails this range and goes back down, then the market's immediately going back up. If this keeps on going all the way to the 100-period EMA, you can expect the market to pull back a little bit more all the way till the lower day. If UVXY keeps on going, then expect the market to turn into free fall Friday. Just sucks that it's going free fall without going to my target area of 12.5K on the NASDAQ.
Thanks for that, Pred. Well, I was kind of setting up. How's it going, guys? I hope everyone's having a great day today. Yeah, it's been an exciting one for sure. I don't know what Prad did to the markets, but I was like thinking, oh, we're sitting pretty, kind of consolidating above 4,000 and whatnot, and then a few minutes before I come on, the market starts tanking, and now we're testing the lows, right? So pretty interesting what we're going to get here in the afternoon. But let's see. As I punched in long AMD here, because I was thinking here, I'll bring it up on my main screen. I was thinking, okay, AMD hasn't breached the lows here, and we are making a new low on AMD now. Let me zoom out here, what I was kind of looking at. So you see these lows, 81.50. It's basically a double bottom in the morning here. I'm going to give it a little bit of space here just to see if the market can bounce off this 39.75 area. But now it looks like this position is going to go against me quite a bit here. So, I don't want to give it too much room. But if it does, bounce, I think I'm going to be sitting pretty on that one. I was also looking at PMXD as well, obviously in play today, doing some decent volume on this one. So similar thinking here. It did get the 5 breakout, and now breaking above VWAP. I'm looking to maybe pick this up closer to 5 here if it does dip. It did dip and push off VWAP here, so I might have missed that opportunity as I was kind of switching on to the show computer here. But that's okay. I'm going to be patient with this one. I don't want to chase this one in case it gets rugged. Just in case. These small cap runners have a tendency to do that. That's for sure. Are the triangle entry points? Yes, they are. So you see those arrows on our charts when we're in and out of positions. Market red, the market's like not red. We are pulling back quite a bit. It's tough because the jobs numbers this morning, it came in hot, and from my understanding, I was like thinking that was going to be a bad thing. I thought that the Fed would be a little bit more aggressive if that happened. But then the market seemed to have liked it. And, it ripped up obviously, and then you were testing above 4,000. I was like thinking, okay, like. Is this going to be the start of a bigger move to the upside maybe? But now we're right back at those pretty much the same levels. I think we were below 39.75, so we haven't quite breached that yet. So that's why I'm kind of risking off of if I get into some longs here. But we'll see. Time will tell.
I was just going through some of the comments, and I kind of, if I can just find this comment again. What was the comment? Now I'm just forgetting the comment, but it's whatever. If I find it again, I'll talk about it. But here we go, man. Chewy now a full $1 in the money. CHWY on New York, a full $1 in the money. Let's take some more size out on that side. NIO, baby, let's go. What did I say? Look, I know this trade is the right direction. And on Pinduo Duo, I made a mistake, so I learned off of that mistake. First entry, not full size. Second entry, where we really want to go short at, we're going to have our full size at. We took some profits on this one, so when we get back in, our average is going to be way better than this. And now 20 cents in the money, I believe. Yeah, 18 cents. No, wait. 11 cents in the money. There we go. 11 cents in the money. I guess I could have just looked at it over here and told you that. But 11 cents in the money, pushing to the downside. BEKE, 18 cents in the money. Profits are rolling in, baby. Look, we are here to show you trades, but we're also here to talk to you about the setup and so on. So maybe instead of saying get out of your shorts, maybe you should ask me what the setup thesis was. The thesis is the stock is down 4% on the day. It's been beat down all day. The stock has been weak for quite a bit overall, and if you go back in history too. We have clear ranges of resistances. We have clear ranges of supports. I'm going to take that trade off those resistance levels, and I'm going to cover in support areas, and I'm going to hold some for a possible move past the support area. It's that simple. But if you're long, you could be doing the same thing just on the other end. Look at $18 having size on the bid, and it is not breaking $18 by much. If it has breaking 18, maybe it's by like 4 or 5 pennies, but it has not breaking $18 by a lot. But now that the market's really getting elevated to the downside, we took out the lower day from the open in this market. NASDAQ now turning negative on the day. Free Fall Friday is coming into play. Wow, I'm losing my mind right now. I cannot believe this market just turned red.
Yeah, that's crazy because we were just talking about it. I was just talking about it, and here I am punching into a couple longs. I was long Apple as well to see, same sort of idea. I'm doubling down on the long bounce here. I know Prad was short from up here. So, you know, I missed that boat. So I got to, you know, figure out what to do with this sort of move. So I'm going to give it one more chance here. I'm still holding that AMD long as well. Apple, I am long here. So I added in front of 158 as well, you know, just in case it bounces from here. You know what? This is the thing, guys. Like, I saw the move happen yesterday. Similar sort of situation, right? The market was coming off really hard. Apple was right at 155. I actually took that breakdown and it was decent, but it bounced from there, right? And eventually, you know, Apple climbed to 157, 158, right? So same sort of thesis here. What I'm kind of going off of is where the market was consolidating above right before that jobs number came out, right? So it was consolidating right below like 39.75. The jobs number comes out, rips up higher, right? So we're right back at that level again. So that's why I'm jumping into a couple longs here on things that I like that maybe potentially are at some support levels.
So I finally found that comment I was talking about. You probably know this quote a lot better than I do. So if I butcher it, I'm sorry, because I know this is your favorite racer, Ayrton Senna. And the quote is, you know, that gap fill quote?
Oh,
if you see a gap, you got to go for it. If you don't go for that gap, you're not a racer. So somebody took that quote and switched it up a bit. He said, if you no longer go for a gap fill that exists, you're no longer a trader.
Yeah, you know, that makes sense. That makes sense because, like, that's what we're kind of, like, structured and built to do,
but
right?
But he meant
like,
by the gap fill trade, I think.
Oh,
gap
okay,
fill trade.
yeah.
If you don't go for the gap fill
see.
trade, you're no longer a trader. Kind of taking play on words on taking the gap of a trade. But I know you're getting too deep. You're talking about taking that gaps in between trades. But yeah, that was a cool little quote. Even Brando had a little head nod for us. So let's send it to Brando at the big screen for social sentiment.
I like that. I like that. That works. Here we go. A little more red creeping back in on the sentiment board this afternoon, guys. As you were saying, we're heading back to not only session lows, but back into negative territory here for the market overall. A few interesting names popping up. Tesla, one of those. NVIDIA, remember, negative, very negative yesterday on that Chinese catalyst. Back to the downside we go. There's GCT. Big high flyer from early in the week, back to the downside as well. That's I know it's tough to see, but Hempaco, HPCO, I love that name. HPCO back downside, SNPH as well. ATXG, APE, both red. BBBY red as well at this point. And then you get all the positivity. BIAF, AVCT, that little penny stock we were talking about on the volume board. AMC's here, SPY still. Positive sentiment. However, as we see, we're headed back downside along with the Qs as well. There's a ton of little ones over here, all mostly red at this point, including AMD, that JZ stock. Snap is on here, and I noticed SoFi as well popped up about mid-morning, guys, back on the red side of things as far as sentiment goes. Back to you.
Yeah, NIO pushing even more now, finally breaking that $18 level. So let's go, baby. Now we're, how many pennies in the money are we? Where's my units per share and why is it so hard to look at, huh? There it is, 18 cents in the money now, so pushing to the profits. Woo, look at that selling coming in. That's what we want to see. This market really dying right now. Not sure what's going on, but the sentiment's changing. S&P 500 about to turn red, most likely. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. S&P 500 actually doing what I said that it would do if UVXY kept going up, which is go test the lower days. This is the 930. Wait, that's not 930. 830 would be 930. So this right here is the opening candle. We started opening right here. We go all the way down. We find a bottom at the 100-period EMA, which happens to be near the 39.70s. Maybe the market could even pull back to 39.60, find buyers, trap the people who are trying to go short over here, and then pull back to the north side again. So a lot of question marks coming in my head right now. Look, there's a long weekend. Who's really buying stocks for the long weekend and then preparing themselves for any random doomsday catalyst coming up over the weekend? Not me. I know that.
Yeah, I could totally see that kind of happening. You know, if the market does like maybe bounce from here, maybe it chops around the rest of the day, and you know maybe consolidates around 4,000. I think you know if we're going to close above there, like Pratt was saying, like is it going to be like super positive going into a long weekend? I'm not sure. And you know historically. Isn't September one of the worst months of the year historically? I
think it's October, September. I don't know. I can check it up right now.
Yeah, I think I read it was September, and maybe if you guys follow that sort of thing in the chat, you can point it out as well. But I was reading like historically September is usually a red month, right? So we'll see what happens. But yeah, definitely some selling coming into the market for sure. And we are kind of testing those lows heavily right now, right? So I got to be careful with my longs. I am still long Apple, obviously. The reason why I've been adding to this above 158 is because I'm watching the tape here, and there isn't much selling below 158. Like every time it's dipped below there, the tape hasn't really like accelerated to the sell side below. But again, I'm being careful with this one. I don't want to hold it against me too far. But we'll see. Like it's been bouncing off above 158, so I'm liking that price action for now.
Yeah, I'm just finding some random charts over here. This chart's pretty cool, though. This shows you the S&P 500 return. Looks like we have a max drawdown of 3 years, 4 years, and then the market fixes itself. So if this is the drawdown that we're starting, I think we're gonna have 2 more years of drawdowns before we see anything. And I'm just going off of patterns. I'm seeing patterns. There's a 3 and then a change of pattern, then 4 and then a change of pattern, then 3 and a change of pattern. So if that idea stands true, we might just be heading towards a little bit of a painful future for the market. But I'm gonna keep my mouth shut because I don't want that to happen. I don't want to will anything into existence over there just by the power of words. So trust me, words are pretty powerful. This market is getting absolutely slapped right now. Historically, month and annual returns is what I'm trying to find. What is this? September. Looks like you were right. Yeah, September is on the lower end. So is February, I'm guessing. Is this how I'm supposed to read it? Either way, 45 is the median. This is a 51. This is a 42. I'm guessing that's how you're supposed to read that. But look, man, only thing that matters right now is this market pulling back, absolutely peeling back to the downside, giving back all the gains, the 1% gains that we had today. I said if Free Fall Friday doesn't happen by 10 o'clock, I'm gonna quit the day today, go home early. But thank goodness that I stayed here because half of the job is just sitting in your seat and being ready for these opportunities. NIO now, and I love talking about NIO right now, and you guys know exactly why, right? Part of me is being petty about it. But NIO, baby, let's take more profits on that stock to the short side. And Lee Auto, how many pennies are you in the money on that side? 62 pennies on Lee Auto. Yeehaw, baby. EV sector, no more. We are still riding with the oil stocks. Oil gang all day. No lithium for me. No batteries for me. I'm going to keep sucking that oil, baby.
I punched in long to PXMD on the breakout here. I'm hoping that it comes back above, but it's getting close to my stop now, and I'm seeing a lot around the tape. I'm probably gonna have to punch out of this one and take an L. I thought, maybe if we get the 6th break, it really rallies hard, and there's a big volume push off of that. But it doesn't really seem like that's in the books right now. So I gotta manage this position a little bit here, although it is kind of creeping in the 90s, right? There is some buying in the 90s, so it hasn't really given that huge flush move off of there that we sometimes do see. Sometimes you do see the big breakout. It breaks out and maybe you go to 620 and then you get the huge flush move, right? So now it's actually working for me now. So my average price is 6, and now I'm in the money about 6 cents on it. So I think I gotta cover some here. I'll cover half of my position there.
You don't have.
As it comes in the money a little bit for me. So my average price now is a little bit better on it, but now I really want to see the momentum climb. And the high is 615. So I think if we break that, this can really start to go. And obviously, there's not many levels on the daily to look after, right? So I'm just kind of looking at that 615 level as the current high of day, as it flushes again below 6. So yeah, this is my main position that I want to be managing right now.
Yeah, I'm just, what about a beautiful day, baby. Gotta love the market, which is kangarooing around all the way back to the downside. People are saying this could be someone in the government space talking and bringing the market down. If that's true, maybe you could help me. I'm putting my head back to see if there's anything on the TVs. I don't really see anything on TV, but if it's someone in the government talking right now and that's what's bringing the market down, then obviously these are the events that you cannot be you can't guess on these events. They just randomly show up, and all you can do is manage yourself on these type of random moves that the market comes up with. NASDAQ now really testing pre-market lows. So 12,240 breaking on NASDAQ. Pre-market lows about to break. And if this extends more, oh man, you can forget about next week. Next week's going to be painful for this market. I thought today would actually save the market a little bit by staying green, but look, we are turning around completely, and this is not looking good. S&P 500 is now only up. Well, now we're flat, and now we're red.
Yeah, so exactly. This has been quite the move, and it was funny because like it literally just happened right before it came on too. Like, but it is what it is, you know. And we're gonna see where we're gonna go for the rest of the day. What are you guys trading? Are you guys still in some trades? You know, what are you guys looking at right now? Let's take a look at those as well. Oh, a rug pull is the only thing you can be certain on in this market. Yeah, you know what? You're pretty much right. You know, if things sometimes seem a little bit too good to be true, then maybe it's starting to, you know, maybe it's time to start taking some profits on there. You know, I did get the one out here on PXMD above $6, so that was okay. What I'm kind of noticing now, and I'm trying to manage this position accordingly, is that it's kind of consolidating in the 90s, right? There is a lot of activity in the 90s. And, you know, some decent buyers showing up there. So that's why I'm just still kind of holding on to this one. I think I'm going to risk off of like a breakdown of 80 just off of these like highs here. You know, in the pre-market and at market open, that's what was kind of like a level as it kind of tests down in the 80s again, right? But yeah, if it breaks down below 80, I think I'm going to be out of this one. And again, be a little bit more patient and wait for this one to come back into maybe like the 550 area or closer to VWAP, and then I'll kind of add to that one. But it seems like the short off of 6 was a little bit better of a move, right? So yeah, that's okay. You know, it's not, you can't take winners every day, but yeah, this one's okay. You're just gonna keep managing that one. Friday, Bloody Friday. Yeah, that's kind of like, it was the U2 song, if I believe it was correct, right? It was Sunday, Bloody Sunday. But yeah, that's a good twist on those words. This time is different. I guess you're referring to the market bouncing or not. But yeah, that's kind of funny as well. GOVX running. Let's take a quick look at GOVX. As I'm fat fingering into this, here we go. GOVX, only 2 million volume on the day, but yeah, getting a little bit of a pump, you know, in the afternoon here, right after 12:30 pretty much. It looks like this like 120 area was like really an area of concern, and eventually just broke out there and now really pushing higher. But, you know, there's got to be some bag holders in this for sure. So, you know, I'm assuming for some of these bigger pops to kind of get sold off in front of like the 150 area probably. You know, if it gets to 170, you know, I'm going to expect some serious sellers to kind of step in there as well.
This is ugly.
Yeah, this is ugly.
Ugly.
Man, I should have just punched into some shorts as soon as I logged on, but that's okay. You know, it is what it is.
This is... Oof. Oof. I was actually talking to Aaron outside real quick. He's the guy who sits behind me. The kid's an absolute beauty, man. He kills trades these days, and very happy watching someone brand new come in like that, put some fire into the old traders' hearts. You know, it's like, wow, a brand new trader is killing it. I can't let him do that. I gotta kill it too, right? So, and I'm saying that out loud in hopes that the other traders who are sitting next to him kind of catch that heat too and leech that energy a little bit, right? But here's the main point I'm trying to get to. Ian, you know how anyone I pick doesn't end up really grading?
Yeah, except for me.
I mean, I picked you after because I had to pick Valerio on the show, but then but realistically,
okay.
I did pick you, right?
Yeah.
But you know how Spencer is like, oh, don't let Prad pick you because if Prad picks you, someone else is going to grad
I remember
first.
that. I remember
right.
that.
So on Discord, I changed Aaron's name to Prad's grad pick, and he's like, yo, you changed my name, and I started my day negative today. You cursed me. But thankfully for him, he went back to positive. So now he's having his break. He's out for a walk. He's like, I want to protect my money. I want to be Prad's grad pick. I don't want to be Prad's next failed grad pick on that board. So shout out to Aaron. Good luck to you on that side, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. It's exciting to see or have a lot of new traders on the floor, and it seems like each class is like getting better and better. And I don't know if that's something that you notice, Prad, but it keeps as someone says. But no, it keeps us on our toes for sure. And when I see someone
You hurt your boyfriend's feelings there.
when I oh, that was Jacob.
That was Jacob.
Yeah, when I see some of the guys like Aaron doing really well, it kind of pushes me to work a little bit harder as well. So it's always like a healthy competition that we have on the floor here. I want to welcome.
We gotta cut you off real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
AUR just now halted based off of Microsoft Apple takeover SPAC. So some kind of Apple and Microsoft merger to buy out AUR. Maybe they're trying to take over the stock. Brendan just put that in our work chat okay, yeah, Brendan was putting in our work chat about either, not both of them. Thank you. So it's not a joint buyout. That wouldn't make sense. But it's going to be either one of them, Microsoft or Apple, taking over the SPAC. Apparently, AUR. So we're going to be watching AUR. Back to Ian.
No, I was just going to say I just want to welcome a new member, Tim Jacks. Welcome to the Trader TV family. I saw you just joined there. I don't know when you guys did or when you last heard the YouTube thing, but let me say it. Let me give Brad a little bit of break here. But guys, we always thank you for your support. And if you're new, click that subscribe button, click the like button. Thank you. You can be like Tim Cooks here, or Tim Jacks rather, and join as a member, and you get special emotes and emojis and whatnot. You could toss in the chat. Check out the channel, guys. We post content all the time. A lot of content over the weekend as well. Educational content and whatnot. I know Sean does the stalking on the streets as well, or stalk the streets rather, on TikTok and Instagram Reels. Those are super fun as well. So check those out if you haven't. But always,
I want to do one of them. Those look
yeah,
so much fun.
Maybe we should rotate some some people in there. That would be fun. But yeah, no, guys, thank you for your continued support, and thanks for all the viewers. But smash that like button if you haven't already.
Yeah, I want to do stock in the streets, man. I want to walk around the streets and talk to people too. That looks so much fun, and those interactions are actually pretty hilarious to watch. So if you're not watching them, you're missing out. Not only are we providing entertainment live on YouTube for you guys daily, also on other social medias, Twitter, Instagram, and not only entertainment. Sean's giving you free trades every morning. All you have to do is go follow that man on Twitter. Levels every single morning that not only levels that he's watching, so you can watch it too, and maybe you could pull off a trade the same way the legend who's going to be coming back on at 2 o'clock, that's 1 hour from now, how he trades. You could perhaps jump on his trades over there a little bit. Here's AUR opening up from the halt. Looks like it actually opened up a little bit to the downside off the halt. The question is, where is the stock going to move to based off of the current volume that's pouring into this position? And I would love to see what the stock even is. If Microsoft or Apple are thinking about, joining hands with these guys, what is it? Aurora Innovation. So what do you guys do? It's just a SPAC, right? So most likely they don't do anything. Let's go check out right now. AUR, Aurora Technologies. We're going to go to Brendo real quick.
It's takeover speculation. Sorry, Brad, I didn't make that clear. It's speculation. It's just rumors. It's not a SPAC. It's just speculation that Microsoft or Apple may have interest in that company.
Sorry, you did put it right. I just read it wrong. You did put SPEC, but I read it as SPAC. So that's my fault. I do apologize for that. So speculation coming in, not a SPAC. My mistake.
One question I wanted to address here in the chat was a Meta long question mark. So when I was trying to go long on AMD and Apple just now, I was basing it off of a potential support area, and that's what I was testing, right? The market has broken down to a new low now. Granted, it does look like it's trying to, catch a bid or trying to, bounce a little bit here. That being said, if we take a look at Meta's chart, Meta has just, kind of fallen off of a cliff on this market downturn, right? So originally when I was thinking about this afternoon, I was thinking, okay, maybe 165 breakout long if I was going to take a long on Meta here, just because it was kind of, bouncing off of this maybe 164 area, 163.50 area, this base in the morning, right? So I was going to think about taking that long if, you see this tight consolidation below 165, if some buying does come into the market. Granted, the market was up at 4,000 at that time. I thought we could really run up, but, at this turn of events, it's kind of went the opposite direction, and now Meta has completely faded the move. So I am hesitant to jump into Meta just because I don't know what to kind of go off of as a potential support area, right? Like 160 maybe, but we're still ways away from that.
Yeah, I'm taking more profits on NIO, baby. Someone said yesterday that your setup should be renamed to Punch, Pray, Profit. Triple P, punch, pray, profit, and I do like it. Right now, though, we're taking profits, so that's the end of that that setup over there. So profits are pouring in. Chewy 83 cents, Lee Auto 56 cents, NIO 30 cents, BEKE. BEKE is actually a stock I've not taken a lot of profits on. So let's head over to BEKE, take some more profits on this position because I have too much size left on this trade, honestly. So let's cut some of that size down as we are already 21 cents in the money on a $16 stock, as the markets sadly have turned red now, and NASDAQ is down 0.5%, S&P 500 down 0.08%, and looking to maybe take out the pre-market lows. If NASDAQ takes out, if S&P 500 takes out the pre-market lows, then I think there's no return coming into this market. We're possibly just staying red for the rest of the day. LLY, I'm guessing that's Eli Lilly, right? LLY. Yep, Eli Lilly popping up on scanners, and say is AMT, which I believe is Applied. No, it's American Tower Corporation. That's AMAT is what I'm thinking about. So let's head over to real quick to LLY, Eli Lilly, see what this stock is doing. Apparently it's at, it should be at $300 if I remember, but it's at 305. So it looks like Eli Lilly actually went up a little bit from the last time I remember watching it. That was during the earnings day right here. I remember shorting it to that $300 level. That was a good profitable trade for me. Popping from that 300 back to 321 and now moving right back to 300. Look at the strength of the stock though, holding that 100 period EMA on the daily and never really failing. So congratulations to any Eli Lilly holders in the long term.
I'm going to give AMD one more shot here just because it kind of bounced off this 81 and a lot of buying volume kind of came in there. I was also looking at NVIDIA just to kind of add a little bit confluence to this trade. And NVIDIA seems like it hasn't actually broken down its lows on the day and some buying coming in above there as well, right? So I'm giving the market bounce one more try essentially with this play on an AMD. But again, I'm kind of risking on AMD as I'm going to jump back to that chart because I'm trading that. I'm going to risk I'm going to risk probably to like 80-80, 80-70 area. If that kind of breaks down and we break a new low again, then I'm going to be done with this one. And I'm probably going to walk away with my tail between my legs on the long side from my time here on the show, which is fine. PMXD back down. Yeah, PXMD has gone down and it rejected this 6 area. And I was actually thinking of shorting it above or around this 6 area, but I kind of just missed it. I was waiting passively on the film. Maybe I should have been a little bit more aggressive on that, but now it's about 30 cents in the money off of where I was waiting. So that's okay again. But again, guys, like look at this. It was basically a wick off top off of 6 here. As that broke out, and there was no real buyers, right? So that's why I tried to cover some there, eventually stopped out the other half. That's okay, but now it's kind of coming off pretty hard off of that $6 level rejection, and it didn't even make a new high. So 615 still remains the high. I saw someone say, oh, is PXMD going to 650? Yeah, still gonna have to deal with this 6 area, guys. Let's send it to Brendan at the big screen.
Hey guys, let's get you up to date on what's happening in the land of energy markets today. That is natural gas right now. We are down significantly on the day, about 4.3%. For the futures, trying to roll over, in fact, as we speak. There was some headlines that came in from Gazprom on Nord Stream. We'll talk about that in a sec. But look what happened to crude oil. 88.8 straight down to 87 in a straight line. Heavy volume coming in at day lows as well. So we were up 2.5%, 3% at one point, but no longer. Here we go. Basically what they said was it's going to remain shut down. Nord Stream 1 is going to remain shut down until the maintenance and repairs are complete. And there's no timeline on when that will be. Initially, they had thought it might take a matter of weeks or months, but now they're saying it's going to remain shut for the foreseeable future until these repairs are done. Guys, back over to you.
Threw it out the window. So it happens sometimes. I was just talking to Ian about some of my mistakes from the morning and how I could do better, and telling him like it's everyone makes mistakes, so don't be afraid about making your one silly mistake on PXMD over there. Don't start crying now, because I know Ian's known to tear up fairly easily.
I just hold myself to high standards. That's all.
Not from anybody though. It's only from that one person who's known to make anybody tear easily. Though.
Yeah, it's not like you guys haven't been there before. I know you guys have been there probably more times than I have.
Plenty of times, man. That guy's a kryptonite for every trader on the floor. Dude, this market is done for.
Yeah, something has gone on here, and I was reading in the chat. Someone said something about an oil line. Yeah, here. Russia says Nord Stream gas pipeline shut down indefinitely due to oil leaks. So I don't know. Maybe we can kind of get that back checked, but that's
I think Brendo just talked about that too.
Okay, yeah. So that's got to be it here, and that's why there's so much selling kind of pouring in. My long again, it hasn't stopped me out yet, but it's not really working that well on AMD. That is. With the market kind of breaking new lows once again, right? So, it's going to be, maybe it's like that type of day where the bounces just aren't in, and, we're going to have to find something to get short on.
I'm at a loss for words, honestly. Free Fall Friday is actually here. Like, it's
for once, how many
here.
Fridays have we spent? How many Fridays?
You good over there?
He has his headphones in, he's chilling. But that's pretty funny. That's a good look there.
You good over there?
That was good, man. That was a good look for Luca there. But man, we won't show how you looked at Prads on weekend.
Oh yeah, no, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. Look, that's an inside story too. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
No, Luca was good.
Nothing happened. Why are you even gonna put it like that? Now they think something happened, you dummy.
No, you got to add like mystery to the story, right?
Yeah.
Like now, see, people are intrigued, right? So.
No, we can't be talking about that. That stays with the boys, Lao Wei, he's joking, or does he really sit like that with music? No, he's chilling. He's listening to music. He's enjoying. He's got his shade blockers on, and a lot of shade was thrown at him just a second ago. So all of that bounced off of those beautiful Ray-Bans that he has on his face. Apparently, people in chat are still active about AUR. Look, I don't know the full news about this company. Apparently, someone in chat said it's an autonomous related company of some sort. So if that's the case, we already know Apple's trying to launch their own car company, right? And they could do so by buying AUR. They could also do so by partnering with, I don't know, Polestar or something somewhere down the road. Lots of variables in there. I'm not touching a stock without knowing the full news. I know some of you are going to bring up that day when Boeing news dropped and I just punched blindly and I made like $3-4. That's because the whole week we were talking about that Boeing news. So randomly when the stock starts bringing in that type of volume, I'm going to expect that news and that catalyst played out the way that everyone was thinking about it. But when it comes to AUR, we don't really know what's going on. We have a rumor that was passed around in an email. And if you guys know anything about how rumors play out, or if you want to learn about how rumors play out, just head over to BYND on NASDAQ, pull up the daily chart, and scroll all the way back to December 31st, and then scroll all the way back to yesterday, right? You'll see both of these days, this stock had a rumor. And both of these days, the stock had the same company report a stake in them.
Yeah, the stars kind of align on that one, right? Brad's on to something. He's on to something.
I'm not genius, but I could put 1 + 1 = 3. I could see that.
That's funny. That's funny. People are screaming drug in the chat, so let's take a quick look at drug. I know it's been kind of volatile all week, so to speak. Look at this U shape right here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit because I want to see the whole day's price action. Yeah, so we had the big run up in the morning, a lot of volume push up. But again, there's bag holders in this stock for sure. There's bag holders above 3. There's bag holders, below 3, 250 to 3 area. So that's why you're seeing it, kind of every time there's a big run up there, people are selling. Like look at the selling that just pours in right there, right? So I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, we are getting a little bit of a volume bump right now. After 1 o'clock, and we're potentially going to be testing VWAP here. But I wouldn't be surprised if this, gets above VWAP once more and kind of sells off. So it's going to be on my radar again. That being said, it is SSR, right? So it's going to be harder to slam that short. You can't really, cross the bid and get short there. You're going to have to wait passively on the offer, right? So just kind of keep that in mind if you are trying to short this one. But also keep in mind, if you are trying to short this one, you can get run over because it's been known to, scream up to the upside. So just kind of be careful with that one. But that's my kind of TA on drug. PDD done. I know you guys were talking about PDD on in the morning there, or in the first half of the midday show. So let's take a quick look as my chart didn't load properly. There we go. Give me a second there. As it's now, yeah, my data's kind of messed up. Do you mind taking over while I fix this?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, we pinned to a duo. We were talking about it. We had that long, and honestly, part of this long is thank you to Sean. Sean called out the 72 level on his Twitter in the morning. Part of my routine is looking at Sean's sticky note. I'll go through my routine one more time here. I tweeted it out, but what I should do is actually edit that routine a little bit and throw in right after reading Trader TV Live watch list. Number 2 should be checking Sean's Twitter for the sticky note. So let's head over to Sean's Twitter, Trader TV Sean. Let's head over to his thing, go to the sticky note. Somewhere in here, there we go, pin duo, key level 72. SS with today's launch in US. SS? Short sale?
Short sale?
SS?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know what SS
know.
means. He also used SS over here. AMD, still SS here against 84, long above. SS, not sure what he means by SS. I'm guessing short sale restricted, maybe SSR. Pinduoduo is not SSR today, though. So not sure what he means by the SS
Pinduoduo
over
is
there.
SSR. It is SSR. Yeah,
And is AMD SSR too?
AMD, no.
Yeah, so not sure what SS means on that side. I don't think Pinduoduo is SSR, mate. Let me go check.
It says Y on
Yeah, but our platform has been wrong with the SSR thing over there for a while now. So real quick, if you want to check anything, you type SSR list NASDAQ. It'll be the first website. You click on that little download link over there, and you type in PDD. And notice how no stocks show up when I'm doing a filter on that. But for example, give me a stock that's like down MREO apparently. So MREO, it will show up right here that it's on the SSR list for today. And if we pull up MREO, it's most likely down more than 10% on the day. Well, maybe it was down 10% yesterday then. But anyways, the point is any stock that's down more than 10% triggers the SSR mechanic on the market, on that stock, sorry, not on the market, which makes it harder to short. You cannot short it by smashing the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher and get picked up by the longs.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what SSR is, guys. And to address that one comment, that person said PDD is kind of done. It does look like it's kind of stalled out, right? So I had this nice up move basically since the open and then kind of made a double top at 73, and now it's kind of consolidating below, right? So maybe not done for leading into next week. And, this is pretty decent price action leading into next week. But that being said, maybe a little bit too much to ask if, for another breakout above 73. White House now, press secretary talking. Yeah, so we'll kind of keep an eye on that one maybe. I thought you said you already, okay, no, that. Short side, yeah, maybe short side. That's what people are saying, still shorting. Yeah, I don't know about that. Added to Tesla, yeah, let's take a quick look at Tesla. I actually haven't looked at Tesla today at all. I want this chart to load. Why isn't this one loading as well? There we go. Well, I guess the daily after the split looks kind of messed up anyways. Yeah, Tesla, you're adding to the long side here. I guess, you know what? The 270 was a decent bounce area, I believe, the other day, if I'm not mistaken. That's where it kind of bounced as well. So I don't mind. I don't hate that ad. The ES I think has potential to bounce off of this 39.50 area. That's why I added to my AMD position. I also added back to the Apple long again, giving it one more try, guys, above this 39.50 for a potential bounce. So I don't mind the Tesla ad there, but yeah, just keep in mind that we are in a clear downtrend. There has been a negative catalyst here, but it's not a bad idea to try the VWAP reversion play. It's about a risk reward. If you're risking the low a day, you have all this potential upside to the potential reward to the upside, right? So just kind of keep that in mind and manage your risk accordingly.
Someone's asking in chat, you think PYPD good idea for a longer hold like swing trade considering how much it fell today First off, not a financial advisor, cannot advise you on how to trade stocks on your own long-term swing trade and suggest stocks like that. We're day traders, so we trade on the intraday time scale, and we're not suggesting any stocks for you. We're showing you how we're trading, and then I know people copy it, right? We do tell you to trade your own book at the end of the day, but you know, it's up to people if they want to listen to it or not. The idea of the show is to show how multiple traders are trading using their own methodologies and their thinking processes behind it. So I cannot answer that question for you on that side, but what I can tell you right away is what in the heck is even this company? Like, what is this company? It's a random pharmaceutical company from Israel. Never heard of it. If you want to buy companies, man, just go buy good companies. Just because a company fell off the cliff doesn't mean that it's worth buying now, right? But if you think that you can go long right now, give it that risk to reward play that I always talk about, where you're giving it the all-time low risk. This is the new all-time low. So if you can give it that risk of today's bottom and you're okay losing that if that breaks, because this stock could easily go under $1 and go to a penny and then delist. So if you're okay with this stock going under $1 and you're okay with the losses that happen with that move, then go for it. But if you're not okay with that, then don't worry about it. Just ignore the stock. If you want companies to buy into your account for a swing trade or whatever, I would suggest just, go look for actual stocks with catalysts behind it to the long side. Don't just buy a company because it fell off a cliff, because then you're just trying to catch falling knives. You're going to have to constantly buy dips if it's going against you. Eventually, those dips get too out of hand and you cannot handle it anymore. Your risk parameters get blown out and your accounts get blown out, and the market will continue to prove to you that it will stay irrational longer, that you can stay solvent. So that's just my opinions on it. I would not ever buy a company like this on my portfolio.
There's someone soaking shares on PXMD, and you talk about getting rugged. This just got rugged here, and I'm going to have to punch out of this one as well. I was kind of risking off of that. Basically, this person soaking shares at 530 and 529, 531, just kept soaking shares and trying to get long, I guess. So it kept hitting the bid. So it seemed like there was a reserve there, but that eventually broke, and now we're heading even lower. So, that short off of 560 area, that was a really, really good short. And I was reading in the chat like, oh, what should I get short on? Yeah, I think that was the one, and we probably all kind of missed it. I know I missed it. I was thinking more on the long side, but now this one seems like it's kind of falling off of a cliff, and now it's getting that rug, that you guys have been mentioning in the chat. So keep an eye on that one. If you are long, maybe it's time to maybe start trailing your stops a little bit. But yeah, keep an eye on that one for sure. My trades that I'm having on right now on AMD and Apple, they're not really doing too much. Apple is trying to find some footing here around the 157 area, so I'm still liking this trade for now. Maybe the 157 eventually holds up here as the market tries to catch a bid above 39.50. We do have one super chat. Thank you so much, KFC Manager. Thank you for the super chat.
Why are you laughing, bro?
Can you do no, it's just a funny name. It's just nothing against KFC managers. Like if he's a manager of a store, man. Why don't you put me on the spot? Can you do analysis on the SPY? What's the resistance? Yeah, for sure, man. Let's take a look at the SPY.
You gotta put me on the spot, Brad.
That's the thing. Pred is like the super troll. You guys know that. He likes to put everyone on the spot. What's the resistance level on the SPY, right? So obviously the SPY traces, the ES and the overall market here. Definitely the 400 area, because that's exactly where the market was kind of turning around and bouncing around today. I think, the high was, 402.63. So it did get above there. But, that 400 to probably like 403 area is probably the resistance zone, and you always got to kind of look at zones. Every resistance has a zone. It's not just kind of like a line in the sand, so kind of keep that in mind. But what we're kind of in this channel now between 390 and 400, so waiting basically for the market to pick a direction. Maybe it picks a more valid direction off of today as more sellers kind of pour into this market and drives the market a little bit lower, right? But yeah, I think the most important data point will be, I think it's like CPI next week, right? So keep an eye on that one for your overall market moves. But yeah, I think 400, 402 area is probably the resistance on the SPY.
One and only Brenson. So where do I go for a financial advisor service? Everybody says NFA. Well, you don't go to a YouTube show for that, man. You go to an actual, financial a service place. Like, I don't know where you live, but you type in financial advisors in my area or something in Google, and you'll find some actual companies out there with people with actual certification behind it, people with CFAs and whatnot, and who are allowed to manage portfolios, who are allowed legally by the system to give you stock picks and so on. And if they lose your money, they just close shop and they open another one. That's their number one perk over there for these hedge fund managers. Look at Melvin, look at all the other guys, right? So obviously for financial advisors, for wherever you live, type in financial advisors in my area and you'll find a bunch of companies that you can go for. You can even go through your banks if you want, right? Like whatever bank you bank with. My earpiece, maybe? I don't know. We're good? Yeah, okay, yeah. We're going to send it to Brando here at the big screen. Is my earpiece down?
Hey guys, yeah, with this move back down in the market overall, we'll give you a look at the NASDAQ here because as it was leading on the way up, we're right back down because of tech stocks here, now red on the day, 0.7 for the NASDAQ downside. That's Lululemon jumping off the page there, front and center. Very green still. It's nearly 7% to the upside there for Lulu coming off of earnings. If you joined us in the pre-market, you would know all about Lulu earnings. JD.com, all these Chinese ADRs, or most of them anyways, back to the downside so far today. I thought I saw a Baba on here, but I don't right now. PDD, the only one in positive territory right now, 1%. That U.S. site from PDD launching today. So a bit of a catalyst there, back higher on the day. That's Marriott back higher as well. Starbucks downside, Booking.com downside as well. This is a communication services group. Oh, it was Baidu. There's Baidu. Yeah, 2.5%. I knew I saw something. 2.5% in the red here for Baidu. Meta below that, 2.3% in the red as well. EA and Google there as well, all red on the day. EA down about 1% so far. On this side of the board, OKTA. Remember, a huge move down yesterday. We're getting the bounce, I guess, today, 5% back higher for OKTA. And then Broadcom here, 2.3% for Broadcom back higher off of their report, but not enough to offset weakness overall in the semiconductor group, guys. It's a Friday afternoon, and hey, we're red again, Prad. Back to you.
EA Sports, it's in the game. Obviously, they're getting bought out by, well, it's we don't know if it's confirmed yet, but I forget who was it. Microsoft?
I think it was Microsoft.
No, Microsoft's Activision. EA
or was
is
it
Amazon? Amazon?
Okay,
yeah, there we go. It was one
Amazon.
of those guys. So Activision is Microsoft. EA's planning to buy Amazon after their horrible disaster of a game that I was addicted to. And I'm even ashamed to say I was addicted to this dog water of a game. No, New World.
Oh,
this
New
game
World, yeah.
sucks now, man. Like, I actually launched a couple days ago. I was like, thank God I quit this game at the right moment because I think I grinded it out when the game was good and hot. And obviously the content died out, so I quit that game. But the point I'm trying to get to is Activision getting bought out by Microsoft. We're still waiting to see how DOJ or the FTC, whoever's in charge of that deal, will let it go through or not. But if Amazon is interested on buying EA and Microsoft's interested on buying Activision, I think they might just let that deal go through for both of them because now it's no longer a monopoly problem anymore because Microsoft already owns like a bunch of gaming companies. So they thought that Microsoft buying out Activision, which is the biggest game developer company in the world, I believe. They make the most money out there with World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, and everything. Maybe it's EA. I can't really remember which one of these two are the bigger ones. But Activision makes a ton of money over there, and EA trying to, or not EA, Amazon trying to fight the gaming realm by buying out EA. So EA just waiting to see if that news will go through, if that catalyst will actually get approved. And when it does, baby, trust me, I'm going to have so much fun trading EA the way I did Activision. I know you guys remember me on Activision. I was
Activision.
A monster on Activision. So I can't wait for EA to come into play for me to put some damage on this stock.
Man, there's a lot of sellers kind of pouring into the market right now. I thought there was something active kind of going on in AMD here, just because Luca was pointing it out as well. As I'm just trying to place my stop here. Yeah, Luca was trying to point it out as well. There was like someone kind of going back and forth on the offer and the bid about 500 lots. And you see someone else there, right there, 80.50, and they just pulled their order, or maybe it got hit. But it was weird because he was on the, or the person was on the offer. It got filled, or maybe not, and then they switched to the bid, right? So I think I'm going to get stopped out here. There seems like there's so much selling kind of pouring in to AMD here, as well as my Apple position too. I did take some profits out there, but I think I'm going to take the L on this one, just because there's so much selling coming in. And I thought maybe the 39.50 was going to hold up here, but it looks like it's not. And Apple, I did take some out. I got some out on this wick here, and I'm going to stop out the rest. That's going to be unfortunate. I think I'm probably done on the long side for now.
Just talking to Bears versus Bull here on Twitter chats, because he was talking about some chats that I had up. Some viewer was asking about some charts that I had up and where I got it from. I'm gonna be honest, I just Googled the question and I just clicked on the first link, and I think the question was, what is the worst month of the year, right? And I just clicked on the first link, so not any specific website, just basic Google skills, I guess, at the end of the day. NIO, man, still in the money, 30 cents. David, are you good on your longs, my boy? Because, look, I don't want anyone to get hurt. Hopefully you're applying proper risk management on your trades over there the way I did. I had my proper risk management on the trade. I knew that this is the level I wanted to be short at, so I took some size over here. This is where I took most of my size. My stop was on the break of 1830. 1830 never broke, so I'm still in my trade and now taking profits on that random move down that the market's giving us with. So I'm praying that you did something similar. Hopefully you went long here or you went long here, and you are using proper risk management for yourself. Good luck to you on that NIO trade over there. But as the markets continue to pull back more and more, NASDAQ now down 1.17% on the day, bleeding. If free fall has not been initiated, I don't know what this is, right? I have no clue what this move is anymore. This is just a gift from the gods, baby. Prad comes on and the market tanks. You know it. Bears versus Bull, not Bears versus Blind Jedi was like, Prad, do you have a red shirt on today? And I told him no. So maybe part of the move the market went up by is because the market thought I had a red shirt on, or didn't have a red shirt on, but low key, they didn't know that deep inside, I'm always bleeding red, baby. The bear inside me is always standing true. Even if I don't have a red shirt on, it's always in my heart.
Yeah, Bear Pred, that's his name. I don't know why, man. Why are you so bearish all the
Listen,
time?
you know what? You want to know why I'm really bearish? I'll tell you why. I'll give you the answer why. Being in the stock market for only 2 years makes me upset that there's millions and millions of people who got to buy the stock market in 2008.
That's fair.
Right? So
you're
now I wanted
salty
to go
from-
back to 2008 so I could buy it, and then we can run it back up.
Okay, so you're trying to get better prices.
Yeah, run
okay,
it back
you're doing
up after.
okay, I got you.
After I get it and run it back up.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you're trying to get us all better prices so we can get
Exactly,
those
it's
super
for the
discounts.
boys.
Yeah, you're doing it for the boys. Okay,
the
so that's why
boys.
you're smashing millions of dollars to
Join
the
a
short
prop
side
firm,
every day.
get high buying power, bully the market down, get into your own account afterwards at a cheaper price, and then you're making money both ways.
Being a bear is the way to become rich in September. Are you guys seriously debating this? Yeah, so maybe I am right that September was the 1 month of the year that, it's more of a bearish month. So maybe that's what we're going to have to do. And this is kind of interesting too, just kind of looking at the overall, market move here. I'm going to switch it to a daily just because I want to see the actual price action towards this 4,000 area. And it looks like, we had a little bit of an up move today, and we haven't been able to reclaim that 4,000 area. And, we had this run up in all summer, basically, right? And then the last couple of weeks of August, it kind of tailed off a bit, and we rejected these kind of support or these kind of resistance areas as well, right? So, continuing this downwards move, unable to reclaim 4,000, maybe this is a telling of what's to come for the rest of September. We'll see.
Yeah, just reading the chat over here. Chat's for sure having fun with the whole bear life, bear Prad comments. That's jokes. What's going on in the chat though? Let's see some stocks coming in. I'm with Prad's plan. Yeah, see, people agree with my plan over there. I'm bearish until I have a big enough of a portfolio, and then my portfolio gets big. Then I'm like, okay, let's turn to a bull now, right? So for the fact that my portfolio is non-existent at the moment, I'm allowed to be as much bearish as I want. Down 200 points for the market. Yeah, it's insane. This market turning around the way it did. Now 151 points to the downside for the NASDAQ, negative 1.24%. S&P 500 down 30 points at the moment, down almost 1% for the S&P 500. This is absolute insanity. Like, I have no words for it. I'll be honest, I didn't see this move coming in the market.
Yeah, because like what? We were up like like almost 1% at one point today.
Yeah.
On the overall market. You know, was the NASDAQ up over 1%? Regardless, you know, this has been a crazy turnaround. And, you know, the lows have been broken. And, you know, where's the bottom? I don't know. Maybe you guys can call it if you guys have been looking at some support levels for some potential bottoms. But, man, I've been trying to play the bottoms here in the afternoon, and it has not been working, that's for sure. I'm buying it. Yeah, maybe you know, maybe these dips are good to buy potentially, maybe for a long one or for a swing trade potentially. But man, the dips can keep dipping. Drug flushing now. So is that you know, that kind of move downwards that I was speaking about earlier? Is that kind of coming into play now? And I hate it when the charts don't do that. They don't load properly. Yeah, so drug kind of got rugged, right? So, guys, I literally said this before when we looked at drug, or when we brought up drug a few minutes ago, right? I was like, okay, maybe this pushes up above VWAP, and then, you know, it gets slammed back down again. And, guys, that's exactly what happened. It didn't even have a chance to close above VWAP. And this is a 3-minute chart, guys. It didn't have a chance to close above VWAP. It got up there, and everyone's like, nope. And then just slammed it back down again. You got to think about, you know, here's a couple things, right? So you got people here, they're trying to short this above VWAP, right? So, you know, that's pretty simple to understand. You also got people who have bought here, and it's getting back to their break-even price, and then they're thinking like, okay, let me get out now, right? So those are, you know, a couple kinds of sellers in this area, right? So that's why I was expecting it to kind of turn around at that area. You know, some real volume and momentum to the upside has to come in if this is going to really push up and test the highs again. So just kind of keep that in mind. Think about other people, where they're positioned in the market as well, and kind of play off them and ride their wave as well.
What? Luca, is this a real story? I'm walking outside. All I hear is, Luca? I look around, some random guy on a bike. Yo, I watch you guys all the time. I'm doing Uber Eats and I trade on the go. I'm in a Netflix short. I might get smoked. Yeah. That's a real story? That's an Uber delivery guy walking around talking to you and he's telling you he's getting smoked on Netflix? Yeah, he's like, yo, that's a hilarious story, man.
That's a sick story.
That's actually a sick story. Luca, you a star, baby. You a star, Luca. Let's go. Uber Eats guys are recognizing Luca. That's actually hilarious. Let's go, man. But this market is actually where the real joke is, because this market's actually destroying itself. Where are the bottoms? I'm guessing the bottom will be at 12,100, which is at another 30 points to the downside over here, as the market just now broke 12,150 on the NASDAQ. So market breaking 12,150 on NASDAQ, even breaking 39.50 on the S&P 500. I think we are ready to push even more to the downside and struggle. What I'm wondering, though, is why Chewy, which is what I've been short, did not push down. So that's not really something that I want to be noticing. You know, these stocks that I'm short should be extending to the downside a lot more than they are. Even NIO just hanging out at 30 cents in the money, not doing what I needed to do. At least Li Auto is following suit a little bit, and BEKE is following suit. But I'm pretty upset that these other stocks aren't. Tesla popping up on the scanner. So let's go check out what TSLA is doing. It is breaking the low of day and heading south with the rest of the market. Obviously down 2% now on Tesla. The last time I pulled it up, I think it was only up or only down 0.8 or so. But extending the losses with the rest of the market is TSLA. And here's AUR with the buyout rumor or the takeover rumor coming in from Microsoft or Apple. Currently still up on the day and still bringing in volume to the north side.
Yeah, I'm trying a Tesla short here as well, just because it's broken this base now of this 271 area, and that's what, you know, we were kind of talking about going off of those longs, off of the support areas. So it's kind of broken that base now. As the market continues to sell off, and now Tesla continues to sell off below that 271 area as well. Maybe I add to this on the break of 270. That might be decent if the market is going to continue to break. So let me get that order in here to add to this if the market does break down a little bit further and Tesla breaks down this 270 area as well. Luca's kind of talking to himself. I thought he said something to me there. But yeah, I'm going to try the short here for once. I was trying the long bounces there and it wasn't really working. So now, I'm trying to get into the short. Is it going to be a little bit too late? Who knows? But yeah, I have more to come if this breaks down 270 there. Prad got married? No, Prad did not get married. Prad's going to a wedding in the winter, I believe, in India there. BBBY still dead. Now let's take a quick look at BBBY. I was looking at it today and look at the volume, guys. It's only doing like 17 mil volume. That's nothing compared to what it was doing before. Last week it was doing like over like 200 mil volume some of those days, and it was giving crazy moves. Right, it is SSR today again. So it's going to be harder to slam this one short, but man, it's just been slowly fading out and slowly trickling out. Again, guys, I'm talking about some of these up moves getting sold off, not quite as hard as some of the other small caps that we've been talking about, but sort of every up move it runs into a resistance and then kind of falls off of, as well here on BBBY. So similar strategies to kind of play out there if you're trading that one, but it hasn't really been on our radar the latter half of the week here, just because it hasn't been doing that much volume. Like I said, guys, only 17 mil volume on the day. Can you guys check out SQ? Yeah, for sure we could check out SQ. Let's take a look at SQ. I haven't looked at this one yet today, but let's take a look for you guys on the show here. As it loads, yeah, it's down 3% on the day. Similar chart to a lot of things today, but not really catching those bounces and just kind of fading as well and showing a lot of weakness below VWAP here. 65 I'm looking at on the daily. It does seem like there's a lot of support here between 65 and 60 for Square here. But that being said, it's been kind of fading and showing a lot of weakness, and the trend is clearly on the downside, right? So today, no exception to that. So just kind of be careful with that one if you are trading that one or potentially holding that one in your account. BTC is getting crushed. Yeah, I think just a lot of things are getting crushed today after this big down move, right? So Bitcoin's going to kind of follow suit with that one. QT September coming. I'm not too sure what you mean by that one. Hi, can you check Nerve, please? Yeah, let's take a quick look at Nerve. I know we've been kind of trading or talking about this one from time and time again this week or the past couple weeks, just because look at this huge run up, right? It's been having this huge run up all the way from $3, $4, right? So obviously an amazing move, and I know some people made their entire year from trading Nerve just on this huge up move, right? But now it's kind of running out of steam and running out of some momentum to the upside. It is SSR today, so obviously a big down move from yesterday.
No, it's not.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It says yes.
What did I tell you earlier?
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm still going off of this because I don't have
go off of that.
I still have man. Well, we gotta get that fixed, man.
I
Maybe
know, we gotta get that
fixed.
fixed.
Get Brankles to submit a ticker. Or something
Brankles
like
doesn't do anywhere. Come on, man.
But yeah, Nerve obviously getting hurt and falling off of these highs that create around 12. It seems like a double top at 12, so kind of keep that in mind as for sure a big level to the resistance side.
I'm trying to see if I missed out any super chats, so let me just quickly try to scroll through this conversation here. Don't think I missed out on any, but if I did, I apologize on that. So let's head back to, where's my earpiece? There it is. Let's head back to the market. Market clearly still bleeding, sadly. Market's going down, 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 baby. Timber, I'm going down. But let's look for some opportunities that we could be part of. Pins apparently popping up on the scanners over here. I want to go check on Zoom instead, because Zoom, there we go, coming to that beautiful $80 level. If there's a long that could show up on Zoom, it's going to be around this $80 area. But this market's like really panic selling, right? This is panic selling. This is people offloading before the long weekend. They are happy with the money they made on the longs. They are dumping it at the moment, right? And this is what I was talking about earlier. I don't know why anyone would be buying going into the long weekend with any catalyst that could come out randomly. And I also want to take a guess from you, Ian. How long you think Pinduoduo will be allowed to operate in the American market?
Probably not that long.
Right? That's what I'm saying. That's
Probably
what
not that
I'm
long.
saying. I don't think Pinduoduo has a lot of time alive on the American market. We saw what happened to DD. We know how Baba and Baidu and everything else have been in trouble with the regulators and so on. The whole wanting to move to the greatest economy in the world idea is cool, but you gotta understand the pain and the trouble behind it that could come for Pinduoduo. So I'm a little bearish on Pinduoduo, even though I was long on them today. And I would urge people to be a little careful with that position. But here's the market getting ready to have some sort of a bottom at 12,150 on the NASDAQ, and on the S&P 500 around 3935, I'm guessing. Yeah, 3933, 3935. 399. Yeah, 3935. I got that number right. Just making sure I got that number right. And Zoom also showing us some longs coming in off of that $80 area. So this trade I gave you in the morning too. Wait for Zoom to come to 80 and most likely we'll find some longs. Looks like that idea is playing out one more time. I'm going to actually close some of my trades which are not doing anything for me. For example, NIO. We're going to take our profits on NIO completely. We're also going to do the same on Chewy. We're going to close this trade because if the market goes up now, these stocks are most likely going up with the market. I'm only saying that because these stocks were already down on the day and they didn't really move down with the whole market. So I don't like that fact that if the market goes up, I'm scared that these will go back up. So actually, I'm going to close all of my trades right now. They're going to take profits on all of them. I'm done with these trades. Thank you for a successful trade. I'm very happy on the day so far.
I'm kind of sitting here patiently in PXMD, so I am trying to short this pop up to 6 just because of the price action that happened last time, guys. We've been talking about it before, so I'm going to try it one more time here on PXMD. We'll see. It could be the death of me, but you know what? I'm liking the sellers above 6, right? So that's why I added there above 6. I had the front run here, you know, adding my first piece in front of 6, but then when it got above 6, it kind of sold off there, right? And there are sellers here in the 80s, right? So I'm really waiting for, I think it was 84, 83, just from what I've been watching here, to really start to break down and sellers to pour in below that level, right? So, you know, I'm waiting for some of these longs that are trapped up here to get stopped out and for this to kind of plunge, and then I'm going to start taking profits on this one. But I like this move up here. I didn't catch it here on the last time, but, you know, with this big acceleration to the upside now, it has to be exhausted, I think. So that's what I'm kind of going off of here. I'm waiting for that rug to be pulled once more on PXMD.
Sean, in your sticky note, what does the SS mean? Short sale? Okay. It's just making sure.
84, so I said A84 AMD SS.
Yeah, I was wondering what SS means. That's it. Wow, man, I got scared a little bit, man. He just said I'm gonna slap you, and I got flashbacks. I got flashbacks of my dad beating me up, my brother beating me up, my whole family beating me up. Whoa, mom, whoa. I got flashbacks of all that. But no, we're good. We're chilling. Look, that was a joke. My mom and dad never hit me. It was my.
I'm showing AMD 82.
That's what I was looking at. I was looking at your AMD chart that you posted. You absolute algo of a human being. Look at this chart. I see more triangles than candles. Like this guy's painting the chart with his triangles, with his executions, and letting the stock move around. Obviously, look at these beautiful fills. Short sale in pre-market looks like the best fill you could have literally had. Out. Flip to a long in this bottom area. Win. Added on that breakout. More wins coming in, and then where'd you get back? Oh, that was your last out. Then you got back in here on the break of this consolidation area. He added also on, he not only did he add on the break of this, he also took the even dollar breakout 82, and then he just gave it a little bit of a wiggle room. Guess how much of a wiggle room that was? Not much, 15 cents. He's risking 15 cents on AMD. That's nothing. And then instantly flushed into the downside, giving him almost $1 per share, and probably more now as the market keeps on crumbling upon itself. Destruction in the market means profits for Sean, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I was paying close attention to my Tesla short, and I was being really patient with this one. It tested up here above the 271 area for a bit and then kind of came back down, right? So, you know, I'm watching this one. I'm waiting to see if the seller is going to continue to kind of sell off this move, and are these up moves, these up pops, kind of is going to get, you know, faded like the rest of the up pops that have been happening, right? So, you know, keep an eye on this one. I did get some out of my PXMD, and I keep missing. this name up with another stock, TXMD. That was a buyout, but yeah, PXMD, I did get some out in front of 80 there. I think my fill was 80 or 81 or 82 or something like that. So decent move there. It bettered my average now. So my average is just around 598 on this one. So I'm sitting about, 6-7 cents in the money on this one. I am carrying a little bit more size on this one. Again, going to stop out basically if it makes a new high a day, and I'm going to be wrong on that one. But for now, sellers continue to step up above 6 here, right? So every move that gets up above 6, it seems to get sold off, as you're seeing there, right? So it gets up above 6, and then red starts to pour in on the tape, so keeping a close eye on this one.
We just got to update that if we don't hit 3K likes, man, we're going to cancel the whole show completely. No longer are we going to go live for you guys. So smash that 3K likes. Let's get that number up there. Look, if it doesn't go up there, no more closing show for you guys. That's it. That's the end. And no more Sean, no more Luca, the star himself, Luca Santoli. Sean's looking at me. No more midday. no more closing show. No more closing show. That's it. Let's get to 3K over here. Let's get the Let's get the ball rolling. We still got 4K people watching us. Okay, so let's get that numbers going, guys. Come on, 3K likes, or I'm gonna be pretty upset. Let's get that. Smash that like button.
Yeah, we're seeing some likes pour in now. Guys, smash the like button. Let's see that support.
No, you didn't even smash the like button, bro.
I did. What do you mean?
Good,
Yeah.
good.
No, I'm good. Man, so I had it here again above the 6 level. The reason why is that there was a big seller, about 500, 600 lots at 608, I believe it was. So I saw that and I popped up in front and took that fill above 6 here. Again, still sellers above the 6 area, so I really want to see it flush off of this. And that's what I'm kind of banking off of here for PXMD. That's the the one position that I'm on. You see the seller there at 610, and it flushes right off of there, right? So you saw that pop up. He got some fills, and then it flushed off of there. So you know what? I'm still really liking the short on this one.
Yeah, if the long is wrong, then take it to short, right? So obviously the setup from Luca that we learned, a very profitable setup. And then if aborted the short, then the long can't be wrong. So
yeah, there you go.
Either direction, you're always going to be right as long as you employ that methodology and that setup. It's just taking that breakout. You're taking that breakout. Whatever side works out, works out. Shopify popping up today to the downside, man. Shopify still continuing to bleed. We are very close to that 52-week low on Shopify, and to that also that low. Not 52-week low. Is it a 52-week low, actually? Let me see. Well, it is going to be the low from split, right? So the low from split, which was 29.76, I guess you could call it the 52-week low also. We're waiting for that to go get tested. Shopify, sorry, I know I'm saying Shopify. I'm saying Spotify, but I meant Shopify. Shopify has yet to break that $30 area properly and continue losing from that area. So whenever that trade comes into play, we'll be for sure tracking it. Right now, as the market's pushing back up, maybe it's time to look for some longs, baby. Let's go see what NU is doing, because NU apparently popping up on the boards over here for my boards. What is NU doing? $5. Oh, trying to take out the high day while the market's reversing. Now, that's a setup I do like. Let's see if there's any size on the ask. Not much size on the ask. Let's go to the dailies real quick on NU. This is your Warren Buffett's invested Brazilian bank. We're at resistance levels actually on the daily chart around this 510 area, and we're already above $5. So if we do get a breakout of 505, maybe the move is up to 510 and then it dives back down. So I want to see what the stock does around 510 area, and then we could take a breakout of 510 for a possible bigger move north side. S&P 500 and NASDAQ showing us green candles on the 5-minute.
PXMD kind of just ripped my face off there, made that new high, and ripped up within a second there. It was like 6.9, it was basically 610. And that seller was still there, and as soon as that seller got eaten up at 610, it ripped up 30 cents, right? So, quick stop out there. That one's fine. But now, continued momentum to the upside. So maybe this one continues to run. We'll see. But it doesn't seem like the same sort of sellers that were above this 6 area are there any longer. Maybe they're getting kind of squeezed a little bit now. So keep an eye on that one, guys. And I know some of you guys are long on that one. You're saying the bang for the PXMD long. Whoops, I didn't mean to click that link there. Bear Pride needs to wear red frame glasses on Fridays.
You want to buy them for me?
Yeah, are we gonna get that going?
Where do you think this money's coming from, man? Pratt should do this, Pratt should do that, Pratt should go blonde, Pratt should go buy a Lambo. Where's the money coming from, man? Come on. Market clearly pushing back up north here, guys. So be careful if you're shorts. Maybe you want to think about covering some profits. Maybe you want to think about trailing your levels on your shorts a little bit, right? Think about those consolidation areas that the stock has moved down to and consolidated in a new range. If it breaks about higher than that range, maybe you want to start thinking about closing some of your shorts here. But the S&P 500 currently pushing towards that 3950 area. Come on, charts. Pushing towards the 3950 area. I could see the market pulling all the way back to the pre-market lows of 3960. So, you know, if you want to hold your shorts a little bit longer, I think you could hold it until this market pulls back up to 3960. But if this market starts pulling back into pre-market ranges, then you don't want to hold your shorts anymore, right? So you want to be careful on that side. Let's see how big of a pullback do we get? Does it break 3950 and go higher all the way up to 3960? Does it reject 3950 and push back down even more? Do we see 12,100 coming into play today? And then do we see 12,000 coming into play on Monday? Or do we see 12,500 coming back into play on Monday? Clearly, market stuck in a little bit of a range that we can easily study the tops and the bottoms on. Once that bottom breaks, that's when Pratt's going to have the most fun on the market.
Yeah, it seems like the bottoms continue to you know, get smashed to the downside. It was similar to what day was it last week? Was it Thursday or I don't know? Was that
What did
Greg?
Brankles do?
I don't know.
What did you do? Oh, okay.
Was it Thursday that sold off really hard last week? I think it was, but you know, that day the bottoms kept getting slammed down. There was people trying to bid at these levels, you know, these support levels on the downside, and they just kept getting smashed. I was trading, I think, Tesla that day, and the bottoms kept getting smashed.
I remember what day you're talking about.
Yeah, and it was like it was a really tough sell-off. So, you know, we're kind of seeing that similar thing today, but the only difference is, guys, is like I'm not seeing too many people on the bid. I'm not seeing too many people on these support levels waiting to buy these dips, right? So it seems like these levels, there's not much support here, and it just continues to kind of grind a little bit lower. Man, now look at the market here. It made this little base around 3950, broke down, and that's where we're kind of testing and rejecting here on the market. So, you know, maybe the short isn't done yet, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, like I said, this market could pull back to 3950s or even 3960s before pulling back even more to the downside. So I don't think this play is done yet. We're only down 0.74 on the S&P 500. So that's nothing to me. We saw the market being up 1% and pull back to being down 1%. So trust me, 1% can be easily retraced on this market. So be a little careful. But NASDAQ creating a big down candle right now. Holy moly, yeah, this market's not done, man. We are nowhere close to being done for the downside move. Look at that extension on the SPY and the NASDAQ. The selling pressure is insane right now. Bang! Are they actually buying this up? Wow. 3930's held. That's pretty surprising. 3930's held. We saw a big wall of green come in front of 3930. Do they do that again? Look at the selling, man.
There's been levels though. Like, you know, I said the 3960 was holding, 3970 was holding. 3950 was holding, and now, you know, look where we are, right? Like, we're breaking potentially 3930. You're watching the tape. The tape doesn't like mean like too much though on the ES though.
What are you talking about?
I mean, like, the levels on the level two, Like, there's so much liquidity, right?
It's all about tape. It's all about tape. It's always about the tape. It's always about the tape, and tape will tell you all the secrets in the world, baby. This tape speaks wonders to you. Look at this tape. If you're seeing big numbers smashes coming on to the downside, but they're not coming up to the upside, this is when you know that they're actually taking the size. Size on level 2 is good to identify that there's a big seller or a big buyer there, but someone's got to compromise and take that other person's orders, and you can tell who's taking whose order on the time of sale. So that's what I'm trying to understand over here at that 3930. What does the tape look like? Does the tape look like that? Like, are we seeing big blues and big reds coming in? And are we seeing mid prints come in? Or does it start showing us some greens and some yellows? Greens and some yellows on my tape is on the long side, and the blues and the reds are to the short side. Look at the tape stall out a little bit because I'm filtering for more than 2 contracts. So I'm filtering for more than 2 contracts. The tape is stalling out at this level, meaning that people are trying to really decide what happens. Once you start seeing big orders come in on either direction, that could be to the bids or to the ask, or below the bids or above the ask, like that, bang. Now we're going to get ready for a bigger move down.
Yeah, it seems like the levels keep getting broken to the downside. I'm watching 80 here on AMD. There is a little bit of size there. That's not much size at all. That's like 200 lots. We can take that out very easily here. So that looks like it's going to get broken down as it gets hit there. Yeah, broken down now. So, levels continue to get broken down. 270 is coming up on Tesla as well. So I'm watching that here. There's decent size there, about 500 lots. I saw it on mine. I'm going to actually filter this so you guys can see that as well. I'm going to filter the level 2 here, so you're going to see more lots pop up here if it creeps back down to that 270. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. I'm still, trying to get short if that 270 breaks, and going to add to my position right now.
We're going through the chat here at the moment, looking for any stocks that you guys are looking at. SPY puts, easy money. Yeah, congratulations for anyone who actually had any sort of a short play in the market while it was ripping up, man, because that was a little bit scary. But we got lucky for sure with the shorts over here. I don't really like to use the word luck, but for sure the shorts came in at a random point in the day, and the profits have been rolling in ever since. So let's go to the bears. Sadly, bulls are non-existent. I mean, look at this move down. Where were the bulls on this move down? The selling was way too strong, and now we're just breaking every single level to the downside. So never pulled back to 39.60, rejected 39.50. I think the next pullback might be 39.30, and then we reject 39.30, and then the next pullback will be whatever level we create after this. We're just stair-stepping to the downside right now. We took the window out, and then we still lived after jumping out the window. So now we're taking the steps to the basement.
That's a good way to put it. I'm not going to try and guess the bottom here. Are you? Like, I have no idea. Maybe like at this rate, like 3,900, maybe like that was a support level from before. But man, if you're trying to catch bottoms here, it seems like every bottom is just kind of getting run over. I'm still watching Tesla here. It hasn't really tested close to that 270. You see the low is 270.06, and the flash or the size flashed there for a quick hot second, right? But it hasn't really tested lower there. So keeping an eye on this one. If that 270 breaks, I'm going to try and add to that position, and we're going to get a continued down move to the downside in the market. We'll see. 3,700 SPY next week could be juicy. Yeah, potentially. It seems like these support areas. I'm going to actually bring up the SPY again. I know we were looking at it a little bit earlier there. Yeah, the SPY. But here on the daily, like obviously 390, right? Obviously 390, that's a level. But below that, guys, like what? Like 386. And then there's obviously a lot of action here, around 380, let's call it. But yeah, it looks like these support levels look to be getting tested potentially in the coming week. So going to keep a big eye on that one.
Yeah, so just looking at the race for Sunday, my friend. Obviously, we know we're going to be watching that together. Unless I get too drunk on Saturday, and I don't wake up. But I don't think that'll happen because UFC is actually at 3 p.m. in the evening. So there's no way that I'm getting smashed at 3 p.m. in the evening.
In the afternoon?
Yeah, if it's in the night, then obviously I'm getting smashed, right? But if it's 3 p.m. in the evening, I'm not getting smashed, that's for sure. But UFC, yeah, I think I already talked about my picks a little bit. I'm going to have Robert and Cyril gone for sure. And then I'm going to have to do more research on some of these other fighters. Ooh, Charles Jourdain. We got our Quebecois, our Montreal friend coming in over here. This guy had a nasty finish his last fight. I think it was a submission. Both the Canadians won submission round 1 on that fight night. That was fun to watch. So I like Charles Jourdain. He's going to be fun to watch for sure. I'm going to keep an eye out for that fight. Who we have for the preliminary? No one really that I know too much. A lot of new fighters, right? A lot of new fighters over here. And we're going to have to just watch them, watch their growth, and to see where they go to. But I think the main card is what everyone's excited for. I thought ONE FC was this weekend too, or today, but I couldn't find any event that was supposed to pop up. I think the next event is on September 29. That's what it says. But I thought there was an event today, and I just don't see it. What is this? October 21st. Yeah. I'm going to have to keep doing more research for this ONE championship fight because I'm looking for that Mikey Musumeci fight, but yeah, no avail. But coming back to Formula One,
Yeah, I was actually just looking at the results here.
I can do that on that link you gave me, right? Is that on your website?
Which one?
On the Formula One website?
Yeah, this is on the Formula One
okay.
website. I couldn't find practice 2. It wasn't loading there, but practice 1, man. Russell and Hamilton, P1, P2.
Yeah.
And I think I saw their headline. It was Leclerc fastest in practice 2, right? So, but man, maybe you know, the Mercs were really good, really fast in Hungary, and this is kind of like a similar track, so to speak. So you know, maybe they find some speed this weekend. Well, I really hope so.
I've got momentum. Yeah.
Well, they definitely don't have momentum from last week, that's for sure.
Yeah, sadly, momentum is a little bit lacking. But that's the nature of the sport, right? Less testing time for the winners, less money for the winners, and less everything for the winners. And then that's their way to gimp them completely. And we also have the U.S. Open, so that's another sport for those of you who are interested. But I'm almost guaranteeing you, well, I'm just going to throw this out there, but I think most of you only care right now that's what's happening with the market, and it is still pushing to the downside. S&P 500 finally hitting the negative 1% marker. NASDAQ is now breaking 12,100, which I thought would not happen. But yeah, we're actually going to break 12,100 on NASDAQ. Do we now bring in the reversal for tech stocks from 12,100, or do we push all the way down to 12,000 itself? I think we see 12,000 at some point today.
I was just going to say, I think it's going to continue breaking down. You know, I'm still have the SPY up, and there's a lot of red on this tape. So
that
I
financial
think
juice number today is going to be gigantic.
Yeah, it could be a little bit spicy, so it's going to be something to be excited about on the close. And, you know, watch it here on the closing show, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be live streaming with Brendan and Sean and Luca now on the closing show. Luca, which has been doing a sick job, I got to say, on the main show there. I was looking at the FP2 results. I have found them here, so if you guys are interested, yeah, Leclerc and Sainz top 1 and 2, but Lewis P3. So we'll see. Usually FP2.
If it's Ferrari who's ahead of us, that's fine because their drivers will spin off or their engines will catch on fire.
Yeah,
anyway,
like
so
Ferrari will self-destruct themselves.
Yeah, or they'll self-sabotage with strategy, so we're fine.
So Lewis can, you know, kind of pick up the scraps, and if that's how he's going to get a win, you know, it is what it is. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
But if it's a Red Bull who's ahead of us, then I'm like, they got speed, they got momentum. Someone in chat said, "Did you get that hair powder?" I did.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
And look at this, the size of the hair powder compared to like a real pen. This is the size difference. This guy scammed me. This thing costs like $30 for this little size of a bottle.
I told you, it lasts a long time.
I'm calling cap on that.
No, man, I literally buy 1 or 2 a year. That's it.
And I think I used it wrong. I did sprinkle it, but then it feels like I'm sprinkling salt on a whole cow. Like just like a pinch of salt on a whole cow.
Put it like a little bit in your palm of your hand.
Yeah.
And then put it in your hair. Like make sure it's dry.
Yeah.
Shape it however you want, and then hairspray.
Oh, I did that. Honestly, it looks good. You know, it feels good. It doesn't feel too heavy like it usually does with my other one that I showed you. But dude, I think you scammed me, man. I think you work for these guys and you purposefully like showed me that product.
Sponsored.
You got anything?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, sorry.
No,
Sorry. I didn't know you were sending it to me. But yeah, we're just about wrapping it up here on the midday show. Yeah, thanks guys always for tuning in. Where are we at for the like count? We are at 3K. So we did it there, guys. There it is, 3K on the morning and midday show. So, you know, continue to smash that like button. We're going to send it off to Brendan, Sean, and Luca for the closing show soon. But as always, guys, it's been a pleasure. And you know, thank you for having me on. And, you know, we'll see you sometime next week.
Yes, sir. See you next week, Monday. Have a great long weekend. This market's pooping itself, but hopefully you guys are going to find some trades that can add to your P&L. It's time for the closing show. Make sure you're smashing the like on the closing show also because the counter starts fresh. Have a great weekend once again. See you Monday. Peace.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back as we head into the weekend on a bit of a sour note here. The market threw in the towel. It would appear at just after 11 o'clock, really. It started when we went off in the morning. Wow, what a reversal for stocks right across the entire board. It is the NASDAQ that leads right now, 1.6% to the downside so far. 1% for the S&P here, about 0.8 for the Dow. Everything else kind of there or thereabout. We did have a bit of a move back down there for Bitcoin. Ethereum was up about 3%, gave all that back to flat on the day. Yeah, what a difference a couple of hours